Now, everyone, make your back straight. Leave everything for just 15 minutes. Only you and your breath. First, begin with little centering. Keep your legs fully relaxed. Glutes relaxed. Make sure you are sitting on both your glutes equally. Let's start with rolling your shoulders up and back. Allow your shoulder to sink down away from your ears, and your neck should be long. Lift your organic body up. Don't lean forward or don't lean back. Check your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Once you feel ready, start by closing your eyes. With a gentle smile on your face, join your palms in a Namaskar Mudra in front of your chest. You can chant with me or you just feel the vibrations. Inhale. Dehi me saubhagyam arogyam. Dehi me paramam sukham. Rupam dehi jayam dehi yasho dehi dvisho jahi. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hands on your knees. Gently open your eyes. Now first, start with your abdominal and your thoracic breathing. And then later on, we do one-sided nostril breathing. First from the left and then with the right. So first start with the abdominal breathing. Both hands on your lap, chest up, shoulder again relaxed, eyes closed. Or if you can also rest your right hand on your belly if you can't judge your abdominal movement. Inhale, full belly out, पूरा पेट फुलाइए. Exhale, belly in towards the spine. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, पूरा पेट फुलाइए. Expand your belly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Again, inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I stay close. Now, rest your right hand on the belly, left hand on your chest. Along with your abdominal breathing, start your thoracic breathing. With each inhale, श्वास के साथ पूरा पेट फुलाएंगे, पूरी छाती फुलाएंगे. Expand your rib cage. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, belly out, chest out. Exhale, Relax your rib cage. Draw your belly in towards the spine. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Few more rounds. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now relax your both hands on your lap. Eyes still closed. आंखें बंद रखेंगे. Just feel the sensation going throughout your body after your deep yogic breathing. Feel the calmness. Feel the lightness. Now again, gently open your eyes. धीरे से आंखें खोलेंगे. Now, left hand. See, index finger and your thumb will make a circle. Rest 3 fingers together. Now rest. This is the dorsal part. This is the palmar side. So rest the dorsal part on your thigh. Right hand in a Vishnu Mudra, Nasagra Mudra. First 2 fingers. Join your first 2 fingers first. Close your first 2 fingers. Open your thumb, ring, and your little finger. Use your right hand. Now close your right nostril with your thumb. Very gently. Don't push it hard. Very gently. Don't lift your elbow up. Elbow should be relaxed. Neck should be free. Shoulder down. ये नहीं करना. क्या elbow ऊपर नहीं रखेंगे. Elbow should be down. Shoulder should be relaxed. Now very slowly inhale from the left nostril. उल्टी नासिका से श्वास को भरेंगे. Slow inhale from the left nostril. Slowly exhale from the same left. Inhale from the left. Exhale from the left. Slow, deep, long inhale from left nostril. Slow, deep, long exhale from the left. बिल्कुल धीमा, गहरा और लंबा श्वास भरिए. उतने ही धीमे, गहरे, लंबे श्वास को जाने दीजिए. Effortless breathing. Gentle smile. No sound during inhale and exhale. बिल्कुल धीमा श्वास लीजिए. Connect with your breath. Same side nostril breathing. Inhale from the left. Inhale from your moon nostril. Exhale from your left, your moon. धीमा, गहरा, लंबा श्वास लीजिए. उतने ही धीमे, गहरे, लंबे. Eyes closed. श्वास को जाने दीजिए. Now close your left nostril with your ring finger. Remove your thumb. अंगूठा हटा लीजिए. Now inhale from the right nostril. Exhale from the right. अभी right nostril से inhale करेंगे, right से exhale करेंगे. Eyes still closed. आंखें नहीं खोलना है. Slow, deep, long inhale. Slow, deep, long controlled exhale. बिल्कुल धीमा गहरा लंबा श्वास भरिए. उतने ही धीमे गहरे लंबे श्वास को जाने दीजिए. Don't move your back. Spine should be neutral. Few more rounds. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Last. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and relax. Now rest your right hand on your lap. Eyes still closed. Now inhale from both the nostrils. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold your breath. श्वास को रोक लीजिए. श्वास को खाली कीजिए. 4, 3, 2, 1. Again inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold your breath. श्वास को रोक लीजिए. Exhale. 4, 3, 2, 1. Last. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold your breath for 8 count. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale in 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fully exhale and relax. Eyes still closed. Now chest up, both hand Jnana Mudra. Deep inhale. Start chanting Om 3 rounds. Again, inhale. One more. Inhale. Now relax. Make a leaf with your hands. Join your palms, your inner side. Now you can chant with me or after me. Karage vasate Lakshmi. Kar madhya Saraswati. Kar mule tu Govinda. Prabhate kar darshanam. Gently open your eyes into your hands. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Neha. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Divya, can you? Good morning. Good
Yes,
morning.
you're audible. Good morning.
Yeah, I just wanted you to check if Dr. Bruta has joined.
Sure, just
Yeah. Thanks. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 3. As shared by Tanvi at the end of the day, today we are going to delve in ourselves to know us better. Today's theme of the day is being the best of you. The talent that we are going to talk about is being the best in you. We would start the day. Thank you. We would start the day with a session by Dr. Aruna Bhutaji, who is known in this field. She would help you to dive deep in yourself. She has a very different way of doing so. The guest session is going to be all about personality and leadership. Then the next session would be all about understanding self, wherein we are going to use science and discussion to uncover what are the areas that are your strengths and what are the areas that you need to concentrate on or areas of improvement. In understanding self, we would start with values, efficacy, locus of control, and we would get into emotional intelligence and your own disposition. The end of the day, we would try to help you to build your own profile. And probably in discussions, we would talk about how do you connect each of the readings of the test and come up and find your own pen picture. This is going to be a great help to you. Reason being, it will help you to unearth the areas that you wish to work on. It will help you to work on your strengths, or maybe use your strengths often while connecting with people and leading the team. Before I start the session, any questions from the last or yesterday's session? Please feel free to ask or share. Anybody? Okay. So as usual, I'll start the day with a question. जब हम बात करते हैं पर्सनालिटी एक वर्ड की, तो आप उसका क्या मायने लगाते हैं? What do you understand by the word personality? Anybody? Would you like to share on voice or on chat? Let's give ourselves 20 seconds to think, and then you can come up and share your options. So when we talk about personality as a word, what does this word means to you? Anybody? Anybody?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Morning. In personality, basically, we divide it into two parameters, that is time and space. Firstly is in time, whether how fast he acts, how impulsive is he, or does he take deliberation or not. And another aspect of personality is whether he is outgoing, introvert or extrovert, whether he's that aspect is there in personality. And the third aspect is whether how quickly he takes a decision, whether he deliberates on a decision, whether he ponders on a decision, whether he's reluctant to take a decision. So this is how basically on these three parameters, basically I define a personality.
Good one, good one. Sir, I could not see your name. It's
Vijay Kumar Oja.
Okay, Vijay ji.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll just change your name so that it becomes easy for the instructor. So I've change your name, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Very well said, sir. Personality is, of course, how a person behaves. Anybody else who would like to share about what personality is? What do you mean by personality? And I would just add, Vijayji, I'll ask a build-up question on what you have said. So what is the difference between character and personality?
character is a part of personality. Exactly. Yes. It's a part of personality. And what I defined basically was a character, not personality, basically. It was
Exactly.
part of character is, I defined mostly character, basically not personality. Yes, you're right. You're right.
Yes. Anybody else who would like to try? Good try, Vijayji.
Thank
Good
you.
try. Anybody else? Arunji writes, he says, knowledge, experience, expression, behavior, and decision-making ability. Sir, I just want a bit of clarity. Is this personality, a part of personality, or is it character?
A person possessing all these things depicts his personality. So these are all are the qualities, traits of a personality.
Okay, okay. Great, great. Anybody else who would like to share?
Combination of various qualities can also be termed as personality.
Personality, okay. Okay.
Combination of different types of qualities.
Combination of different kinds of types of qualities can be.
Of a person can be termed as, in a toto can be called a personality.
Okay. I go, so I'll take a step back. So whenever we define, we try to understand what is the word that it means. Personality is the word taken from, the root word of personality is persona. And persona means mask. Persona means mask, M-A-S-K. So personality is what we depict ourselves in front of others, whereas character is something that we are when we are alone. That is the difference, basic difference between personality and character.
It is more related to appearance part, personality.
Appearance or what image that we project.
Yeah, yes, mask, correct.
Yes, yes. It's so what image that I project. I might project that I am so-called very calm and composed in front of people, wherein under the water.
I look firm, decisive, whereas I am not.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. So that's exactly what our image is in front of people. And character is, you know, my teacher just gave me a small example, which I'll of course share with you all. He said that, she said,
ma'am, one I'd like to add here. I beg to differ. Persona, that is the word that where from the personality is derived. Basically, it is persona. Persona means, if you go by the Oxford Dictionary and other thing, it is basically the combination of your personal traits, which basically come out. So it is basically not showing also. It is basically your character, which basically come in front of others. It is just not that you just can't pretend. Rather, it is your personal trait that is supposed to come out. So I may be wrong. I may be corrected if I am wrong. But that is what I personally feel, and I have just gone through this thing, meaning, and basically from meaning, what I understand is something like that.
Okay, sir, जो आपने persona word देखा है वो English में देखा है, but जो persona word Latin में है, that is means mask. So जो root word है, that is something that has come from that particular word. I don't want to get into, it is into a debate about what the word is, but yes, persona means it is the, so if I have to put it in psychology, it is an individual's social facade in front of people around. So that's what Carl Jung said about persona. So it isn't character assumed. That's it. That's called persona. Assumed in the sense is not necessarily the same. So that's what. अब हम अगर अब बात करते हैं तो बात करते हैं कि आजकल मेरा कॉन्टेक्स्ट ये था ये सवाल पूछने का. Today we are talking about personality development, wherein what we should talk about is character development. So we have actually gone away from basic. शुरुआत में first day में आप में से किसी ने बोला था कि I would like to know about man management and the difference of people who are now joining the forces. Their value system is different. Why? Because somewhere or the other, as a society, we are trying to nurture more on personality development rather than character building. And that's where the difference is coming in. Family.
Ma'am, isme I'd like to add one thing. If
Sure.
it is the development, if the personality be developed, should it mean that I have to develop certain character by virtue of which I can project myself in a different way, or otherwise I'll have to develop my traits which automatically come into the front of others that yes, this is my character, I am like this, which I want to project. So
Exactly.
there are, I think there's a hairline difference. What I mean to say, probably I'm not sure whether I am able to communicate you appropriately what I mean.
I could get your point, sir. Ideally, it should be that we should develop ourselves as the character, right? Or the traits that you're saying, right? And then the similar is projected. But what happens is when there is a difference between what you are and what you project yourself, there is somewhere or the other that leads to a conflict. क्योंकि आप जो हैं वो आप प्रोजेक्ट कुछ और कर रहे हैं. तो इसीलिए अगर आप देखेंगे कि जितने भी लोग पब्लिक लाइफ में रहते हैं वो बड़े कॉन्फ्लिक्टेड रहते हैं कहीं ना कहीं, क्योंकि जो वो प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं वो एक्चुअली में पूरा 100% वो नहीं होते हैं, या जो उनको अज्यूम करा जा रहा है वो नहीं होते हैं. एंड देयर इज अ टर्म व्हिच हैज कम, अब रिसर्च ये एक टर्म लेके आया है, दैट इज कॉल्ड इम्पोस्टर सिंड्रोम. People suffer from imposter syndrome because they get into a kind of a question answers with themselves कि जो मैं हूँ, क्या मैं हूँ? So that kind of question, they start questioning themselves. It's a research which has got some kind of what do you say, अभी कुछ सालों से people have started reading about it. आजकल बहुत अगर आप देखेंगे तो काफी जगह पे आ रहा है. So what happens is, like say for instance, somebody who is very soft inside and has been given a role which is very assertive, very decision making and all that, अंदर से वो बहुत naturally that particular person is soft. So what happens is it's an inherent tension है उसको अंदर से, वो ऐसा है नहीं लेकिन उसको काम वैसे करने पड़ रहे हैं. तो क्या होता है कि वो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट कहीं ना कहीं होता है. कुछ लोग उसको रिजॉल्व कर पाते हैं, कुछ लोग उसको रिजॉल्व नहीं कर पाते हैं, एंड दैट लीड्स टू नेगेटिव पॉजिटिव रब ऑफ्स, एंड दैट इज व्हाट एक्चुअली ब्रिंग्स आउट. अब बात हो रही थी पर्सनालिटी और कैरेक्टर की. पर्सनालिटी, आप एक और ये सवाल हो सकता है कि क्या हम पर्सनालिटी को डेवलप कर सकते हैं? हाँ, कर सकते हैं. इसीलिए अगर आप देखेंगे कि बहुत सारे कोर्सेज रन होते हैं. क्या मैं आपको मैं भी ये बताऊं, लीडरशिप में एक आजकल कोर्स बहुत प्रचलित हुआ है, वो है एग्जीक्यूटिव प्रेजेंस का. वो एक ऐसा कोर्स है जिसमें अगर आप लीडरशिप पोजीशन पे आते हैं तो आपका उठना बैठना, अपने आप का बोलना, लहजा, उस पे वो कॉन्सेंट्रेट करते हैं एंड उस पे वो बात करते हैं. तो वो भी कैसे एक लीडर को होना चाहिए, कैसे उसका बैठना उठना होना चाहिए, कैसे वो मिले बात करे. But the idea is leadership is not what is being projected. Leadership comes from within. So that's a debate which keeps on happening. मैंने ये सवाल इसलिए उठाया क्योंकि आज का टॉपिक, जो फर्स्ट टॉपिक है, वो है personality and leadership. And that's what Dr. Aruna Bruta is going to talk about. She is going to help you to delve inside and in an exercise which is something I look forward to. ये एक ऐसे एक्सरसाइज है जो आप अपने आप से भी कर सकते हैं, लेकिन आज वो जिस हिसाब से कराएंगी, you would find it that you find a different person which you have never met, that kind of person. Divya, I just wanted to make sure if she has joined, Dr. Aruna Bruta. Divya? Okay, she might be helping her to join. Okay. Okay. Dr. Aruna has some technical issues. Fine. Fine. Okay. Okay. So as she is joining, I'll just introduce her to you formally. Dr. Bruta is a retired professor at Department of Psychology, University of Delhi, with a doctorate in clinical psychology. She has done courses in advanced clinical techniques and Albert Ills rational emotive therapy at University of Wisconsin, and taken practical training at Jefferson Country Family Counseling Therapy Center, Wisconsin. Dr. Bruta has been the president of National Academy of Psychology and Sambhavana, an NGO dedicated to uplifting the mental health of citizens of India. She is also the editor of the Journal of Research and Applications in Clinical Psychology. For me, I look to her as I have been following her while I was studying psychology. She is somebody whom we have looked up to and have understood psychology through her. I see Dr. Bruta joining in. Dr. Bruta, can you hear me? Divya, can you help her to get connected on voice?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Dr. Bruta.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
I'm fine, ma'am.
I'm sorry for harassing you, and technology sometimes gets me mad,
No
because it's not my first language.
No issues, ma'am. First of all, you can never harass anybody. I am sure about it. Second, ma'am, you can call me Vani. I have grown and understood by learning from you. So, calling me from first name would be quite good. Ma'am, can you open your camera? We would like to see you. Aruna ma'am,
just a minute, ma'am. इसीलिए मुझे ये comfortable लगता है और ये PC comfortable नहीं लगता. Because I am very used to my telephone. I'm not used to this new machine. कैमरे का आइकॉन होता होगा ना. मैं ऊपर से अपनी मशीन से करूँ ना. I'm very comfortable over there, Aparna. ये नहीं कैमरा.
It's on, but I don't know.
But no, we have to change it. She has to see me also. Huh?
There is no camera on this side. I can't see you.
No issues. We can wait for her. She's worth that wait. Dr. Aruna, ma'am, you take your time. I think it would be good if you connect with your phone as you usually do. Anything that makes you comfortable is okay with us. Divya, can you share ma'am's PPT in meanwhile so that we can?
Yes. It's still not visible, right?
No, it's not.
Achha.
Hi, ma'am. Yes, we can all see you. So good to see you, ma'am. You'll have to unmute yourself, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Now we can see you and hopefully hear you. Good to see you.
Thank you, ma'am. You're so reassuring. When I get late, I hate it because I have to be on time everywhere. I do I do nothing else but time management. That's all. If
Okay,
it
ma'am.
doesn't agree with me, it upsets me.
No
So
issues.
good morning, Vani ma'am, and good morning to your entire staff who have bared with me my impatience, my urgencies, and namaskar and a good morning to all my viewers.
Good morning, ma'am. It's good to have you.
Thank
We
you
have
so
been
much.
waiting for you.
You made my day by saying that.
Yeah. I have formally introduced you. The cohort is all yours. They are eager to listen to you and be with you for the next couple of maybe an hour or wherever you're comfortable. Over to you,
Thank
ma'am.
you so much, ma'am. मैं बोलती बहुत हूँ तो पता नहीं लोग upset ना हो जाए मेरे से. Today's topic that had been assigned to me is personality and leadership. And it's a great honor to be with BSF Commandants. I have done workshops for you, all of you, on many other platforms, and you are all very dear to me because I have seen some of the postings. I have been there, and what a tough life, Jesus. How do you do it? My salams and my hats off to all of you, to all the participants, and a big namaskar. The topic being leadership, and I select personality because it is very important for me to understand a person, what he thinks of himself. This has been my question always, and I'll give you the reason. I practice counseling and psychotherapy, and I do get BSF people for counseling, and the higher posts people particularly who say, I cannot take a decision. I don't show it, but it's very difficult to be a leader. What if what I say is not liked? What if I say something is not carried out? So I say to Vani ma'am, I want to talk on personality and leadership because I study people's personality and say that I can groom them, I can develop them. But there is a very popular saying, can a leader be made or groomed, or are leaders born? Divya ma'am, can I have the next slide, please?
Sure. Just a second.
मुझे बता देना क्योंकि मुझे तो दिखाई नहीं देगी ना. Oh yes, I can see it now. Yes. And I see this one. I see
Let me know.
one. Yeah, okay. I'll let you know. Thank you so much. Okay. So I say, are leaders born? Because this is a very common statement. He's a born leader. He's a born leader. Okay. And I say, okay, if he's a born leader, you accept him. What about the others? Do you think they cannot be groomed? Do you think they cannot learn leadership qualities? Can they develop them in themselves? And if not, what happens then? If he reaches a position where he has to be a leader. And at BSF, almost everyone is a leader. At whatever command you are in whatever status you are in, and there are 2 people below you who have to take orders from you. There are 10 people below you where they have to take orders from you. There are 30 people below you and they have to take orders from you. You are a leader. That is what is important. This is the big debate today. I want a little participation from the participants. Anyone wants to make a comment? What do you say when I talk like this? कोई बोलेगा मेरे साथ? हिंदी में, इंग्लिश में मैं सब समझती हूँ, मैं बड़ी देसी हूँ. Please, someone come forward to give a comment to what I have said.
Ma'am, as far as leader is concerned, a born leader, the trait of a born leader and trait of a groom leader is definitely different. A born
There
leader
is-
is having inbuilt character that he shows by his personality, by his character, he shows that he can lead from the front. And the groom leader, it is basically a calculated way he can lead the people. It is not in every aspect. So there is definite difference between a born leader and a groom leader. And I feel you are right to say that yes, a leader can be groomed. A person can be groomed to a leader. Yes,
But
that
my
may be
first
there.
question to you, sir, is that every commandant or every BSF cadet, let me go to that level, has to be a leader if he gets promotions. Ha, Kina?
Yes, definitely. He is a
Agreed?
leader. He
All
will
right.
be a leader.
So he can't run away or shy away from leadership and groom himself if he wants a promotion.
Ma'am, if you permit, I'd like to add here. That is my
Ji.
first statement. If you go back to my first statement,
Ji.
there is a person can be groomed to a leader. That was my first statement. And I told you simultaneously that a person is maybe a born leader, and there is difference between born leader and a person groomed to be a leader. So a person who is likely to be promoted, he need to be groomed to be a leader. So definitely he will be a leader. But yes,
And
that
who is
quality,
a person who wants to be promoted? Ambitious. And when you're ambitious and you want to be promoted, you need some skills to be promoted, to be worthy of the next position. So leadership तो अपने आप वहाँ थोड़ी थोड़ी रहेगी.
मैम
सिर्फ उसको ग्रूम करने की बात है.
मैम वही तो है ना. This is designed to be leader, and otherwise he is a born leader. Something like that, ma'am. What I mean to say. That's it.
I want to say something, if you allow me.
Sure, please. You know, I can't see down below. Can you remove this for some time, Divya? I can't see who is speaking.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
नीचे लिखा नहीं आ रहा. जी, जी.
Yes.
जी.
Ma'am, good morning.
Good morning. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, I am Commandant Jagir Chand.
Ji.
Right now, I am in BPR&D, Bureau of Police Research and Development, not application.
Yes.
I slightly differ from my colleague, Mr. Chaudhary. He is saying that there are two types of leaders, born leaders and groomed leaders or made leaders. I don't think so. There is no born leader. There is no such term that it is just a saying that he is a born leader. There is no born leader. These are only the circumstances under which a child is groomed, an adult is groomed. This is what the leader, how the leader is made. Nobody is a born leader.
Right, but sir, what we are trying to say at this moment is that, okay, if during childhood you have had the facility, during adolescence you have had the facility, but now you never realized while coming to BSF that I will be taking promotions, but I didn't know I'll be a leader. And there will be some drawbacks. So you need to be groomed to that position.
Definitely.
That is a groomed leader where Chaudhary Saab and I might agree.
Ma'am. If you permit, I'd like to react to my colleague Zagir. What I mean to say, that is a born leader, means certain characters are there which are inbuilt in the human being. I hope you will agree to me. And certain characters are there which are supposed to be acquired through the process of learning, through the process of experience, and through different process. So
experience and opportunity in early childhood.
Ma'am,
you can say. So in that case, what I mean to say, born leader, certain characters which he possessed by birth, so that character may lead to become a leader. Although that again to be nurtured again appropriately, that again to be shaped properly, but still there are certain characters which may possess by him, and that is to be nurtured, and that is being nurtured to become a better leader or better person. So I mean to say that.
Right, sir. मैं चांद सर को
एक छोटा सा एग्जाम्पल देती हूँ. Here is a parent who've taken their child out wherever, to a restaurant, to a dhaba, anywhere. And one father says, beta kya khana hai, what will you have, right? And there is another parent who will say, beta menu card tum mangwao, tum decide karo ki kya khana hai, kya nahi khana. You're grooming right from that age. You're giving opportunity right from that age. I have seen two brothers. One is a bully. One is outgoing. He's an extrovert. And one is totally withdrawn. Says, nahi, mujhe nahi pata maine kya khana hai. Whatever you order, I will take. Now, if the first one joins BSF, his promotions will be rapid. But if the second one joins BSF, he has to come for grooming to get the next promotions. Why? Because he has to take decisions. He has to lead his battalion. Chandji, do you agree?
No, still I don't agree because.
Hanji, bataiye.
Yes, definitely. There's not one example, two examples. There are thousands of examples. If broadly we take the example of Mahatma Gandhi, I read somewhere when Mahatma Gandhi attended first meeting, he stand up to speak something, but he could not speak anything. He just said good morning and he said sit down. So similarly, Abraham Lincoln, he spent entire his childhood working in the fields of others.
Yes,
but he was an exemplary leader. So I still don't think it is. If you have given, ma'am, you have given example of two children, siblings. So there might have happened something in the life of the first one.
Absolutely.
And he became like that. There is only the I said in the first statement, these are only the circumstances in the life of a child.
Agree. But you also said you cannot groom them.
Yes.
No, I
am saying it is only grooming. It is not. I am saying that no leader is born.
I don't agree that it's only grooming which is the
yes, that I mean to say. I fully agree to Vishal. I mean to say, madam, just to differ with Zagir, the Mahatma Gandhi's case, which he has been referred, say Mahatma Gandhi could not speak. Yeah, Abraham Lincoln stands could not speak. Okay, fine, done. But that doesn't mean to say that he did not possess that character. He possesses that character, but that needs grooming.
That needs to be developed.
And because of that, he has become that great leader. That is the point. I mean to say character must be there. And after that may be groomed appropriately.
Ma'am, it could be different, but I would like to give the example of our left and right wing parties of our country. They allow the natural leaders to grow.
Okay, what is most important in a leader?
Ma'am,
whether groomed or born. Ji sir, boliye.
Yes, ma'am. Let me speak.
Please introduce yourself. Please introduce.
Yes, ma'am. I would like to add on all my colleagues what have said. They have said. Basically, basic ingredients are required, and if a person does not have the basic ingredients of a leader, he cannot be groomed. Firstly, secondly, as far as BSF is concerned, we are all recruited as officers. So our recruitment process does select us as a leaders also. So when we are getting promotions, we have a base that we have been selected as leaders, and that is how our recruitment has been done.
Exactly.
And on basis of that, we are further groomed to be better leaders. We are given more exposures. So that is the concept.
Do you know that at the time of the selection, it depends on what post you're joining at? Do you know that at the lower posts, if you are dominant in your interview and you show your leadership skills, but you are also showing that you're not a good follower, and you can revolt and you can rebel. So you might be rejected on that trait of your personality. Ye yaad rakhiyega, because I have been on the selection committee once upon a time. मैं अब बहुत बुढ़ी हो गई हूँ. But I will tell you कि अगर हायर पोस्ट में अव्वल तो सिलेक्शन नहीं होती क्योंकि आप बढ़ते जाते हो,
Yes, ma'am.
आपकी ट्रांसफर हो सकती है इधर उधर, सिलेक्शन नहीं होती है. दैट्स द फर्स्ट थिंग. दूसरी बात, at the lower post, if you show more dominance than required, you will be not given a grant of 2 numbers or 3 marks or 4 marks, because first thing that will come in your mind will be, is he a paranoid personality? Can he follow instructions? Will he betray? Will he be a rebel? These things are very cautious in our minds when we select people, whatever cadre they are in. And if it is at the beginning, it is of most importance.
Ma'am, you are 100% correct on what you have said, and I can see it happening also, and I have seen it happening also, and absolutely right, ma'am. And that tells me what the experience you have in psychology, and it has happened basically. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, talking about leadership, the first thing that comes to one's mind, if you're going to listen to somebody and see for yourself whether he is a leader or he is not a potential leader. Let me break that ice and say, okay, not a born leader, not a groomed leader, right? Not a developed leader. But let me say, does he have the potential to be a leader? And this will come into your consideration when you are in the selection committee and you are now going to grant a promotion, and you have to see the post requires what skills, what is his nature of job, what role has he to play, how many people will be following him, what is the size of his battalion, and what is the work that he is going to do. With all that in mind, let me say what is of utmost importance, that is the voice. The voice of a leader is very important. So Divya, can we have the next slide, please? Which says, what difficulties do you face? And I say, voice delivery is very important. Let me get into what difficulties do you face, that slide. And the first point in that I want to elaborate, voice delivery is very important. Now, how voice delivery is very important. Supposing I am at a position where there are, say, humbly speaking, 10 people below me, and under normal circumstances, maybe 20 to 30 people below me. And I say, please, to my junior who's helping me, and I say, collect everybody by 4 o'clock. I want to talk what happened today. And you will find that when you are as one of the leaders, right? I'm going to compare 4 leaders. And if you are one of the leaders and you say, आज हम यहाँ मिले हैं, हमको डिस्कस करना है कि वहाँ क्या हुआ उस पर्टिकुलर स्पॉट पे, और आपका कुछ और रोल बनता था या नहीं बनता था, आप बताएंगे? Anyone wants to make a comment on my talk as a leader? Anyone wants to comment?
Yes,
Have I been impressive as a leader?
I would like to say that he is not able to communicate properly, and he is not clear of what he is able to say. His thoughts are not clear and he's not able to communicate. So
2 points. Anyone else? Anyone else wants to make a third point? Anyone else? Okay, let me say. Yeah. Please go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Ma'am, as stated by my colleague, in addition to that, he himself lacks clarity what he is expecting from the people.
Exactly. So voice was not effective, voice was not loud, voice was not firm, and maybe besides stammering, there was no stammering, there could be stammering also. मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि किसी को अगर कोई दिक्कत आए तो वो मेरे पास आ सकता है. This was not there in my delivery. So stammering has a very big role over here to play. And then continuity of speech, the authority in the speech, the firmness in the speech. These are some very important points in communication skills for leaders. For leaders, this is what we try to see when we say you want to go for the next post and you have to deliver. You have to deliver orders, you have to give orders, you have to receive a report from them and see why the person was not able to follow your orders. Where was he lacking? And immediately an introspection is required. Did I deliver correctly? So that's where a leader will not think, if he is a born leader, he'll say, मैंने ऐसे बोला था, ऐसा क्यों नहीं हुआ? And I'll connect this to my leadership style, which is my next slide. But I'm just trying to build a base for you so that you can introspect कि मैं जो examples दे रही हूँ, क्या आप ऐसे तो नहीं हैं? Because what is the aim and the scope of this workshop? Why is Amity taking so much, to deliver to BSFs that they should be proper leaders? What do you gain so that when you go back, you're more efficient, you're more effective, you're more remembered, you have more followers, and there's efficiency in your battalion in delivering performance, right? So let me take the next slide. Divya ji, can you give me the next slide, please? Have you seen that there are a lot of discussions and debates today? What are the different leadership styles? Many, but I will take only 3. I will take only 3 because बताइए ना 1 घंटे में क्या-क्या आपको cover करके दूंगी. So I thought these were very important ones. And the slide to be shown is leadership styles. Divya ji.
Just a second. I think it. Just a second.
हाँ, एक jump कर गई आप. उसी पे आ जाइए. Leadership styles.
I'll reach it. Just a second.
Yeah. So जब तक वो करती हैं, let me explain to you. There are people who are very democratic. So how will they conduct their battalion and how will they see whether they have delivered effectively? And at the same time, nobody resents what is being asked of him. Nobody should resent in the battalion the leader. So how will you gain popularity? How will you gain compliance of your commands? Okay, so the democratic leader will say, call the person in the battalion by his first name. हाँ भाई सेना क्या कर रहा है? Okay, चौधरी आपको समझ में आ गया कि मैं क्या चाहता हूँ? Okay, like that. That I will say is a democratic style. And what is an autocratic style? An autocratic style is ये करना है, मुझे नहीं पता कैसे करना है, करना ही पड़ेगा. साहब जी मैं कल छुट्टी जा रहा हूँ, नहीं कोई कुछ नहीं, मुझे नहीं पता ये कल करना है, otherwise you are out. This is an autocratic person who is arrogant. तुम क्या समझते हो कि तुम मेरे से ज्यादा स्मार्ट हो? तुम क्या समझते हो कि तुम ऐसे बस छूट जाओगे? This is arrogance. तुम्हें पता नहीं है मेरी पर्सनालिटी कैसी है, तुम्हें पता नहीं है मैं किस किस तक पहुंच सकता हूँ. That is arrogance. हैं 3 leaders. Are you seeing the different styles? Anybody wants to comment? Anybody wants to comment?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. Here I would like to say that confrontations are basically mostly on the arrogant style. कि तुमको ज़्यादा पता है कि नहीं पता है, and that is very humiliating because somebody is put in 30 years of service. He says that 26 साल है, I have put in more years of service, but 26 years of experience is also counts a lot. So that is very hurtful. And democratic style does not carry on forward in BSF because people, if you're democratic, people think that he is taking suggestions from me, so I know more than him. So the autocratic style is what we should be following in a more civilized way. That is what I think. Which
You're combining, sir. You're combining democratic style and autocratic style, and
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
calling it the humanistic leadership style.
Yes, ma'am. That is what it should be humanistic.
So
Yes, ma'am.
you're combining autocracy and democracy together.
Yes, ma'am.
I will not name because I don't want to get into politics. But at this time, the country also needs democracy, no doubt. But the country needs a firm hand. हम बहुत corrupt हो चुके हुए हैं.
Ma'am,
Indisciplined, and I'm not getting into that debate. You look at our behavior on
इसमें,
the road.
Ma'am, इसमें I would like to add to this. If you consider the leadership means I have to lead from the front. If that is the concept of leadership, then in that case, democracy in that parlance, I don't see having much space. In that case, there will be no leadership. It's a voting sort of thing that I will vote for you. Yes, majority's decision will be followed. In that case, too much of democracy cannot, in my opinion, cannot be produced, cannot lead to a better leader. I mean to say,
You're very correct, sir. But you have added adjectives on your own. I said democratic leader. I didn't say too much of democracy. I also didn't say total autocracy. I said it has to be a combination of both. Yeah. And if you look at my narratives, I had my narrative have said that if I say, Sinha, you're doing very good work, but please do this one also, it has to be done. The other one, I put an arm on his shoulder and I say, this has to be done. You can do it very well. We all have to do it collectively. If these are my narratives, I'm autocratic and I'm democratic together. There's firmness in my voice, but there's a personal touch with the cadet.
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah. And if you give arrogance, there will be revolt somewhere or the other.
मैम जो आपने एग्जांपल दिया है डेमोक्रेटिक का, आपने जो एग्जांपल दिया है डेमोक्रेटिक, एरोगेंट या ऑटोक्रेटिक का,
हाँ
मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि ये तीनों का एक लीडर में इन तीनों क्वालिटीज का होना जरूरी है, क्योंकि डेमोक्रेटिक कंप्लीट डेमोक्रेटिक अप्रोच कैन नॉट बी देयर. ये हम कर सकते हैं इसको.
डेमोक्रेसी इज नॉट गोइंग टू वर्क.
हाँ, autocratic one has to be in some aspects, क्योंकि डिसीजन लेना है और टास्क होना ही है. एरोगेंस इज a big word, तो एरोगेंस तो नहीं, लेकिन इसमें यह है कि हमें फोर्सफुली ये कन्विंस करना है अपने, और बाय लॉजिक और बाय वे ऑफ माय अथॉरिटी ये बोलना है कि हाँ, व्हाट इज एसेंशियल.
डोमिनेंटली कन्विंस करना है, डोमिनेंटली एनफोर्स करना है, बिना एरोगेंस के. व्हाट एरोगेंस डज, इट हर्ट्स द सेल्फ प्राइड एंड द ईगो ऑफ द लिसनर, द फॉलोअर, द कैडेट. So we have to avoid verbal narratives which I have given you from autocracy. तू जानता है मैं किस किस को जानती हूँ, मैं तेरी रिपोर्ट कर दूंगी. So this is wrong. But yes, definitely when you combine, autocracy and democracy, leadership is most effective.
Ma'am, leaving this theoretical part, if I leave it, for a time being, if I leave it aside, I'd like to add one thing.
Yeah.
Here, the leadership in the force, that is uniform service, it is slightly, I feel it is different from the leadership.
Absolutely correct.
In that case, I would like to quote one example. In case of political parlance, although I don't know whether it is fit to comment or otherwise, but still, this is just a passing reference. In the political parlance, people say, "मैं पीछे हूँ, चलो आप लोग." But in case of uniform personnel, आप लोग मेरे पीछे आ जाओ. Yes, I am there with you. You just follow me. So there is difference. Okay. It is basically leader by example. So in that case, I need to be more autocratic than democratic. What my colleague probably tries to
accept it. I accept it. Now, I brought these topics up only for you to identify yourselves where you are. You should be able to remember me each time you pass your leadership role. You should think, am I being democratic and autocratic, but not arrogant? And I think you will do a great, not only a BSF service, but a human service to the country, to the nation, no doubt. To your own job, yes. But the battalion working under me will always remember you, will always bless you. And what is the greatest advantage? What is the perk that you will get when you go back home or in the camp to sleep at night? Good sleep. People lack good sleep. Let me tell you that. In the world of today, the digital has taken over so much. Material values have taken over so much. Russia versus Ukraine, Kashmir, okay, China versus India, line of control, line of possible control. All these things that are happening are making us inhuman. On the one hand, we talk about environment, and on the other hand, we're talking about missiles and nuclear weapons and whatever have you. But if you have delivered your leadership with a democratic and an autocratic style, it will give you many perks in life which are non-materialistic and more important, and that is your sleep. That is very important. Now, my aim was, I repeat, that you identify yourself each time you take a decision. And in this process of your job profile, I need to understand what has it done to your self-concept. Therefore, a tiny little exercise I will do with you. Each one of you take a fresh piece of paper and a pencil or a pen, whatever you want to do. And I will ask you to write something, but I'll give you 3 seconds to get a paper and a pencil. Are you done? So my slide shows identify your personality, a developmental history. In that, I want you to write as your heading on this piece of paper, who am I? What am I? मैं कौन हूँ? मैं क्या हूँ? You can write in Hindi, Bengali, Maharashtrian, English, Punjabi, जो कुछ आपको अच्छा लगता है. This paper I am not going to ask you to show to anyone. This is your paper and your time starts now and you have 5 minutes. मैं कौन हूँ? मैं क्या हूँ? Who am I? What am I? This is nobody's diary. This is your own diary. And what you write in it, no one else is going to know about it. You don't have to show it to anyone. After a long, long time of a busy running life, you are with your own self. Who am I? What am I? This is your paper. Doesn't go into the hands of anyone. If you think and write, you're censoring your thoughts. If you write continuously and continuously, uninhibitedly, बिना सोचे कौन देख रहा है, कौन क्या कहेगा, ये आपका कागज है, मेरा नहीं. कोई नहीं पूछेगा क्या लिखा है. आज अपने को मिलो, सोचो मैं कौन हूँ, मैं क्या हूँ. Continue to write. सोच के लिखा तो क्या लिखा. सेंसर नहीं करो. जो वो पटांग सही गलत प्यारा दुखियारा जो भी है लिखते जाओ. Who am I? What am I? You are with your own self. Each one of you. टाइम ही नहीं मिलता अपने बारे में सोचने का. आज मिला है. बैठो, लिखो, सब कुछ लिख डालो. मैं कौन हूं, मैं क्या हूं. ये आपका कागज है, पब्लिक का नहीं. मैं कौन हूं, मैं क्या हूं. सोचने की कोई बात ही नहीं है. लिखते चले जाओ, सोचो नहीं. So all those who are writing can write the last line and finish it off. Done? Done? Finished? Now you can stop writing. Okay, take another piece of paper, totally fresh. Don't look at the first one. Yes or no? Have you taken it? Someone answer?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We have taken.
Okay, all right, all right. Give the title, What I Am Not. Give the title, What I Am Not. And your time starts now. What I am not. You can start writing. Those who think and write are not writing spontaneously. Don't censor your thoughts. What I am not. मैं क्या क्या नहीं हूं. Continue to write what I am not. सब कुछ जिंदगी का 10 साल तक क्या नहीं थे, 15 साल तक क्या नहीं थे, कॉलेज में आए क्या नहीं थे, बीएसएफ में एंट्री ली क्या नहीं थे, नए नए कमांडेंट बने क्या नहीं थे, आज कमांडेंट हैं क्या नहीं थे, क्या नहीं हैं. कोई कागज नहीं देखेगा. आज आप अपने पास हैं, अपने ही पास. टाइम ही नहीं मिलता था. लिखते जाओ, मैं क्या नहीं हूं. What I am not. सोच सोच के लिखेंगे तो आप अपने थॉट्स को सेंसर कर रहे हैं. मत करिए सेंसर. स्पॉन्टेनियसली मैं क्या क्या नहीं हूं. किसी के पास ये कागज नहीं जाएगा. मैं क्या नहीं हूं. मन में तरह तरह के विचार आ रहे हैं, लिखते चले जाओ, मैं क्या नहीं हूं। जो जो अभी तक लिख रहे हैं, let this be your last sentence. Let's finish. Done? Yes or no? Done? Finish it. Keep it away. बोलिए done.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
दो ही तो आवाजें आ रही हैं, 6-7 तो दे दो मुझे.
Yes, ma'am. Done.
Yes, ma'am. Good. Now take the last paper, a fresh one. Okay? Lelia? Yes or no? Bolo?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Lelia.
Okay.
Yes.
So give the title, What
Yes,
I
ma'am.
Want to Be. Give the title, What I Want to Be. And your time starts now. You can start writing. मैं क्या बनना चाहता हूं? मैं क्या बनना चाहता हूं? कुछ भी. कोई हंसेगा नहीं, कोई पॉइंट आउट नहीं करेगा, कोई फिंगरिंग नहीं करेगा. What I want to be, because these 3 papers are yours. You don't have to read them out. You are touching your own self. What I want to be. मैं ये बनना चाहता हूं, मैं वो बनना चाहता हूं, मैं पहले ये बनना चाहता था, अब मैं ये बनना चाहता हूं. Spell it out, write it out, pour your heart. मैं क्या बनना चाहता हूं? What I want to be. हिंदी में, पंजाबी में, इंग्लिश में, मराठी में, बंगला में. What I want to be. Continuously लिखो, सोच सोच के न लिखो. What I want to be. What I want to be. सोच क्यों रहे हो? छोड़ क्यों दिया है लिखना? लिखो. अपने थॉट्स को स्पॉन्टेनिटी दो. स्पॉन्टेनियसली लिखो, जो कुछ भी आ रहा है दिमाग में, मन में, दिल में. What I want to be. So those of you who are still writing, let this be your last line. Let's finish it. Done? हाँ कि ना? Done or not? Bolo.
Done, ma'am.
Everyone. No one should now be writing. Time up. Okay. Very great. Now, if you can see me, take your hands. Take your hands and rub your forehead, rub your eyes, rub your cheeks, rub your nose, rub your lips, rub your ears, come back to your chin, join your hands. Okay. Anyone now, everybody has to participate. Don't be shy. I'm not going to ask you what you've written. I am asking you, kaisa laga? Please.
Ma'am,
bolte jaओ.
yes, ma'am, the truth has come out actually.
Truth is?
Truth has come out actually.
Yeah, okay. Anyone else?
Very difficult to recollect what I was in the at the time of 10, at the age of 10 years.
Very true. And it is not just difficult कि क्या थे और कहाँ पहुंचे. It is difficult क्योंकि हमें समय ही नहीं मिलता अपने को छूने का. Very true, sir. Very true. Very forthright. Anyone else? Anyone else?
It is an emotional exercise, ma'am.
Really?
It is very emotional,
Very
especially
good.
first part.
क्या लगा?
कुछ जो छूट गया, कुछ चीजें छूट गई, कुछ चीजें थी उसको जानबूझ के छोड़ दिया जो रख सकता था अभी तक. ये इमोशनल कर रहा है मुझे.
हम सब इंसान हैं, कुछ छूटता है, कुछ पकड़ते हैं
और कुछ छोड़ दिया गलती से.
आगे छोड़ते हैं. हम आगे चलेंगे कि हम ऐसा क्यों करते हैं. तब जाके आपके अंदर एक क्लेंजिंग होगी मन में, and your personality will develop better as a leader. कि मैं कैसे कमांड करता हूँ, मैंने किसको छुट्टी नहीं दी, मैंने बचपन में क्या गलत किया, अच्छा भी किया. Who am I? What am I? मैं अच्छा भी किया, मैंने बुरा भी किया. What I am not. मैं चोर नहीं हूँ, मैं आर्टिस्ट नहीं हूँ, मेरे को मैथ्स नहीं आता, मेरे को साइंस नहीं आती. Whatever. Do you see that? Whatever. And मैं क्या बनना चाहता हूँ is your idealized self. हो कि नहीं is not the issue. उस लाइन में गए कि नहीं गए is not the issue. मैं क्या हूँ, मैं क्या नहीं हूँ, मैं क्या बनना चाहता हूँ. क्या मैं वहां पहुंचा? मैं ये बनना चाहता हूँ, मैं वो बनना चाहता हूँ, मैं ऐसे बनना चाहता हूँ, मैं ये बनना चाहता हूँ. Idealized self. हो तो नहीं ना? Right? So this exercise helps you to touch your inner self and realize कि अभी भी टाइम है. मैं कम से कम अपनी जॉब को, अपनी पर्सनालिटी को साथ में मैच करके आगे कैसे जा सकता हूँ. Anyone else wants to say something?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. मैंने ये एक्सरसाइज मैंने एक आध बार पहले खुद भी एट माय ओन मैंने की है.
Really?
और
how nice.
I did it.
ये ना साइकोलॉजी में दो साइकोलॉजिस्ट थे, मैगवायर एंड मैगवायर. ये उनका प्रोब है, इसको प्रोब कहते हैं. जी बताइए.
I was left in a state of confusion. मेरे को एक पल ये लगा कि मैंने जिंदगी में कुछ भी अचीव नहीं किया, और कुछ क्षणों में मेरे को ये भी लगा कि मैंने बहुत कुछ पा भी लिया है. तो दिस इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट टास्क, क्योंकि मैंने एक शाहरुख खान की फिल्म देखी थी, उसमें उसने बोला कि जिंदगी में बहुत सारे काम ऐसे हुए हैं जो अधूरे रह जाते हैं, आदमी नहीं कर पाता. तो इस टाइप की एक्सरसाइज करने से यहाँ से ये भी लगा कि मैंने कुछ चीजें मैंने अचीव की हैं, लेकिन बहुत सारे काम ऐसे हैं जो मैं नहीं कर पाया, छूट गई मेरे से, वो छूट गई. मैं आई वांटेड टू बिकम ए गुड फादर, गुड हस्बैंड, गुड सन, गुड ब्रदर एंड व्हाट नॉट, लेकिन बहुत सारी चीजें मैंने मिस कर दी लाइफ में.
What a beautiful confession. What a beautiful. Give me your name. Give me your name.
Yes, I am Jagir Chand, ma'am. Jagir Chand.
अच्छा, जगीर चंद. जगीर चंद जी, आपने मेरे भी दिल की बात कह दी. If I live through the coming 3 months, I'm going to be 80. Do you see that? And मैं कई बार ब्रूटा साहब से कहती हूँ, he is also a psychologist, मैं कहती हूँ यार कुछ नहीं अचीव किया, अभी तो बहुत कुछ करना था.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see that? ये होता है, but the issue is कुछ तो किया ही है ना. ये भी तो देखो,
ये भी देखो।
ये तो है मैम,
ये भी तो देखो कि कुछ तो किया ही है हमने. And no one is the best father or the best mother or the best grandmother or the best grandfather. No.
मैं इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे कन्विक्शन करना चाहता हूँ अभी.
हाँ जी, बोलो.
In front of you and in front of my batchmates.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
As a child,
yeah,
I used to work as labor.
हाँ जी.
I worked in the fields of the rich landlords.
हाँ जी.
Up to the age of 18 years.
जी.
और वो जो चीजें हैं वो मेरे लाइफ में उन्होंने बहुत गहरा असर छोड़ा हुआ है. मेरी बातों में वो दिखता है, मेरे बैचमेट्स को दिखता है कि कभी कभी मेरे को बोलते हैं यार यू आर रेवोल्यूशनरी, यू आर दिस और यू आर दैट. तो मैं उनकी कभी मैं सेंटिमेंट्स को अफेंड भी करता हूँ, लेकिन मैं ये चीज कभी किसी को बताई नहीं. आई एम टेलिंग बिकॉज अभी मेरी 3-4 साल नौकरी और बची है अभी. नो आई एम ऑन माई कंक्लूडिंग पार्ट. तो मेरे को लगता है कि अभी मैं अपने जो मेरे क्लोज हैं या मेरे जानने वाले हैं, आई शुड टेल देम दैट व्हाट आई वाज एंड व्हाट आई अचीव्ड एंड व्हाट आई कुड नॉट डू. तो आपने ये मौका दिया, मैं इसलिए ये शेयर कर रहा हूँ.
ब्यूटीफुल जागीर जी.
तो
बट ये मत सोचना, ये मत सोचना.
जब मैं पास्ट से कंपेयर करता हूँ, when I compare with my that day when I earned 10 rupees working in the form of a labor as a student when I was in class 9 or 10, and today when I am comparing myself with that day, so I am an achiever, but still the work that I could not accomplish despite of so many odds and obstacles and hindrances. मेरे को लगता है कि मैं बहुत सारे काम अभी बाकी मैंने करने हैं.
What I want to be, है ना?
Yes,
सवाल ये नहीं है जागीर बेटा, अभी ये है कि हमेशा कुछ ना कुछ छूटता है. ईश्वर जी छुटवाते हैं ताकि अगली बार आके वो मिशन आगे चले.
yes.
And so never feel bad about it. Let's think of this.
It is part of life.
Yeah,
Agreed.
yeah,
Agreed.
bilkul.
Ma'am, may I?
Sure, please.
Ma'am, I am Mohammed Israel.
हाँ बेटा.
I am commanding 91 Battalion BSF in Kashmir, ma'am.
जी.
Ma'am, basically these are the, the most important questions we should ask ourselves daily.
पर हम नहीं पूछते ना.
But most of us practically we think the questions that who he is, we think about others, who he is, what he is not, what he wants to be. Rather than thinking about these questions to ourselves, we generally ask these questions from others.
To others, yes.
To others. And to me, if rather than thinking about others, if we start thinking about ourselves, we start asking these questions to ourselves, we will know everybody. If we are able to know ourselves, then we will find that we knew about everybody.
Right.
So
very realistic. My hats off to you. लेकिन आपको और जागीर जी को एक ये जरूर मन में रखना चाहिए कि जब हम अपने मन को, अपनी लाइफ को डेवलपमेंटल हिस्सों में बांध के 10 साल की उम्र में, 15 साल की उम्र में, 30 साल की उम्र में हम क्या क्या थे, राइट, और अब हम कहाँ हैं, तो आप देखिए कि कितना एक पॉजिटिव आउटलुक भी तो मिलता है. कितने काम छूट जाएंगे, वो तो छूट ही जाएंगे. करोड़ काम हम कर सकते हैं पर नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि हम एक हैं. दुनिया में एक जागीर है, दुनिया में आप एक हो मोहम्मद जी, शायद दुनिया में अरुणा भूटा भी एक ही हो, शायद, राइट. सो उससे हम ये देखें कि हम कहाँ थे, हम कहाँ पहुंचे, ये ऑडिट करना. आप अपने आप को इम्प्रूवमेंट में ला सकते हैं, आप अपने आप को खुशी में ला सकते हैं अगर उदासी से बाहर निकलना हो. लेकिन अब मैं आगे चलना चाहती हूँ क्योंकि मुझे टाइम बहुत कम दिया गया, तो मैं ये नेक्स्ट स्लाइड कहूंगी दिव्या जी, रिव्यू ऑफ द सेल्फ कॉन्सेप्ट में ले जा रही हूँ सबको. अगर हमें ये स्लाइड मिल जाए जिसका टाइटल है रिव्यू सेल्फ कॉन्सेप्ट। तो मैं देखूंगी कि हर बीएसएफ कमांडेंट को रिव्यू करना चाहिए, डू आई लिव इन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स? This is very important to understand. Do I live in conflicts? So Divya ji, please, can I have the next slide, please? Are you
Divya?
able to hear me? Yeah.
Sure,
Divya
sure.
ji,
Just a minute.
yeah, the title is Review Self-Concept. And I will continue to speak. So we reflect, are we always living in a conflict? Then we need to have conflict management. That is very important because you cannot be an effective leader अगर अपने ही अंदर conflict चल रहे हैं. This is very important. So the slide is review self-concept. आ जाइए उस पे, ठीक है? और then I will say नीड फॉर अप्रूवल जो हमारे अंदर होती है ना, सब मुझे अच्छा कहें, सब मुझे कहें कि ये बहुत एफिशिएंट है, सब मुझे कहें ये डिलीवरी बहुत अच्छी करता है, सब मुझे कहें वाह वाह जय जयकार हो इस कैडेट की और इस कमांडेंट की। ये हमारे अंदर एक बहुत बेसिक नीड होती है, नीड फॉर अप्रूवल प्लस नीड फॉर जय जयकार, कि सब हमारी जय जयकार करें। बट इंस्टेड ऑफ चेंजिंग अदर्स, इतना कुछ आज आपने रिफ्लेक्ट किया, आउटकम क्या हुआ? वी नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड आवर ओन सेल्फ एंड वी नीड टू चेंज आवर ओन बिहेवियर्स। सबसे बड़ा बिहेवियर चेंज करने वाला कौन सा होता है? इमोशंस। और मैं ये दो इमोशंस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट समझती हूँ बीएसएफ वालों के लिए, फोर्सेस के लिए। वन, एंगर मैनेजमेंट एंड द टू, फियर मैनेजमेंट। डर भी लगता है, कईयों को हाइट से डर लगता है, कईयों को टॉल आदमी जो बहुत अच्छा बोलता हो लेकिन हमसे जूनियर हो उससे डर लगता है, या हमसे सीनियर हो उससे डर लगता है। बसों में चक्कर आते हैं, अगर हम ट्रैवल करते हैं तो हमें चक्करों से डर लगता है, नीचे देखने से डर लगता है, हाइट पे जाने से डर लगता है, रस्सी से आने से डर लगता है, अपने से डर लगता है। ये डर लगता है मैं बीमार ना हो जाऊं। किसी ने हमें कहा था, मैं कोट नहीं बताऊंगी, समवेयर इन द फोर्सेस, कि हमारे यहाँ आके स्ट्रेस मैनेजमेंट करो। तो गवर्नर इंचार्ज जो थे वो कहने लगे क्यों आए हो, हमें तो कभी कोई स्ट्रेस नहीं हुआ। मैंने कहा वाह यार, मैंने तो ऐसा आदमी कभी नहीं देखा जिसको कभी जिंदगी में कोई स्ट्रेस ही ना हुआ हो। नाउ ही वाज गवर्नर इंचार्ज, हॉल में सारे उनके जूनियर्स बैठे हुए थे। तो मैंने कहा ठीक है, हम गलत जगह आ गए वर्कशॉप करने के लिए, लेकिन जब आ ही गए हैं, आपको कोई स्ट्रेस नहीं है, मेरा स्ट्रेस सुन लो, तो शायद आपको लगे कि भाई आप मेरी मदद कर सकते हो। अब जब आ ही गए हैं, हम, मेरे कुलीग थे साथ में और मैं, हम दो जने थे टू डू स्ट्रेस मैनेजमेंट। तो मैंने कहा कि मैं 13 साल की थी जब मेरे पिताजी गुजर गए, मैं 28 साल की थी जब मेरी मदर गुजर गई। तो वो गवर्नर इंचार्ज जो थे, उनकी आंखों में आंसू, और वो उठ के चले गए। ईगो, गवर्नर की आंख में आंसू किसी को नजर नहीं आना चाहिए। लेकिन जैसे ही वो हॉल से बाहर निकले, सारे कैडेट्स जो थे हाथ रेस करें, हमें स्ट्रेस है, हमें स्ट्रेस है, हमें स्ट्रेस है, इवन टू द एक्सटेंट ऑफ लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल्स। स्ट्रेस तो सबको होता है, और उस स्ट्रेस में हमारी दो इमोशंस निकल के आती हैं, फियर एंड सॉरो, और उसके अलावा एंगर। हम दूसरों को ब्लेम करते, उसने मेरे साथ ये किया, उसने मेरे साथ ये किया, उसने मेरे साथ ये किया। एक कर्नल ने कहा, मैम मैं डिसीजन नहीं ले सकता, मैं कहीं चूक जाता हूं, आई एम विड्रॉन, आई थिंक at least 100 times, not 20, 30 times. Should I or should I not give this decision? Why? Because in the back of my mind, multi-channel mind hai aapka. In the back of my mind is, back home, my grandfather is an alcoholic and he can murder my wife because he hates her. Back home, my father is an alcoholic and I'm scared that he might rape under the influence of alcohol my daughter. ये वरीज रहती हैं मेरे दिमाग में. तो कोई कैडेट मुझे को तंग करता है तो मैं भून देता हूं उसको, मुझे इतना गुस्सा आता है. Have we audited our emotions? This is the personality. So अगर हर वक्त आप fear में, anger में रहेंगे, आपका conflict भी आएगा और आपका decision making influence हो जाएगा. Anybody wanting to say something to me? Anybody?
मैम ये जो conflict management basically इसमें मेरा एक point है.
हाँ जी.
It is of course somehow related to my personal issue, but still I would like to discuss because I am still fighting with that conflict.
जी sir. जी.
Ma'am, I have been post-graduated from GB Pont University of Agriculture and Technology.
जी.
So I was the best postgraduate of that university, meaning thereby I got the gold medal of my batch. As far as
Congratulations, ji.
Thank you, ma'am. After then, once I completed my graduation, post-graduation, my thesis was again recommended for Jawaharlal Nehru Young Scientist Award. So I stood second over there, although I could not got the award. After then, my guide, my advisor of my thesis, Dr. Sangram Yadav, who retired as VC of that university, and sir is no more. I pray that Almighty give him a proper space in heaven. One of the wonderful person, wonderful scientist. And he asked me to join in the teaching line. Rather, he suggested me to continue there in the university as teacher. Somehow, to my disliking or to my own decision, I cannot say what was that. But I did not join over there and I left that job. I did not join over there and I prefer to go for competition, especially for UPSC, to be more honest and to be more frank. And I have appeared and I qualified also in writing. Finally, I could not make it. Now, my batchmate, who was far below me as far as academics are concerned, they are in different universities. Now they are, all of them are in professor and something like that, of that rank. Now I am having always this thing, conflict in my mind. What kind of decision I did take at that time? Why I did not prefer to go over there? And my decision, that is many a time that affects me. Many a time I see myself, probably I did not take the correct decision. And this is the conflict that I generally used to suffer from myself. Although I did not clear UPSC, that conflict I do not suffer much. Okay, fine, done. That's my decision. I did not go, I joined here, it is fine. But I did not join their university. And that is definitely at the back of mind, it is dear with me. So I do not know how to come out.
You look at that, what I want to be.
Yeah.
Is your idealized self. Ideally, I would like to be a professor. Ideally, I would have got the award, the talent award, but I was rated second. There is anger. There is anger, unresolved anger, resentment. This is what I'm talking about right now. Resolving emotions within our own selves. And one thing prematurely I will suggest, BSF should have at every camp, at every posting, 3 psychologists where you can go and you can talk and you can vent your feelings and then you can resolve your conflicts. Why did I take this session? conflict management, emotion management. Why did I take? Who am I? What am I? You say, I am a commandant. What I want to be, I wanted to be a professor. Out of anger, I did not go there. Why did I not get the talent award? Right? And here are my friends who were less intelligent than me, less achieving, and they are professors there. Idealized self. I wanted to be a professor. I am at BSF. I wanted to be in IAS. I am in BSF. Somewhere at the back of your mind, it keeps harping you, it keeps nodding you, prodding you all the time. And there has to be this conflict management. Why? Not just to be a more efficient cadet or a commandant, but to be more peaceful. To be more peaceful. That is what is important. A peaceful human being is a human being who will willingly give himself unconditionally to people in need. But a person who is within himself, torturing himself, yet happy where he is, because he has the personality to excel in whatever he does. That's you. You excel in whatever you do, but at the back of your mind, I wanted to be a prof. Okay, doesn't matter. Let me say, we need to resolve this. So write a diary. That's my last slide, but I'm putting it here. You must write a diary and write your thoughts. So what is our aim? Develop a balance in your emotions. That's very important. Balancing emotional self. What are the takeaways today for self-understanding? Divyaji, can we have the next slide? Sir, I'm grateful to you for sharing this. I'm honored that you expressed your inner self to me and you had the confidence in me that I would be able to absorb you and understand you and yet respect you for whatever you are. That's what is psychology all about, counseling, right? So can we have the next slide, please? A takeaway from self-understanding. Now the question is, how can I improve my personality? That's what is most important, today's address. How can we cope with threatening members of our commandants, our cadets, our battalion? How can we do that? That we don't get threatened by such people? And will our decision making be better after this workshop? What are some of the takeaways? I think self-audit must be done after every 3 months. And what is self-audit? Ye jo aaj aapne practice kiya. Who am I? What I want to be? You can write your experiences. Ki ye mere experiences hue. Mera boss अच्छा नहीं था. या मेरी बात मानी नहीं गई. या मेरे घर पे ये problem थी and nobody understood me. You have to combine your executive self and your domestic self. That will improve your decision making, your confidence building, and your wavering mind, sir, in your case, wavering mind. How should we improve? Are there any methods? Of course, I said, write a diary. But I also say, you do a lot of exercise, no doubt. But I also say, pranayam twice a day. And I am not embarrassed in quoting Baba Ramdev ji's method of doing pranayams is absolutely beautiful. And lot of universities abroad, psychology departments are using pranayam for releasing tension, anxiety, inferiority, negativity. These are very important emotions that cover our spinal cord and our lower nervous system on either side of our spinal cord and our central nervous system, from where logical reasoning comes up, abstract reasoning comes up, problem solving comes up from the higher nervous system, and the emotions come up from either side of the spinal cord, that is called the autonomic nervous system. So we need to balance out our thought processes by doing pranayam, which is very important, and we should walk, which is already there with your job. If not, introduce it. Research studies have shown if you walk 3 kilometers minimum in the morning and 3 kilometers in the evening and 25 minutes after dinner, your thoughts relax. And the scientific reason behind it is your body starts to develop a biochemical called endorphins. And these endorphins are the happy hormones in your language and my language. And if you have these happy hormones, you will have the positivity, optimism to balance your emotions and deliver your job better than what you are delivering now. That is what I have to say. And you will grow into a very balanced personality if you follow this. I will say I am at the fag end of my talk and I need to end myself here. I want to say pranam to all of you and for thanking you for your patience listening to me, what I talk, how I talk. A lot of people don't like it, they get hurt, right? ये क्या बोलती है? ये कोई BSF के टेक्निकल पॉइंट्स तो इसने बोले नहीं. मैं वो बोलती हूँ जो आपके दिल में छिपा हुआ है. मैं वो बोलती हूँ जो दरवाजा बंद करके बाथरूम का आप अकेले में शीशे के सामने बात करने से डरते हैं. मैं वो बोलती हूँ. अगर आप रोज अपने आप को टच करोगे, डायरी लिखोगे, इल फीलिंग्स ऊज आउट कर दोगे पेपर पेंसिल में, फाड़ देना थोड़ी देर के बाद इफ यू आर स्कैर्ड कि कोई पढ़ ना ले, then I will say that you will develop yourself as an evolved personality. God bless you all. If I have not been able to live up to your expectations, मैं आपसे क्षमा मांगती हूँ, आपको प्रणाम करती हूँ. Thank you. And thank you, Amity School. I'm also thanking Vani ma'am. I'm really thanking Tanvi ma'am, who I keep bothering all the time. And thank you, Divya ji, for being with me and showing your patience. Grateful to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Having you around, I'm sure our cohort must have gathered or gained a lot of the way they shared themselves, bare open, shows that how comfortable they were with you. Sure, and that to create that kind of an environment where people can be comfortable takes a lot of efforts. I can understand that, and that's your forte. You make people comfortable. You make them speak what they want to speak, and that's the reason why we really want you to be part of such sessions. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody who would, we would just take a small 10 minutes break before we continue with the next session. I know it has been a journey. I'm sure this break is going to be more reflective. And I think if it is reflective, Dr. Bruta's effect would linger on for some time, I'm sure. So I think before we start anything new, there needs to be a break. But anybody who wishes to talk to her, maybe ask a question. We have 2-3 minutes of hers. She'll be around. And the break continues. So anybody who doesn't want to ask can go for a break. We'll resume back by 11:15. I have Dr. Sujata who would be starting the next session. Anybody who wishes to talk to her, I am saying make good use of this time, sorry. So anybody who would like to ask, she's around with us for next couple of minutes. Ma'am, मुझे लगता है सब ना रिफ्लेक्शन जोन में चले गए, वो आपस में ही बातें
बहुत
कर रहे हैं।
अच्छी बात है, कोई बात नहीं है. Give them off because it's a very heavy session, especially when you discuss personal feelings. They all want to be quiet after some time.
Yeah.
ऐसा होता है. It's very natural.
Yeah.
So I'll beg leave and pranam hai aapko.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
God bless you. God bless.
Thank you. So cohort, we resume at 11:15 with Dr. Sujata. Thank you. Dr. Sujata, are you there?
Yeah, Vani, I'm here.
Okay.
Good to go. Yeah.
Good to go. We have 1 minute. Sorry, we had to keep you waiting. Actually, Dr. Bruta was in her form day. That's spend some more time. So we start at 11:15. Yeah, it's already 11:15. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. If you're back, just ping on the chat that you're there or come on camera. Good morning, Mohammed Israel ji. कैसे हैं आप? आज थोड़ा लग रहा है.
All good, ma'am.
Good. आज थोड़ा सर्दी कम लग रही है ना? आज आपकी टोपी नहीं लगी हुई है, इसलिए मैंने बोला. I'm just assuming.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
I'm just assuming. Yeah. कितना टेम्परेचर है वहाँ अभी फिलहाल?
Ma'am, 6-7.
हाँ, कल आप कम बोल रहे थे. Right. Okay. So we had a great session by Dr. Aruna Bruta, and in her own style, she helped you to get into a reflective phase. To take it or build it forward, we have Dr. Sujata, who would be talking about how do we understand ourselves. Abhi to Dr. Aruna talked about how do we communicate or talk to ourselves. Let's take it to a step further, and how do we understand ourselves? The idea is when we talk to ourselves and without understanding, it is something that we are not able to resolve. And that's where she left. She said that it ends up, there might be people who end up conflicting themselves. In this session, the next session that Dr. Sujata is going to take up, she is going to talk about what it is and how do you take each variable and understand them, how they're good for you, how that you can improve on them. The idea would be, of course, we would be doing this session through psychometrics. For that reason, I am sure you should have a couple of white sheets with you. And if you have taken the printout of the handbook for this session, it would be great. If not, don't worry, we would be displaying, but additional white sheets would be better for you to jot down notes. Before I hand over the reins of the workshop to Dr. Sujata, let me introduce her formally. So Dr. Sujata is a coach and an organization behavior expert. She has, I don't know how many hours of coaching experience in her total of more than 1.5 decades of work experience. She has been certified and trained as Global Entrepreneurship Educator and Facilitator by Vadhvani Global University, where she is contributing as of now. She is certified as an MHRD Innovation Cell to promote innovation and entrepreneurship amongst HEIs. She is also certified in developing psychometric assessments and tools and emotional intelligence. She is trained by IIM Ahmedabad in pedagogy and research. From entrepreneurship to behavior to emotional intelligence. That's her breadth of knowledge. Over to you, Dr. Sujata, to share and take them through the process of understanding self with use of many psychometric tests. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Vani. Namaskar to everyone. It's always a pleasure to meet people from BSF. Thank you for sparing your time. And I'm sure that we are all here in the pursuit of journey to, know each other better and reflect us, ourselves better. I was just hearing Dr. Aruna's session. I was here, I logged in a little early. And I really liked that, touch that she was able to bring in. Couple of reasons, because probably she is very senior to me. Probably her experience and her exposure is what she spoke. Slides doesn't matter, and I can see that. And when she was calling some of you beta, I was feeling, see how warm that she was. It is only possible by age. That is a liberty that she can actually take. Well, Vani introduced me with all that she wanted to tell, but I would like to just tell you one thing. I never leave an opportunity to work with Dr. Nitin Batra and his team for a couple of reasons. One, I always learn, and I have grown as an individual by working through the way they coach all of you and coach us as well. And the second thing is, I get great excitement to work with BSF specially. And I tell them, I will be there for the sessions, what may come so. Because you share your experiences, and I think there's so much to learn from each one of you. So with that note, I welcome you for today's workshop, which is on understanding self. Already there is a prelude or a cursor that, the screen has been risen with self-concept that, Aruna Madam was actually talking to you. And I realize also the very fact that when Madam was discussing things to you, she said that it's very important to go and have a closer look into the behavior, pick and choose what are those behaviors that probably we should, understand better about ourselves and then take it forward. Probably this session is going to help us do that, as Vani rightfully said. Here we go. It's an understanding self, and it says an interactive workshop. Now, how do we make it interactive? Is if you're here offline in the campus, we would have been excited enough to actually talk to you, touch, feel, and that's a very different aura altogether. We welcome you to our campus anytime. When you find time, please do visit. However, to make it interactive, one is that we would like to hear your voice. So jump in and unmute yourself. Feel free to ask questions, probably share your experiences, your perspectives. The second thing is we are going to use the chat box at its best. The entire team at AITD, they work 24/7. That's what I've understood. So they will definitely curate all the things that you write in the chat box and probably keep pinging us. So we will also align our discussions over those chat suggestions. At an individual level, we shall explore oneself and social self in this session. It will help us to lead oneself by exploring our strengths. I'm sure all of us are aware of our blind spots, and most of the time we are aware of our blind spots. We always feel that kuch to reh gaye, right? But we don't take time to actually tap, at our back self and say that, oh, hey, I'm very good at certain things. So here we are going to explore both strengths and blind spots together. And research, in fact, highlights that self-concept that you have built about yourself influences how we think, feel, and act in everyday organizational life. So knowing oneself will help us to improve not only our personal effectiveness, but it's also going to help us work with our teams, become great leader influencers among our, Javans. So it will enable us to make better choices as leaders that we make, and probably your decisions after this session would definitely have an influence of the session, because you're going to learn more and explore more about your own self. So here we go on day 3. The entire workshop is focused on one of the core dimensions. 7 leadership dimensions is what you're exploring through the BSF workshops. Today, this understanding self is focused towards bringing in be the best of you. So what am I going to do with you for the next 180 minutes? Because in the first half also we will meet, and in the next, after lunch also we would be together. So let me just quickly take you through the roadmap that we have built for you in the next 180 minutes. All of us like to speak, and we all have this inherent drive to understand ourselves and express ourselves to others. So this session is all about, exploring ourselves, our hidden potentials, which is the source of the energy and motivations that drive us through and throughout the work and life. So we are going to try and integrate our thoughts and emotions and actions together and understand how our thoughts, actions, and emotions are working together in whatever we do in our life. So we will be exploring self-perspectives of knowing me and knowing us. Because what we are is not only about us, right? What we are is mostly about how we are getting an opportunity in our life, the social environment parameters. What we are is also pretty well defined by us and others, the interactions that we have with others. So that's the intention of this workshop. And we would start with exploring what I wanted to be. In fact, Dr. Aruna ma'am left you with this, what I wanted to be, and lots of thoughts she has already induced in you. So this workshop also focuses entirely in exploring about you, and therefore we would start our conversation with what I wanted to be, and then we will try to explore what is I. Many times the concept of real me and the role me is very different. Probably situations make us behave in one or the other way. So we will explore what is real me and role me. And the next part of the workshop, we will jump in to understand who am I. Here we will introduce you to psychometric assessments. And there are no right and wrong answers when you take your psychometric assessments. And we always believe in, the holding your right to reserve and not to share your scores, because these are purely about you. So you need not share any of the results or scores here. But the aim is to develop a true profile. And therefore, I request you to definitely make the handbooks available and participate through and throughout in filling these psychometric assessments. We have picked up 4 of the elements which will help us to actually quickly have a sneak peek in understanding our personality itself. So to start with, we will explore what kind of values guide us and what is most important for me. So we will understand values in the beginning, and then we will move towards understanding locus of control. Here, LOC, the locus of control, reflects the extent to which we all feel that whatever happens in life is under my control. And how do we look at this locus of control is what we will explore. Then moving forward, we will also try to understand personal efficacy. What is that in me that helps me to achieve every goal that comes to me, any targets, any kind of an assignment, any project that comes to me. What is in me, therefore I'm able to achieve it, and what is not there in me, probably I will have to rework in my action plan. Then at the last phase of the workshop, we will definitely try and explore quality of life. This is an index that we will try to build because, quality of life index, how you set yourself up to thrive, no matter what life throws at you, is what it's going to explore of. As a leader, as a commandant, I think that you are all into difficult situations. Probably you are into challenging situations. You always realize, and I'm sure that most of us, and in my previous workshops also, I've realized that there is a lot of work-life imbalance as well here. So let's explore what is this quality of life got to, tell us when we build a wheel. And then your profile will be built by the end of the day. And you can actually have a closer look and a detailed look with other sessions that are going to, happen in the next days to come. So this is the workshop all about. I'm sure that it is good to go. If you're happy, it's all clear, set, you can give me a thumbs up. You can give a smile as well. I can see some people in the camera. I can see Vijay sir. I can see Mohammed Israel sir. I can see all of you. Hope if you want to add any new topics out here, you can just jump in and put it in the chat box. We can build it. I can see Chandrakant sir, Tripati ji, Jagir ji, cameraman. I'm very happy. Pamel, Ajay Tiwari ji. Thanks for all of you, being in the camera. Hope you're comfortable. I can see a couple of, people smiling. So I'm assuming that you're comfortable.
Yes.
Here we go. Let me share something about myself before even, talking about understanding self with you. Today, most of the work environment in the corporate life as well has become more hybrid mode. Even this coaching session is actually, an online, right? This is something which pitched in during the COVID, but then organizations, the place where even I work, we decided that there's no point in daily coming to office. Why can't we save our driving hours? Probably we can sit at home and work. Now, in a limited, interaction with your subordinates, I was very much puzzled in the initial phase, to this transition. I used to feel, how will virtual meetings work? Is it possible to actually gauge whether they are working or not? I had my own resistances. But then I also figured out that some of my colleagues in leadership role were doing pretty fabulous job. They never felt that, this is going to stop them from achieving their team targets and probably doing well in life or getting connected with individuals personally and professionally. That was a question for me, So probably 2 years before, I asked myself, is it me resisting to situations? And then I realized, of course, I have lost a lot of opportunities in my life because I had been ever resisting. And then as a coach, and being a coach, you always understand that, hey, this is the area that I will have to probably work. And then I realized that I will have to create an action plan for myself. And I started practicing how to be flexible and probably come away from this rigidity in my life. And I'm sure you all will agree with me, world over, people whom we have observed, probably whom we have admired, have always transformed themselves seamlessly with the situation. So here is a question for you. What areas of resistance you found within yourself? Have you ever found any area of resistance? You can unmute and share your perspectives. And I'll be more than happy if you can participate in the chat box as well. What areas of resistance you found within yourself? You can take time to think, but I'm hoping.
It is a feeling of insecurity.
Oh, okay, okay. I think that this is Jagir Chand sir. Yeah. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So you had said that it's feeling of insecurity. So if you can build it, when did you feel so? How did this happen? And when did you realize that there is this insecurity that happens?
It is always when I entered a government job, particularly in BSF, while I also served in railways, there was the feeling was lesser in railways, but in BSF, I find it is very common among all the officers, and not only officers, even all the staff. The feeling of insecurity is there, that if anything happens wrong, then I may be caught or I may be punished for that. And particularly for commandants at the command level, when we were company commanders also, any wrong thing done by any Jawan, company commander will be responsible. He is accountable for that. Maybe something happens because of personal grievance or personal problem of any Jawan. It is only commandant or the commanding officer.
Okay.
Who is responsible for that. So this is a feeling. Somebody may, some people may agree or may not agree, but it is always there.
Thank you for putting up your perspective. Others can also join the conversation. Jagir Chand ji ne kaha that probably there is this insecurity which is found, and that could be a resistance in itself. Anything else?
To accept the failure.
Okay.
To accept the failure. It is the area which is where that is the resistance.
Okay.
In this, the failures are not at all accepted at any level.
Okay.
Down below and also the personal kind of thing. Wherever there is any task, any work, you work with the aim that will successfully complete that task or the work. And if there is a failure, then it becomes very difficult to accept that and it completely disturbs one person's mindset. And that is a thing which I face.
Great, Raghavendraji, thank you so much. Failures, yes, I think.
Again, just to add to Mr. Raghavendra, I'd like to state that is zero error syndrome. That is everywhere we have been asked not to be errored. No, you are not supposed to be error. You are not supposed to have any error. So that is a serious insecurity in my mind. Am I committing any mistake? Is there any mistake? If I take a decision, I have to think 100 times whether it will go as per the liking of my seniors or whether it will go as per the liking of desire of my organization or otherwise. So that there is a serious kind of insecurity while I am taking a decision, while I am taking a call on any particular issue.
Okay, thank you so much. I really like that you added this zero error syndrome. I think the other side of the world has learned this from the forces, even in organizations, the private organizations today, they're talking about this zero error syndrome. And they also wanted people to innovate things and processes, which is not possible. They are conflicting thoughts to each other. Thank you so much. Anything else that you feel that, there is this area of resistance, which I feel that I'm undergoing, or probably I have witnessed it. Anybody else? Thank you, Chaudhary ji, for picking up this discussion and leading it to move this far. Any other resistance that you had felt? It could be personal resistances also. Am I missing anything on the chat box?
Yeah, many a time there are certain directions comes which difficult to comply with. Difficult to comply with, but that is the desire of higher headquarters or desire of the organization also in certain point of time. And in that case, from inner side, it is felt why I am doing this. Should I go for it, or otherwise should I bunk it, or should I do something, or should I take a bypass of it?
Okay. So
there is a kind of resistance you will feel inside you, inside us. Basically, it is felt sometimes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So this gives, these perspectives that the cohort, our colleagues have built here, makes us, somewhere we have just opened up a conversation, feels that there are things that probably that happens for real, or probably we have perceived it in that way. And therefore, this is an area where it could probably be a barrier for my success. So what are those blind spots or strengths that we have within ourselves, which we should deep dive and understand throughout this session, so that we change our perspective, or probably change the action plan that we have, which have been followed all these years? Here is the question, and it's interesting. It looks forward for more of conversation. Hereafter, I will speak less, and probably I'm handing over the session to the cohort. Visualize that you are settled in life. Of course, all of us are, right? But visualize this. You're happy, cheerful, and satisfied with how your personal and professional life has shaped. Describe what your life looks like and how do you feel about it. You can be as creative as you could be, If you would ask me here, Sujata, what would be probably your answer, I might say, life looks like garden, it's full of flowers bloomed and it's colorful. Sometimes it also goes dry. So life is all about different moods and colors. This is exactly how I look at life. So describe your life and how it looks like. I think this calls for a lot of creativity, and you can just express. Describe what your life looks like.
Very difficult.
Describing is difficult. Is that what you're trying to tell us?
Because there is always a fear of unknown. Fear of uncertainty, fear of unknown. While I am taking any decisions, there is always a fear of uncertainty, whether I am taking the decision in a correct way or otherwise. What I am doing, whether it will be the liking to the organization or otherwise. And being in uniform force, there is no scope of error. Once again, I reiterate at that point. So that's why, to conclude, I may be sound a bit pessimistic, but still, I feel it's very difficult.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else would like to describe it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, go ahead.
This type of feeling is momentary, basically, because life is very competitive and comparable. It is always it is comparison between 2 or 3 things. When you are in isolation, you are sitting alone. You can have the positive feeling that I have achieved so many things, but it is not for long time. It will not last for long, because you will, if one of your relatives or one of your friends come and he tells his story, so you will start comparing.
Oh, that's a very nice way of putting, you have actually opened up the conversation to a next level. So how we want to define our life is primarily dependent on with whom we are comparing ourselves to define it. Okay, fair enough. That's your perspective, and we welcome it. Anybody else would like to join? Anurag, sir, I think you have unmuted yourself. Would you like to go next?
Hi, ma'am. Ma'am, I feel like my life is balanced, both on the family front as well as the professional front. I feel like that I'm a satisfied lot, and better than 99% of human population on this earth. And I am fortunate that I'm counting myself in 1%. That's all, to be precise.
I mean, that actually, I look up to you because it was so honest and it was just naturally coming from you. It's all balanced and you are satisfied. Oh, thank you so much for that. So for Anurag ji, it is more satisfied. Life looks very balanced. What about you? Anybody else?
I'm all three: happiness, cheerfulness, and satisfaction. It's a momentarily thing. I am very contented.
Wonderful. I mean, on happiness, can you just repeat it, sir? I'm just making a note. Happiness,
cheerfulness, and satisfaction. All these are momentarily. I am a contented person.
Wonderful. So it's very rarely people stand up to say that I'm satisfied, I'm contented. I'm sure that it's there on your face as well when you said it, SK Singh ji. Thank you so much. So for SK Singh ji, it is more of happiness, cheerful, and satisfaction. Others can as well join us. I think it calls for a lot of celebration at this point of time. The visualization itself says that you're happy, cheerful, and satisfied. Okay, I can see Dinesh ji here. Dinesh ji, आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? Dinesh Pal Singh sir.
I hope you can follow a bit Hindi.
हाँ सीखे बोलो, मैं बोलता हूँ फिर तुम्हारे बाद.
Hello.
I hope you are getting me, ma'am.
Yes. Can you repeat it, sir?
I hope you could follow a bit Hindi.
Of course, I can completely follow up Hindi.
एक कविता है मैम, I mean कि some stanza from that. अविरल सुख भी उत्पीड़न, अविरल दुख भी उत्पीड़न, सुख दुख की निशा दीवा में सोता जगता जनजीवन. Should I explain it?
You can for your fellow mates, and we can always.
For your understanding, I hope rest of the participants.
Okay, I will tell you, sir.
They
Okay,
can follow it.
Probably, I forgot to tell you. I can speak right Hindi. I can.
Life or throughout the day, you cannot be happy, you cannot be sad.
Correct. Yeah.
So it is a process ongoing. Sometimes you feel happy, sometimes you feel sad. It is momentarily. But say कि at the end of the day, if you are satisfied, you are contented, it means you are happy. It depends individual to individual. Some may feel happy, some may feel that yes, I'm lacking something. Some may feel like, yes, there is some void in my life, and they feel like, yeah, had I done this thing or that thing, I would have reached up to this level. So there is no end to it. But the point is, at the end of day, if you feel like contented when you are retiring to bed, and you feel like, yes, the day was okay. If you look back, say the moment you wake up and you have hit the bed for the night, yes, I'm retiring to the bed, contented person, then it's okay. You cannot remain happy throughout day, throughout life. Certain things, ups and downs, is bound to come and go. That's what that stanza was meaning, ma'am.
I understood. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chandrakant. So this far, what we have understood is, for the question, how you feel about it today, some of you said that, life could be competitive. It is comparable. I can, there were answers like, it is very well balanced between family and profession. We are satisfied. There is happiness, cheerful. And finally, the closure was, life is a process. And therefore, there will be ups, downs, and, every day will not give you a very similar outcome. And therefore, there will be up and down. It is momentary. Thank you. Thank you for that. And with this summary, let's also try and, introspect some more questions together. If tomorrow is the end of the world, it's all hypothetical, okay? If tomorrow is the end of the world, then what regrets you would die with? एक तो पर्सनल लेवल का regret, फिर प्रोफेशनल लेवल का regret. ऐसे कुछ है that you feel that, अरे यार ये तो हो जाना चाहिए था. Is there any regrets that you would die with? Just have a try, and probably you can unmute. I'm just making notes, so you can help me do that. Yes.
मैम, जिसने डेल्टा फेस देखा उसके बाद तो अगर पर्सनल लेवल पे उसका कोई ग्रज है तो गलत है, मैं तो बोलूंगा. और उसको पूरा कर लेना चाहिए. ज्यादातर वही चीजें रिग्रेट में आती हैं जो उस समय आपके थॉट ऑफ प्रोसेस में नहीं है. और
ऐसे कुछ थॉट प्रोसेस आपको आ जाता है that no, now when I see that, for example, मुझे है ना म्यूजिक सीखना था, तो फिलहाल on a lighter note, if you ask me, I said, why did I not pursue that? It was probably I was doing very well. वो हॉबी रह गए, और फिर उस शादी के बाद और काम पे जब लग गए, म्यूजिक तो गए. So something which you feel that अरे ये करना चाहिए था, ऐसे कुछ है? सिंपल थिंग्स भी हो सकता है.
जी मैम, बहुत हैं. Especially in the services like ours, we miss a lot on the family front. Many among us, many of my colleagues sitting here are staying away from their family. They have not seen the children growing on a regular basis. They have not been involved in their daily basis decisions. बच्चों का या छोटी छोटी खुशियां जो होती हैं. So जो हमने पाया है, we are blessed, we are lucky. जो अनुराग ने बोला कि we are in 1%, we are grateful to the God, but it has come at a very heavy cost on personal front.
Yes.
दिनेश पाल जी, thank you so much. I think आप एक पूरा cohort का voice थे, everybody smiled, and they were, most of them I was seeing in the camera, they just nodded, personally. एक चीज तो बहुत ही अच्छे से बता दिया आपने, प्यार से, मतलब flow में बता दिया आपने, that children were growing and probably I was not part of lot of decisions for the children.
मैम 100% जो दिनेश ने बोला है, it is 100% agree. We may get many things, but we have missed many things. Like I have seen my daughter even after born, 1 month after her birth. मैंने तो कोई कोर्स में था, उसके बाद आया, तब जाके देखा मैंने कैसे लगा होगा उसको जन्म में, कैसे था. I could not feel that. वो जो नहीं फील किया, जिन्होंने नहीं देखा, उसको पता है.
मैम.
हाँ, तो बहुत सी चीजें हैं जीवन में, इसे बहुत हुआ. बहुत लोगों ने, हमारे में बहुत लोगों ने IAS एस्पिरेंट था, वो नहीं कर पाया.
नहीं, लेकिन इसका रिग्रेट तो नहीं होना चाहिए. तो आपकी प्रोफेशनल हैजार्ड्स हैं. You have opted for what the professional part says that you have opted. You are the needy one. So why you regret?
No, that I think
इसमें एक चीज है, option is different issue. You may opt for anything and everything, but despite of fact that you are opted for that, you have right to regret कि भाई मैं opt तो किया हूँ, but मैंने गलत opt कर दिया है. This is the thing. It is. I am not blaming organization. I am not blaming. I am blaming myself.
ऐसे तो तमाम चीजें हैं।
नहीं
लोग तो नहीं।
It's about सही बात, मतलब एक चीज तो I would like to reiterate. It's a very personal feeling and उनको लगा that, and it's right. We acknowledge it. जैसे मुझे लगा that I should have pursued my hobby. किसी और को लग रहा होगा शायद जो वो कर रही है उसको छोड़ के hobby pursue करना चाहिए था. But that's a pure personal
Yes.
opinion. It's a regret. वो regret ही रहेगा. But that's exactly what
ये मैम जो फील करेगा उसको रहेगा.
अच्छी बात.
One who has undergone.
We are here to express our opinions.
One who has undergone this will definitely feel.
नहीं, मेरा तो अपना मानना है कि regret करने से दिल और भारी होता है. तो being a mature person, आप facts को realize करिए, and everything what DP has said, we are in agreement. There is no denial. लेकिन अगर personal front की regrets को प्रोफेशनल रिकॉग्निशन या सोसाइटल रिकॉग्निशन नहीं है, ऐसा नहीं है कि मेरे मोहल्ले में मेरे नेबर्स या मेरे रिलेटिव इस चीज को मेरी फैमिली उसको पेटी नहीं मानती है अगर मैं अवेलेबल नहीं हूँ उस ओकेजन पे, तो दे आर वेरी ब्रेव, दे हैव ब्रॉट अप इन अ डिफरेंट वे इन एब्सेंस ऑफ मी.
That's amazing sir.
That's why you will find.
यही बात है. For everybody,
Yes.
when you are talking about oneself, नजरिया चेंज हो जाता है. So
Yes.
for them it was different, for you it's probably different, and both of your opinions are 100% acknowledged here. Anurag sir, I think you wanted to say something. You moved front and there was a conversation going. Thanks Singh ji. Dinesh ji, thank you so much.
Yes ma'am, I also want to say something. From personal perspective, my biggest regret will be, or it is still there. I am not able to do anything for my community, for my origin, for my background, from where I originated. ये मेरा हमेशा feeling अभी भी है. ये world खत्म होने की बात नहीं है. It is there, it will remain there. और मैंने जो अभी मेरे दिमाग में जो आता है कि मैं retirement के बाद में पूरा life I will dedicate for that cause. और professional में तो बहुत सारी ambitions हैं कि मैं फोर्स में और ग्रो होता, मैं कमांडेंट के बाद मैं आईजी भी बनता, मैं आईडीजी भी बनता, बट दिस इज नॉट बेसिकली रिग्रेट. ये सर्कमस्टांसेस ऐसी है, इट इज कॉमन थिंग फॉर एवरीवन, बट फॉर द पर्सनल आई हैव एक्सप्लेन्ड दैट इट इज फ्रॉम माय मोटो इज टू हेल्प अदर्स.
Wonderful.
I start this from my origin.
Okay, and sir, आप कहाँ से हो sir? From where are you from?
I'm from Punjab.
You're from Punjab, so you want to go back and serve your community. That's pretty interesting.
Definitely.
Thank you there. Anybody else? ये तो जागिर चंद जी का है. Others can also join us in the conversation. Any professional regrets? As somebody said that probably growth in career, or probably I could have become something else. Is there anything that you feel that शायद मैं और लोगों को train, mentoring कर सकते हूँ, या probably can I also take up more leadership?
जो Mr. दिनेश पाल के जो पहले वाले जो ingredients थे, making the family and observing children's growing up, ये almost 50% professional regret है. At times you will not find the person suiting to your thought process who can force you. Even you will find seniors who can force you to go for a saving scheme, to go for a house at early stage, to go and see your children. So it's all you get by chance, by luck in the organization. It's not in a very systematized manner, you will not find. So many of the personal regrets are changing into due to the professional regrets. Because if you have picked up the right at the right time, and you have a grown-up children after putting 20 years of service, then you can devote the time to the family also, financially and socially. So professional regrets are major cause of personal regrets in organizations which are governed by the Act and rule and wearing the uniform, I think.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks for sharing your opinion. Anybody else would like to join and say that? किसी को यहाँ पे entrepreneur बनना था. I heard Aruna ma'am को आपने कहा, somebody was telling I wanted to be a professor. So are you planning to go back and become a professor again? I did not know who was saying that, but I just heard it.
He went to Khanendra Chaudhary, ma'am. Khanendra.
Fact is that yes, I love teaching, no doubt about that. I love teaching. Still, whenever I get the chance, I used to teach the child. I used to teach the child. Even in my battalion also, my posting, I used to take classes for the physics and mathematics for class of 10, 11, like that. So I love teaching, no doubt about that. So I cannot say as on that I'd love to go back to the profession like teaching or otherwise. I am not sure. Yes, I definitely have an intention similar to Mr. Jagir Chand. Yes, I would love to do something from the places where I belongs to actually. That is, I am having also a very rural background. So lots of things to be done, particularly in that area, and particularly in the front of education and in the form of certain social aspect also. So definitely I'll try to do something after retirement. I have that intention. I am definitely interested to go back to that. As far as regret is concerned, professional regret, I am not regretting that I have joined in this profession. No, this is not that. It is a wonderful profession. I am having lots of respect for my organization and lots of respect for my profession. And definitely, I am doing a noble cause for the nation. I am having pride
we
in
also
that.
admire. Yes, yes.
Yes, I am definitely. I am having pride in that. I am having pride in my profession. Yes, there is a conflict. What I mean to say that had I been joining that profession, where I would have been, and after joining here, where I am, is there any parallel between these two, or otherwise? That is the conflict of my mind. It is not that that is better, this is worse. I never compare between these two.
Right.
This is the conflict. This is the toughest question that I ask myself, and probably I am seeking reply for that. I am seeking answer for that question. So it is not that that profession is better, this profession. I never compare any profession. It is comparison between two unequals. Comparison cannot be between two unequals. Comparison must be, it must be a homogeneous comparison. So it is not a homogeneous comparison. A teaching profession and the profession of a force personnel is totally different. So there is no parallel. There is no parallel to draw it. So
I understand.
There is no comparison.
Great.
So that is the thing. So as far as your question is that, yes, I may like to teach. Definitely, if I get the opportunity, definitely I'll involve myself.
I'm sure there are a lot of questions coming up.
Khanendra, hope Amity has some offer for you.
शायद चंद्रकांत जी की इसमें सरस्वती बैठे हैं and probably किसको पता है, you might actually change lot of lives in youth people का जो है, you can change. Okay, now let's have a very positive perspective of the same question, and I think here you will all have lots to say. If tomorrow is the end of the world, then what immense satisfaction you would leave this world with? I mean, I can, I will tell you mine. I always feel that I have taken care of my parents, because abhi bhi hota hai na India mein that ladki hote hue you cannot take care of your parents, but I got that opportunity to take care of my parents, and that's something which I feel really happy. I mean, if you ask me even now. So is there anything personally and professionally you can actually quickly mention?
If there is an end of world tomorrow, ma'am, then on professional front, I will die with the satisfaction that in my entire career, I have remained just and very human as a commander with everyone, whoever has come in my professional life. I had not behaved in unjust manner. I have been impartial to all persons, whether my colleagues or civilians, and I have performed my duty with all my sincerity and humanistic approach. I give you just one example, ma'am. I'm commanding a battalion in Jamui, Bihar, while I was on deputation to another organization. So it's a Naxal prone area. So there was an old Naxal case, some 15, 16 years old person who was living his life very naturally, normally, and he was settled in some other state. On a festival, he had come to visit his home district, his place in Jamui. So what happened if somebody's name gets entered into police records? It has to be unwritten, otherwise वो उसका पीछा करता रहता है. So our intelligence setup got information that so Naxal has come. He was caught. I was very sad. There was no option to get him back. But then I had a good linkage with the civil administration there. So once he was caught, I told them, I scolded my persons under command. मैंने कहा यार वो ठीक ठाक काम कर रहा है, अपने बच्चे लेके गुजरात में अपना काम कर रहा है, त्योहार मनाने के लिए घर में आया हुआ है. ऐसी क्या चटकी थी? Why are you just for the sake of one achievement you are doing this thing? Even if his record is bad now, 15, 16 years, he is not indulged in any unnatural, antisocial activity. So I approached them. I requested them, sir, please take care of this. Sooner I left from that area, but I think lenient view was taken upon that man, and he was released from the prison, sort of thing. So that will be the professional satisfaction for me.
Great. I really like, sir, आपने एक शब्द यूज किया, humanistic approach to what I do, and absolutely, I mean, we salute you for that.
किसी को नाजायज punishment नहीं दिया है, मैंने किसी को सबको मतलब अच्छे से रखने की कोशिश की. That is the professional satisfaction.
Great. Anybody else? आप अपना personal, professional, satisfaction के बारे में बता सकते हो? Anybody else?
एक satisfaction है मैम मेरा. I am definitely satisfied in a way. I am the only person from my family who joined force. Rest all are in civil department. So that's a satisfaction for me. At least I am different from other people, and I am contributing to the nation with uniform. So that is definitely a satisfaction for me.
Great.
I agree with this point of Khanendra ma'am. I oftenly tell my boys, ma'am, let us take pride in the fact that we are guarding the frontiers of the nation, and it is because of we people and the you people, the constables, that our fellow persons back in the hinterland, they are performing their duty with complete freedom. So ये एक बहुत बड़ी बात है हमारी जॉब में कि हम ड्यूटी करते हैं तो देश सोता है आराम से, देश अपनी ड्यूटी अच्छे से करता है. So great thing, great satisfaction in this thing.
Thank you. Thanks. I mean, ये भी अच्छी बात है ना, that in a way it's an achievement that you're working for the forces. Kanikandra sir, thank you for sharing it. Anybody else? What is that happiness you have? I'm sure Anurag ji will say that personal, professional life mein there is immense balance. That's definitely a satisfied moment. Professionally, anything, sir? Would you like to add?
What DP has said, I agree with him. Professional front पे काफी सारी ऐसी चीजें हैं जो कि हम लोगों ने की हैं, and still on day-to-day basis. I've always tried to be impartial, and whatever decision I do take, there is always a tinge of human touch in it. और इस चीज को देख करके हमने देखा है कि किसी भी डिसीजन में अगर थोड़ा सा अगर ह्यूमन एंगल अगर आप लगा देते हैं तो वो डिसीजन लगभग सही होता है. तो इन सब चीजों को लेकर के मुझे लगता है कि प्रोफेशनल फ्रंट पे भी काफी ऐसी चीजें हैं जो कि हम लोगों ने की हैं, वो ठीक है, बेहतर है, और डेली बेसिस पे हम लोग करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. इतना ही है मैम.
Great. Sanjay Tandon ji, I can see you in the camera. Is there anything that you feel that this is something which is immense happiness and satisfaction?
Good morning, ma'am. I missed on the regrets. So I just my brother office has already covered it immensely, but
you can add some.
So if I start, professionally, when I joined the force, I am an engineering graduate. I joined the force as an executive officer. For the first 2-3 years, when I got married, it happens with everybody. Natural instinct used to feel unsettled. That what am I doing as an engineering graduate? But after my daughter was born, and definitely responsibilities started increasing. I took a call that I'm not going to I'm going to grow in this organization. And after, say, I took this decision somewhere in 2000, 2001. And since then, I'm a satisfied man.
Great.
And after that, I haven't regretted for a single day.
Wow.
Now, it comes at a high, professional satisfaction comes at a high cost. Personally, the organization has been standing with me during my good times, bad times. This is my satisfaction. But satisfaction comes at cost of certain personal regrets. The way you told, being a daughter, your immense satisfaction was that you could look after your parents so well. So that will remain my regret. My professional satisfaction has come at a huge cost. That I couldn't be an ideal son to my father, to my mother. Father, I lost him this year, so that will remain a big regret. Then once again at the cost of professional satisfaction, I was doing justice to my professional front. At the same time, my kids took birth, and couldn't give my time during the initial years. So that will also remain a regret. But I am a professionally satisfied man. Today, I am personally also on the personal front. I am a satisfied man. Very few. I say we were talking of circle of concern, circle of influence yesterday. So as regards circle of influence, I am a satisfied man now on both the fronts.
Great. Great. Thank you.
This is what I have to say.
Thank you, sir. दिल से बात बताया आपने. Thank you so much. I'm sure a lot of us here also acknowledged what you said. Jitendra Gupta ji, आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? I can see you in my camera and. Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Madam, before joining the forces, I am aspired to be in the academics. Even I was a physics lecturer.
Wow.
But at the same time, in my family, nobody's in the uniform forces.
Wow. So you're there.
And there was that my father wanted to be in the uniform. But because of certain reasons, with his family compulsion, he cannot be. So I tried, and once I selected, and I joined. Just because that my father wanted to be in the uniform, I wanted to just fulfill his dreams. Wow. That is my sole satisfaction to be in the forces.
Wonderful.
That's all, madam. Thank you.
I'm sure your father would have felt really proud and happy.
Madam, he is too proud to be seeing me in the uniform.
Great. That is actually a personal satisfaction. I'm sure that, this is exactly what every child wants to do to their parents, right? And you did it. Very nice. Thank you. Thank you for sharing it, sir. Vishal ji, I can see you in my camera. I mean, I initially saw a chat box mein aapka thumbs up, and then abhi mujhe laga I will also talk to you. So, sir, what gives you immense satisfaction, personal, professional?
Ma'am, as told by others, only thing is that so far during the entire service period, I have tried to be fair in my dealing with my subordinates, and I took extra care when it came to my subordinate, and never exposed them to the heat of the front. Tried myself this, and tried to remain just to them. This will be a satisfaction for me. Whenever a place I have left, I think I have left good memories for the people there.
Okay.
That is a matter of satisfaction for me.
I'm sure you have built good teams.
Yes, ma'am. They have been able to make good teams.
And I'm sure they have learned this quality of yours. And when they will grow in their personal and professional life, they will follow.
Yes, ma'am. I think so, ma'am. Yes.
Very nice. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for telling that what exactly you have given back to the organization, the system. I think, logon ko ye sikhana by actions, you had been a role model. And you're aware that you had been a role model. You have lived up to your walk to talk conversations. Thank you. Well, यहाँ पे हम तो 5 minutes के लिए एक break ले लेते हैं, so that you can stretch yourself and then come back. It was good to talk to you about, the context of self. So all of us have just risen to that level, what are the regrets or probably what are the immense satisfactions that we have had and how life is looking for us. So we have just started our discussion. I would love to give you probably a 5-minute break to stretch. And then once you come back, we are going to start with our conversation, which is on what I wanted to be. So,
Sujata, I would bargain or negotiate. Let's make it a 10 minutes break.
Sure, Vani. Sure. I think even to pick up a cup of tea and a bio break, I think it requires that much of time.
Yes. So we resume at 12:90.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you all. We'll be back. Keep thinking. If you have anything more to add, you can come back and add to us.
कर लिया ज्वाइन नागपुर में ही हूँ गुड
राघव माइक ऑफ कर ले
राघव म्यूट करो
राघव माइक ऑफ
बता रहे थे और वो जो दूसरा
Or give us a sign that you're back. Yeah. Or write it on chat if you cannot come on camera so that Sujata understands that you're there and she can start her conversation.
I think I can see a lot of them, Vani, coming in.
This batch is good, Sujata, in terms of being on camera.
And I'll tell you, very interesting interactions as well. They're very practical.
Yes. So, Sujata, over to you.
Thank you. Thanks. I can see Sanjay Singh ji and SK Singh sir. So I can see bright background. Vijay ji bhi hai. Haan, we've seen. Yeah. Good. So I'm hoping that we will have more conversations with others who couldn't actually find an opportunity to speak this far. This is one question which Dr. Aruna Madam also triggered. And then, I mean, it was good that she initiated this conversation and she has already laid down the foundations. Abhi filhal, we will only build a brick over this. What I wanted to be. So before the break, we were trying to explore how life looks like in terms of personal and professional. And when you were discussing about the happy moments as well as the regrets, one thing you would have all realized and you will acknowledge, you were very clear about making statements which spoke about the real me and the role me. And it was more about you. And you realized that, I remember SK Singh sir very beautifully said that, when you are coming for a profession, there are a lot of things that you are very much aware of. And this professional and personal balance is something which we would have to gain by ourselves. I'm sure aapse to bahut seekhna hai, sir, and that's been a little difficult for all of us, even in our careers. What I wanted to be. This is a very interesting question because if I would now tell you, what I actually wanted to be, you will laugh at me. Probably I wanted to be a lawyer. Ab kyun lawyer banna hai? Bas itna hi hai. When I was very young, I got an opportunity to play in a drama in my school where I was a lawyer. And I'm sure some of you would have read about this Merchant of Venice of Shakespeare's, one of the finest work. So usme Portia karke ek character tha, so I got an opportunity to play that role. और मैं बड़ा inspire हो गए उस role से, because he used to the Portia character, the pound of flesh, when he said, फिर मैंने वो novel भी पढ़ी college days में और मुझे कहीं ना कहीं ये था that I should probably become a lawyer. However, parallel, a lot of things we aspire. I'm sure it is not one aspirations that we have, right? किसी की कभी-कभी लगता है why can't I become an actor? कभी लगता है why can't I become a teacher? So one such thing is my entire family had lot of teachers. My mother was also a teacher. So बचपन में जब class mile ya na mile, in empty desks and chairs, I'm sure your daughters would have also done it in front of you. कभी कभी plain दीवार में class ले लो, बच्चे ही नहीं है, attendance भी ले लो. So I have done all of this, and eventually I also become a teacher, and I started my career as an academician, and then I became a coach, and now I work in coaching and facilitation. I work with startups. So there were a lot of aspirations that all of us have, right? So how about now taking a quick look at this question and be very free and natural. For some time, let's just come out of what we are doing and then start exploring an answer towards this. As a child, what have you always wanted to be as a child? It could be a childhood dream or a fantasy that a child in you is nursing till date. I'll share previously जब BSF, I think एक महीने की पहले one batch था, तो somebody told that उनको Superman character बहुत पसंद था. और उन्होंने अभी भी, when he's actually rescuing or probably taking decisions, he feels that कहीं ना कहीं उसका reflection है उनमें, that Superman character. So I can see some of you smiling at it, but ये होता है. So as a child, you wanted to become something, and you know that dream or fantasy is still there in you. Probably आप उसको पाल भी रहे हो. So what is it? And take some 30 seconds and then probably jump into mic and let's make it more interactive. It's time to actually let loose and talk. So what had been your dream? It could be fantasy as well. Yeah, go ahead. You can write in chat box also. I mean, if you feel that it's difficult to come in mic and speak, you can obviously get into the chat box. Shri Sanjeev Prakash Anandji, I can see you in my screen. Good afternoon, sir. Yes, I can see his smile back.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. Any perspective here, sir, for this question? Any childhood dream or fantasy that you had? Probably आप आज भी उसको, nurse करते हो.
No, ma'am, no.
Not really. So any you wanted always to be a person working for the nation?
नहीं मैडम, नौकरी मिल गई तो अब कर रहे हैं. Oh my God, ultimate यार. Come on, yaar.
Very good. Simple way of looking at life. Fair enough. So anybody else? Sanjay Singh ji, Vijay ji. Okay, Madhusudan Rao ji ne bataya, always wanted to be a cricketer. Never thought that I would not become one. बहुत practice भी किया होगा ना Madhusudan sir? So आपने college league में play किया, आज भी play करते हो cricket? Do you even do it now?
आज तो नहीं करते मैम, league खेला हुआ है.
League खेले, state level तक, state या university?
District level पर.
अच्छा, district level में खेले थे. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So anybody at home has picked up this sport character from you?
No.
Not really. So आज कौन सा team player favorite है sir Indian team में आपकी?
Ma'am, it was always Azharuddin. All time.
Always Azharuddin.
Hyderabadi.
Yes. Correct. So you're also from Hyderabad.
Yeah, sure.
Yes. Okay.
Morning, ma'am.
Yes. Next, you can jump in. Vijay ji ne bataya, I always wanted to be in forces. That's lovely, sir. You're lucky. What you wanted to be, you're here. Sanjay Singh ji ne likha that aspire to be any government job. हाँ, ये तो है ना. I think फिलहाल in all our families there was this expectation government job में रहो, right? So I think you have lived up to your expectations as well. Yes. Jitendra sir, आप कुछ कहना चाह रहे थे? I can see your mic unmuted.
Madam, as a child, just to be in the group of friends and have a nice time in the evenings.
Okay.
But being in the forces, a decorum is to be maintained in the camp areas. And out of 12 months, 10 months are there in the camp area, just bearing the 2 months leave. So once we moved out of the camp and goes to other places, I used to live those days with my friends.
नाइस टाइम इन द इवनिंग से मतलब अभी तो आके आप सेटिस्फाई होंगे,
मोहम्मद जी,
मौका मिल रहा होगा आपको। Yes, ma'am.
Of course, Chandrakant sir, I think he would definitely find that space wherever he is in. Mohammed sir?
Yes, ma'am. Explain करिए.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes. Sir, yeah.
Ma'am, to be frank, most of us have given so many competitive exams, and some of them not cleared, some of them cleared, and this was one which we get through. And we joined BSF, and since we have applied, we have appeared, and we aspired for this job, so no regrets.
No regrets, absolutely fine.
It's basically combination of hard work and luck, ma'am.
Okay, so Mohammed sir, in fact, Arun Singh sir ने भी आपका बात को actually probably acknowledge किया. He says उनको भी uniform ही पहनना था, and he's very happily wearing it. That's what he
Yes,
said.
ma'am.
So you went ahead and you also described that lot of us.
As a child, तो child fantasy तो यही थी कि कुछ करना नहीं पड़े और सब चीजें अपने पास.
सही है.
ये तो adulthood की necessity की वजह से job में आए just to feed the family.
हाँ.
उसके बाद फिर patriotism and all it's naturally
imbibed in you, yeah.
Yes, but childhood fantasy तो यही थी कि सब कुछ आ जाए और कुछ करना.
कितने हॉनेस्ट आंसर है सर, मतलब आपने बिल्कुल हॉनेस्टली बता दिया, सब कुछ मिल जाए मुश्किल.
भाई जरूरत से ज्यादा ईमानदारी भी ठीक नहीं होती है इसके.
नहीं, नींद आ जाती है शाम को, इससे यही फायदा है, बाकी तो नुकसान ही नुकसान है.
ओके सो चंद्रकांत सर, आपका कुछ था चाइल्डहुड ड्रीम या?
ना मैम, सपने देखता ही नहीं, न देखने की सोचता हूँ. आप ही के सोचा इतना काफी है.
Wonderful. I mean, very practical way of, approaching life. Sanjay Tandon ji, I can see you in my screen. So,
ma'am, I was quite hesitant, started writing, on this very question. That what my view is, by answering this question or by contemplating answering to this question, won't it amount to repenting?
No.
Or I think we better move forward.
Perfect. We are going to move forward. Probably we are not wanting you to repent at all on anything. It is just a space to answer a few questions from the dream to reality.
Definitely, this may be one of your leading questions, and you want to channelize into something which is coming next. Those questions are definitely going to be impromptu question, but I'm of the view, won't it amount to regretting, and we better move forward in life?
But of course, yes, I totally agree.
नहीं, fantasy से क्यों regret करना है? टंडन साहब क्यों ऐसे करेंगे? Fantasy तो वो है जो आप मतलब imagination का बात है, उससे क्या regret है? तो
चीज बोलना चाहूँगा इसमें.
wanted to be cannot be fantasy. Yes, I agree with Sanjay. Tandon के साथ मैं बिल्कुल agree करता हूँ.
Ma'am, let me be very candid now. As a very small student, as a very small child, DTC buses, Delhi Transport Corporation buses, the driver used to fascinate me. As a child being in class 2 or 3 or 4, I aspired to be a driver. After a few years, I aspired to be a driver. That still fascinates me. But aspirations grew when we reached college.
Right, great. And sometimes, I'll tell you some of these childhood
aspirations. That natural fear for uniform services was there, be it armed forces or but that I fulfilled it.
Great. In fact, the probably what I would like to drive from this entire conversation is there are a lot of aspirations that we have, and usko literally as it is, let's not bring it, but probably we can always have some traces of those things. The driver was very swift. The driver was actually sailing through the way. That was the fascination. Probably aaj bhi kahin na kahin problems mein you would have picked up couple of that quality, and then you're taking it sail through everything. You would have actually sat in the front seat to lead everything.
Ma'am,
yes,
I'm having a question here.
Yes, sir.
How it will affect my future, what I wanted to be. कि इसमें मेरा क्या फर्क पड़ेगा जिंदगी में और क्यों चाहिए मुझे ये रादर इट
जैसे अभी सर रिग्रेट की बात ही नहीं है सर, मैं बता देती हूँ। अभी जिगरचंद सर ने सुबह बताया दैट आई वांटेड टू गो बैक एंड गिव टू माय कम्युनिटी। तो उनका वो कम्युनिटी में जो भी था, ही इज टेलिंग दैट आई एम अनएबल टू डू इट, प्रॉब्ली आई टेक इट एंड गो बैक। शायद वहां कुछ इतना इन्फ्लुएंशियल हुआ होगा जिगर सर का, तो दैट्स व्हाई ही वांटेड टू गो बैक टू गिव। वो कैसे उसको अभी भी नर्स करते हुए आए, whatever we see in our life, it's not that वो छूट गए, we would have definitely picked up certain elements from there to move it forward.
But इसमें मैम एक और पॉइंट है ना, there are many things जो मुझे डिस्टर्ब करेगा कि सर मैं अगर ये कर लेता तो ये बन जाता था, ये नहीं कर पाया तो वो नहीं हो पाया, इसीलिए तो वो तो मुझे लगता है ज्यादा उसमें ज्यादा मुझे निगेटिविटी दिखाई देता है मैम।
एक्चुअली सर अभी हम यही अनरिवील करने वाले हैं दैट देयर इज नथिंग कॉल्ड नेगेटिविटी, इट इज ऑल अबाउट हाउ डू यू चैनलाइज। तो प्रॉब्ली हम not only in this session, when you will do sessions on stress or probably sessions on other areas, वहां पे channelizing अपने आप बैठ जाएगा. That's why this question has been thrown to you. But one thing,
I wanted to...
yes, I can't hear you. Yes, Sanjay ji.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm so sorry interrupting you.
No, not at all.
What I wanted to request to Kharinder ki probably we are jumping the gun, and you are definitely you at MIT are up to something. You know, of the prodding or leading questions, which are you are up to something. You know, which is going to.
I'll tell you that's fine. But
betterment in our life.
Perfect. But when we are opening up for such discussions, it is actually helpful because sometimes the leading questions will also change, right? So in fact, I'm going to change the leading question as well here to talk to you.
Definitely answering this question at this very instant is going to, going to enable me to do some course correction into my life and make it a person.
Absolutely. You're right. Now, one way of looking at it is all of you said that there is nothing that I probably dreamt I wanted to be in a government job and therefore I got what I want. Or probably some people said that I wanted to be in forces. I'm very happy it doesn't happen like that for everybody. Probably हमारे घर पे ही हमारे बच्चे लोग जो aspire करते हैं उनको शायद मिलता नहीं है. कभी-कभी हमसे ज़्यादा भी probably workshop से you can also become a coach for your own children and for your own team members, right? आपका juniors को भी coach बन सकते हो आप. शायद आप उनके भी ऐसे सवालें पूछ सकते हो, probably इसीलिए वो contribute नहीं कर पा रहे हैं अपना level of job से. So इसको एक तरफ से आप ये भी सोच सकते हो that what is that probably I should find out from my battalion, somebody not performing well, probably कहीं ना कहीं he is unable to come out of it. आप लोग उसके लिए एक रास्ता with your experience and your way of looking at life आपने उसको बदल लिया, शायद लोग नहीं बदल पाए. So यहाँ पे एक question है, what stopped you from making the childhood dream in reality? This is not a question for people who did not have a dream, or probably this is not a question for people who felt that whatever comes in life, I just took it. But this is a question for people like, I wanted to be a cricketer. अपने कहानी बता देते. I wanted to be a lawyer. But then when I was in college, I realized, what stopped me from becoming a lawyer? मुझे तो, I could have become one. One thing was definitely, I felt मैं बड़ा introvert, probably introvert is not the right word. मुझे ज़्यादा लोगों को confront करने में डर था. शायद आज नहीं है. जिस प्रोफेशन में मैं हूं, I have understood that confronting was my problem. I have also worked on it. I got some good mentors and coaches who helped me to channelize it. But मैं confront नहीं कर पाई लोगों को. And शायद इसीलिए मैं lawyer बनने लायक भी नहीं थी. Right? But then I did not leave it there. मैं बने नहीं lawyer, that's a different story. But मैं उसका learning को ले आके, I use it in my current profile. I feel that whenever that people are talking, when I listen and then I probably figure out exactly what is the source of that problem, and then I help them to get through what I wanted to speak. But मैंने ये करते करते it took time. But when I was in college, of course, this was a pull factor. Lot of us would have also had some pull factors. Couple of pull factors which is common for you and me could be family background, or probably it could be the environment in which we had been growing, right? I day in day out I talk to entrepreneurs. I mean, जो funding level तक they are trying to do a startup and then fund chahiye and they keep working, pushing, bada perseverance hai. But if you ask me, why did you not become an entrepreneur? I will tell you very honestly, mere mein wo coming back, या fear of failure आप किसी ने बताया सुबह, right? ये दो problem है मेरे में. And it is not that I worked on it. आज भी है fear of failure. I could not, overgrow that problem. मुझे लगता है कुछ risk लेना मुझे, डर लगता है. जो entrepreneur के लिए बड़ा important चीज होती है. At least मेरा blind spots मेरे नजर में आ गया, मेरा strengths भी नजर में आया, मेरा blind spots भी नजर में आया. And at least I am very sure क्या करना है, क्या नहीं करना है. In my limited profile. So probably we are only trying to understand that element of it when we are actually talking about questions like, what was your child dream? What was your fantasy? So what is that you're bringing from there to the current profile? Is it any possibility? शायद आपने ये भी सोचा होगा, it is not worth bringing it here. Am I, imbibing anything? Is there any blind spot that I had? That's exactly what the fulcrum of the conversation is. With this, we want to introduce you to the topic itself. What is I or me? Many times we use this, right? I am like this, me, myself. It's a very common concept that we keep talking. What is I or me? I just want you to read this statement with pauses, the way I would read it for you, and then we will have a discussion. I am thinking about me. Let us explore what is I? What is that you understood by I? And then what is that you're understanding by me? I am thinking about me. You can unmute and you can help us understand what is I and what is me in this statement. $60 seconds and you can just come back. Wonderful. Sanjay ji ne so turant likh diya that selfishness and self-obsession is what, sir? I or me?
It is I.
I. Anurag sir, what is your opinion about I or me? What is I and what is me?
Ma'am,
It can be your ego. I
is your ego, is it what? Okay.
Ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, what I appear to others, yani ki my outer self, and me is my inner self. What I mean, what it looks like to me.
So Sanjay Tandon ji ke liye it was probably something related to obsession. I is inner and I is outer and me is inner is what Mohammed sir ne kaha. Anybody else?
I means, ma'am, it is I myself, what I look like. It's, I agree to Israel. And me means it is my personal trait. What is my personal character and what is my personal trait? That is what I mean to say about me. And
okay.
I means it is I myself, how I look like. That
okay. So I am thinking about me. So I here is mostly about what others think. Okay. Anybody else? We are yet to correlate all the answers.
I means I think I means individual or me means inclusive.
Okay. I is individual and me is inclusive of others. Anand ji, ek naya, actually you aapne ek naya खिड़की खोल दिया मेरे लिए, but we will have a conversation later. But I and me का फर्क ये है that I is purely me and me is inclusive of others is what Anand ji ने कहा. Anybody else?
In my terms,
yes, sir.
Me means my disposition, my personality, my traits, all my disposition. It is me.
Okay.
And I, like my friend Mani has said, I is basically an ego, my ego, me, I, man.
Okay. Okay, great. Let's take a couple of more answers. Thank you, Jigarji. I really like the word that you use, disposition. But, depth wala shabd hai, but very beautifully you just intertwined here that it's probably the disposition that I take about myself is me. Okay, great. Any other answers? Any other perspective that you have?
We always search for maybe with a negative thing or positive thing.
Wow.
But me is always you represent.
Okay. Beautifully put. Very simply, in fact, put, I say, I really like the way you put it. It could be good or bad, but I is you, and then me is about the way we try to portray. Great. Arun Kumar Singh ji ne likha, it's about self-assessment and building on my positive aspects. Okay, so Arun Singh ji, आप ये भी बता दीजिए, ये जो आपने लिखा, it is for I or is it I am thinking about me? Together I have to read it. Sanjay Tandon ji ने आपको तारीफ भी किया, very nice करके. I think that's the way we should appreciate each other. Any other new thoughts coming in? Thank you, Arun sir. Any other new thoughts from anybody else after your friends spoken so much about I am thinking about me? Okay, so let us quickly have a sneak peek about it, and probably you all will agree with me. The entire conversation is about you, and therefore focus there is, I am thinking about myself is the statement. What is I? I is the actor here, and who is thinking about the object, which is me. So me is the object, and you are actually looking at the object. How? How do we look? I'll give an example and then probably I'll get into it. एक बड़ा project था. It was something to do with a government training project for officers. So in my office place, they called me that, Sujata, aa jao is project mein we should work, and you are really capable of working on this task. So when somebody called me like this, saying that, you're capable, and I was also very much aware that I'm capable. मुझे बड़ा पसंद था उस तरीके से project में काम करना. So when I was called, you will not believe whether I was going to get it or not, but I showed immense, interest into it. I developed a personal affiliation to it. And in a way, I started contributing to my best of efforts. It just happened. So here, when we are trying to understand what is I or me, the concept of self, when we are trying to understand, it is made up of three things, very, very important things. The self is actually made up of ideas. What are these ideas? The notions about myself. How do I look at me? The notion that I have about myself, the way I am thinking about myself. The self concept is also made up of feelings. In fact, Dr. Aruna ji ne yehi aaj subah hame reveal kiya that, it is about the ideal self that you think of, the feelings about myself. I was very confident that I will crack that project. The idea about me is I could do it. So everywhere it became very positive. So the disposition, abhi Chand ji ne use kiya word disposition, the attitude. So the opinion that I have made about myself is attitude. So ये जो self concept है, invariably, it helps us to actually settle these three elements. We call it as cognitive triangle. The ideas that you have about yourself, the feelings that you know about yourself, the feelings that you have about yourself, in fact, and the opinion that you have made about yourself. All of this put together underlines yourself. And with that self, you start communicating to yourself as well as others. And that's exactly where we try to coin this. I am thinking about myself, or I am thinking about me, which means you are actually an actor who is thinking about the object. And all that we become and all that we do is ultimately about this categorization of understanding self from the ideas, from the feelings that I have, and the attitude that I have developed. Attitudes, in simple, are nothing but dispositions of likes and dislikes that we have about our own self. Now, you know it better. We need not even have a conversation around this place. Do I carry a liking or a dislike on various things that I do, various characters that I have, traits that I have? Keep thinking. You will resonate that we all have opinion, not about others. Probably we also have opinion about our own self. With that, one final question before we get into psychometric assessments, which is, why do we need to know about ourselves? Why should we know about ourselves? Because primarily, a lot of us feel we know. What are your ideas? What are your feelings? And what are your attitudes? With that note, let's also explore this particular question. Why do we need to know about ourselves? Quickly.
Because man need to know his machine.
Sir, can you repeat? I just missed.
Man supposed to know his machine.
Wow. Man is supposed to know his machine. Very, very.
All the processes of idea, attitude, and feeling, it has a chemical reaction. So human is a lab itself.
Sir, आप लिखते हो क्या? Very nicely analogies डाल रहे हो आप. So that I think this is the lingo that probably you all share. So man is a machine. Everything is a process. Things should work together. And there is a chemistry, and therefore there is definitely a reaction. Very beautifully summated. That's for S.K. Singh, sir. Anybody else? Why do you think that you should know about yourself? If you ask a child, na, घर पे आप पूछोगे, why should you know about yourself? Knowing about themselves will give them a lot of confidence. Shayad, if you would have gone through this when I was young, if somebody would have taught me how to look at myself, probably I would have worked across my strengths and capabilities. And probably I would have performed really well. No regrets. But jaldi kar sakte the. Yes, Anurag ji, yes.
Taking any decision, right, one must know what are his weaknesses, what are his strong points. अगर हम अपने आप को बेहतर तरीके से जान नहीं पाएंगे, it would be very difficult for us to take any kind of decision, whether it is on your family front or on your professional front. So weaknesses, strength, characteristics अपने बारे में जानना जरूरी होता है ताकि हम उस चीज को लेकर के और एक निष्कर्ष पे पहुंच सके. हमें अपने बारे में अगर हमें नहीं पता है तो फिर डिसीजन लेने में हमें दिक्कत होगी.
Okay, so it's about strengths, blind spots. It's about knowing your processes, knowing your outcome and reactions. Very well put. I think I'm missing on. Somebody has risen in hand. Sir, aap unmute karke, you can just jump in. I saw somebody raising their hand. Yes, sir.
Very aptly brought out by Anurag Mani. Just support your statement by saying that we need to do a periodical self-check, introspection, self-feedback, and so that we can have a better course correction on our both fronts, personal as well as professional front.
Great. So one way of looking at it is once we know everything, probably we can course correct. But sometimes wo bhi nahi karna hota hai. So I would like to add something here with all the seniors speaking. Probably, if I get to know who am I in its good spirit, I can accept myself better the way I am. There are a lot of things probably I cannot do, probably a lot of things that I am not able to do, but I will not fight for it. And probably I will accept that, this is not my cup of tea. Probably I will work more, enhance my strengths and capabilities, and probably some of those things that I feel this is not my area of intervention, probably I will not take it forward. Arun Kumar Singh ji ne bataya that for better decision and initiative regarding future prospects. Of course, yes. So probably for decisions and probably for future prospects, one should know about ourselves. In fact, I think one should know about ourselves. Probably it will help us to know what works for us and what doesn't work for us. It gives us self-confidence. Anything more?
Yes,
Anything?
sir.
Yes, sir.
अगर सबसे कोई मुश्किल काम है दुनिया में
जी
पर्सनैलिटी ट्रेट को आइडेंटिफाई करने के लिए अपने आप को पहचानना, जब आप अपने आप को आपने डिस्कवर कर लिया ना, द पीपल हु हैव रीच्ड अप टू द पीक, जो आसमान की बुलंदियों को छू रहे हैं, जैसे जो एक्टिंग की दुनिया में जो टॉप पे हैं, जो इंजीनियरिंग में टॉप पे हैं, जो डॉक्टरी लाइन में टॉप पे हैं, दे आर द पीपल हु हैव डिस्कवर्ड देमसेल्व्स, जो पोइट्री में, गायकी में जो टॉप पे हैं. जो हमारे ऐसे मीडियोकर आदमी हैं, हम पूरी जिंदगी अपने आप को डिस्कवर नहीं कर पाते कि मैं हूं क्या, मैं क्या चीज हूं। और ये जो क्वेश्चन है, दिस इज वेरी रेलिवेंट। लाइफ में शिखर पे पहुंचने के लिए अपने आप को डिस्कवर करना या पहचानना बहुत मुश्किल है। कहना बहुत आसान है कि मैं अपने आप को मैं जानता हूं। इट इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट। 99% पीपल डू नॉट नो अबाउट देमसेल्व्स। उनमें से मैं भी एक हूँ।
I seconds the view of Mr. Zagir. मैं भी बोलता हूँ कि to take better course of action, आपको अपने आप को पहचानना बहुत जरूरी है। Unless you know your weakness or your strength, you cannot take a decision. कि मुझे जब पता ही नहीं है कि मैं साइंस में कैसे हूँ, तो मैं साइंस पढ़ने कैसे जाऊंगा? How can I go? मुझे पता होना चाहिए कि yes, I am better in mathematics, I am better in physics, I am better in chemistry. Then only I should go for science. Otherwise, अगर मुझे पता नहीं है, तो कैसे जाऊंगा? और yes, I fully agree to Mr. Zagir. Yes, 99% people probably fail to identify themselves. कम से कम मैं तो अपने आप को नहीं पहचान पाया कि शायद मेरा स्ट्रेंथ क्या है, मेरा वीकनेस क्या है।
Amazing, amazing.
नहीं, जो जागीर की डिस्कवरी वाला प्रोसेस है, वो एडल्टहुड में आता ही नहीं। उस फेज में तो पता ही नहीं चलता है डिस्कवरी क्या है, आवर सेल्फ की, वन सेल्फ की। उस समय तो केवल एक आप लाइफ, मैकेनिकल लाइफ जी रहे होते हैं। उठाया, स्कूल गए, अच्छी ग्रेड लाए, घर पे वापस अच्छी कोई पोएम याद किया तो कोई रिलेटिव्स आए, उनके सामने सुनाना, कोई शाम की आपकी एक्टिविटी है, गेम वगैरह। तो कहाँ पे डिस्कवरी प्रोसेस आता कहाँ है? जो सेचुरेट होता है वो डिस्कवर करता है, अनसेचुरेटेड आदमी तो अपनी नीड्स को ही फुलफिल करता है।
नहीं, I beg to differ.
Yes. That's why
I am differing.
knowing fully well that we fail to discover ourselves, we are discussing it, means we don't have satisfaction to discover ourselves. अगर आप सिक्योरिटी सब रिमूव कर दीजिए, left the job, Jagir should go to his parental place, I should go for some political party, Anurag Mani can go for acting, Sanjay Tandon will go for a transport company, then there is no problem.
नहीं,
slave of our insecurities. That's why we are not able to discover ourselves.
Okay. As a facilitator, I think
that is a different theory.
Yes.
What I feel here, कि doing something or working something on your strength, it is different issue. I may not have that strength, but still I am working. That is one thing, and I am having strength in that area. I am working there. That is another thing. Thirdly, I know myself, because of that I am there, and I do not know myself, but still I am there. It is a different thing. So all these are different issues. So this cannot be clubbed together. So what Sanjay has been stated, कि भाई हम नहीं जानते या जानते, हम सेचुरेटेड होने की बात ही हम अपने आप का नीड पहचान पाते, वो इशू नहीं है। सेचुरेटेड नहीं होने से भी हम नीड की फाइट करते हैं। सेचुरेशन के बाद भी सेचुरेशन तो है ही नहीं, देयर इज नो सेचुरेशन। वंस इट इज सेचुरेटेड, तब तो हिमालय जाना पड़ेगा कि मुझे नीड खत्म है, अब मुझे यहाँ क्या करना है।
In fact, I would like to intervene here and just make one sentence, probably then that entire direction of the conversation would change. Knowing self, why are we doing this self concept, is because it will enable you to understand how you think and what is that you're feeling and how your actions are.
Agreed.
Actions is an outcome, whether it is irrespective of, whether you're only in an organization or whether you are in some other place. We are constantly in action, right? And then everything that we do is actually an outcome of how we think and how we feel, and it ends up to be an action. And therefore, it's very important to understand how am I thinking? And it's very important to understand what made me think so. It's also important to understand what is that I'm feeling in that particular, position. And therefore, as a person, what is my reaction and response? Though both have a very thin line of difference. Responses are consciously identified actions. Reactions are, it's just unconscious, it's just eliciting. It's purely out of a limbic system. For example, imagine that, there is a outbreak of fire here. What does Jata do? She will run. Or she will try to fight against it and then put, if I have some pani, I may usko throw karne ke liye zarur koshish karungi. But probably the flight is the better thing that I will do at that time. So the limbic system is something which constantly works on us. In even better abhi bhi, we are actually, there is this flight and fight which is constantly there. That is the elementary effect of human survival. But many times we regret with our reactions. अरे यार काश ऐसे नहीं होना चाहिए था, कुछ better हो सकता था, शायद मुझे कुछ और करना था. So you will always see people whom we admire, उनका एक्शन से हम एडमायर होते हैं. उनका इंटेंशन क्या है हमें नहीं पता, हम उनके एक्शन से इंस्पायर होते हैं. क्यों? क्योंकि उनकी एक्शंस इज प्योर रिस्पॉन्स. It has a lot of component of, self-awareness and social awareness as well, right? And that's exactly why they are good. So when we are talking about this particular concept of exploring self, why are we even discussing? We want to actually take our understanding, we are trying to build on strengths, we are trying to know about ourselves better. Kyunki I am thinking about myself. So what am I thinking about me? Am I thinking really good or am I aware where am I bad? इससे क्या होगा, हमारे अपना सेल्फ इमेज जो मेंटल पिक्चर हम बना के रखा है, I think that true picture will help us to visualize our world very well, and it will also help us to build better experiences in our life. कोई भी experience हो. And at the same time, ये जो self के बारे में when we are trying to understand, we will also understand how you wanted to be the ideal self. वो fantasy हमने आपको इसीलिए बोला so that हम सभी लोग खुल के बोले अपने दिमाग में जो है. But in reality, in this particular profession also, some of us want to actually excel. हमें लगता है यार मुझे बस सर्विस करना है, मुझे मेरा बटालियन को इस तरीके से लेकर जाना है. I should influence them. What is the feeling about myself? That's the ideal self. And this knowing yourself, of course, will ultimately bring in a better self-esteem. And a lot of us already have it. You're all fortunate. I am fortunate, I call it so, because हमारा exposure उस हिसाब से था, हमने मेहनत किया. And I heard that you worked in agricultural farm fields and then you went into an university system. And I heard all the stories in the morning. I think you have got a belief about yourself. मैं तो कर ही पाऊँ. But हमारा बटालियन में जितने लोग हैं, उनका सेल्फ इमेज कैसे है? Are they having any ideal self? उनका सेल्फ एस्टीम किस हिसाब से है? So the notion about myself is something very important at this particular point of time. And am I actually understanding it right? And that's exactly where we are moving ahead. हाँ, Vani, go ahead.
सुजाता, sorry, मैं कहीं ना कहीं एसके सिंह सर जी की बात पे अटकी हुई हूँ. Reason being, I mean, I don't know from which context he was talking about, but हमारे Indian system में you question life in two aspects, और two situation में आप question करते हो life के बारे में. एक होता है जब आपके पास कुछ नहीं होता and you are जद्दोजहद में लगे रहते हैं and you are just questioning, is this life all about? So there's an element of disgust. There's an element of, unsatisfied. There's an element of conflict, which happens to 99.999999% of people. But yes, there are 0.0001% of people who are very much saturated, as the word he said. They question life. And then they get into a very different mind space. So, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि mind क्योंकि infinite हमारे it's a facility which can think of infinite possibilities. We should not limit कि वो नहीं करेगा, कर सकता है. So ये assume करना कि आप saturated होगे तो आप नहीं सोचोगे, सोचते हैं. हमारी खुद की हिस्ट्री में ये सवाल सिद्धार्था जो गौतम बुद्धा बने, वो सैचुरेटेड थे. तब उन्होंने जब पहली बार सफरिंग देखी तो उनको लगा उनके साथ कुछ नहीं हुआ था, because he rose to that level and he then questioned. So ऐसा है. इसीलिए मैं हमेशा कहूंगी कि हम ऐसे अज़म ये नहीं कर सकते कि ये नहीं हो सकता, कुछ भी हो सकता है विद माइंड. सो एसके सिंह सर, आप मतलब मुझे नहीं पता आप कौन से कॉन्टेक्स्ट में बोल रहे थे, लेकिन सैचुरेशन हियर जो आपके को पार्टनर कोलीग समझ रहे थे, मैं नाम मुझे याद नहीं है कौन था, आई वॉज प्रॉब्ली नॉट ऑन द कैमरा दैट टाइम। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वो शायद सैचुरेशन, सेल्फ एक्चुअलाइजेशन और कंटेंट के बारे में सोच रहे थे, वेरन आप सैचुरेशन एज एन पर्सन जो इवॉल्व हो और वो क्वेश्चन करता है उसके बारे में सोच रहे थे। तो मुझे लगता है कि दोनों का प्लेन शायद सिमिलर थॉट था, लेकिन प्लेन्स अलग अलग थे, एंड दैट्स द रीजन व्हाई देयर वाज अ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट। सो आई एम नॉट सेइंग कॉन्फ्लिक्ट, द डिसएग्रीमेंट।
नहीं, वेरी राइटली सेड मैम।
हाँ, तो मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी टू द इंटायर कोहॉर्ट, नॉट ओनली टू बोथ ऑफ यू, टू द इंटायर कोहॉर्ट, माइंड इज इन कैन हैव इनफिनाइट पॉसिबिलिटी, और यही हम गलती करते हैं। व्हेन वी इंटरेक्ट विद पीपल, वी शुड नॉट थिंक कि ये ऐसा नहीं सोच सकता है, वो सोच सकता है। You know, the mind can wander. Our mind is like a monkey. It can wander anywhere, anytime. आज अभी आप एम्स्टरडैम बोलिए, फटा सा वहां पहुंच जाएगा। So is the other person's mind. Now, if you think कि वो ऐसा नहीं सोच सकता, सोच सकता है। सोचने के लिए कोई भी मना नहीं कर सकते, बट क्या
मैम,
हम
इसमें
उस पे
मैं ऐड
एक्ट
करना
करेंगे?
चाहूंगा एक चीज, इसमें मैं ऐड करना चाहूंगा। जैसे आपने बोला सेचुरेशन, गौतम बुद्ध का जो सेचुरेशन था, बुद्धा का सेचुरेशन इज व्हाट? इट इज हिज फिजिकल सेचुरेशन, फाइनेंशियल सेचुरेशन में बी देयर, बट there are several aspects of your mind, your mental level, your physical level, your financial level, all these are different aspects. So he may be saturated at a particular point, particular issues.
Exactly. मैं भी यही
तो
कह रही
माइंड
हूँ।
का सैचुरेशन हो ही नहीं सकते कभी। यू कैन नॉट बी सैचुरेटेड, यू कैन नॉट बी सैचुरेटेड एट एनी पॉइंट।
मैम, एक चीज ऐड करना चाहूंगा पर थोड़ा सा दूसरा पर्सपेक्टिव लेते हैं मैम। वी आर डूइंग द जॉब टू फीड आवर फैमिली। दिस इज नॉट द प्राइमरी थिंग फॉर विच वी हैव बीन बॉर्न। एक ओकेजनल काम, फीडिंग ऑफ फैमिली को हमने पूरी अपनी जीवन पद्धति का एकदम मतलब ऐसा इंटीग्रल पार्ट बनाया कि स्ट्रेस, बीमारी, हर परेशानियां हमने मोल ली, क्योंकि हमें 2 टाइम की रोटी चाहिए। जबकि ये बड़ा नेचुरल कोर्स में है, सोना, खाना, पीना, टहलना, ये भगवान ने जब बनाया। अब प्रॉब्लम ये आ गई कि हमने इतनी इंपॉर्टेंस दे दी इस रोटी को, मकान को, गाड़ी को, घोड़े को, कि उसके बाद सब कुछ खत्म है और हम एक दूसरे सेटअप में आ गए। एक बेसिक नीड के लिए जॉब बहुत लोग करते हैं, कुछ लोग बगैर काम किए भी खाते हैं जंगल में घूम के। और ऐसा नहीं, आज से नहीं है, हमारा तो सर्वाइवल ईयर्स में गिन सकती हैं आप कि प्री मॉडर्न एंड मॉडर्न, वो तो हजारों साल से घूम रहे हैं। तो आपको ये कहना कि उन्होंने अपने को डिस्कवर नहीं किया, उनके ऊपर स्ट्रेस नहीं है, उनकी प्रोफेशनल सेटिस्फेक्शन, मतलब ये कुछ हास्यास्पद होगा। मतलब इट इज नॉट गोइंग टू टर्न इनटू रियलिटी। सो पहले तो हमें ये डिफाइन करना है कि ये जॉब मेरा जो 9 to 8 है, 24 आवर, और जो ये मेरे को आइडेंटिटी दिया है, एक्चुअली व्हाट यू आर लुकिंग फॉर, कि मैं बीएसएफ में कमांडेंट हो जाऊंगा तब सोसाइटी मुझे पहचानेगी। यू आर बॉर्न एज ए ह्यूमन बीइंग। तो आप ब्रॉडर पर्सपेक्टिव को देखे बगैर आप एक यूनिफॉर्म पहन के, उसके फोटो को लगा के, उसकी डीपी बना के, या कोई भी अपने जॉब और प्रोफेशन ऑक्यूपेशन को हाईलाइट करके आपकी जो ह्यूमन एंगल है उसको हमने मिनिमाइज कर दिया।
बिल्कुल, मैं बिल्कुल आपसे सहमत हूँ। देखिए, वर्क जो है वो हमारा एक जरिया है टू गिव मीनिंग टू आवर लाइव्स।
यस,
दैट्स द प्राइमरी मोटिव। वर्क इज फाइंडिंग मीनिंग टू आवर लाइफ। हम जस्टिफाई करते हैं कि हम क्यों आए, हम क्यों इतने साल रहे। अगर जो काम नहीं करते हैं उनको कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स होते हैं, और वो अगर से फॉर इंस्टेंस वो वर्क जो आप कर रहे हैं उसमें जो आपने अपनी लाइफ के बारे में सोचा है वो आप मैनिफेस्ट कर पा रहे हैं, you are happy with your profession, and that's the reason why people said that they're happy, they're content. Why? Because you have got meaning to life while working there. You're very correct there. बट वो मेरा ये कहना था कि जो खंडेरा जी कह रहे हैं कि माइंड कभी सैचुरेट नहीं हो सकता है। मैं इस डिस्कशन में नहीं पढ़ना चाहूंगी क्योंकि ये बिल्कुल अलग टैंजेंट पे ले जाएगा, क्योंकि हमारे शास्त्रों में कहते हैं कि माइंड को रिजॉल्व ही कर लेते हैं, तो सैचुरेट क्या, वो होता ही नहीं है। सो लेट्स नॉट गेट इनटू दैट डिस्कशन एट ऑल, क्योंकि वो CLMDP के प्रीव्यू से बहुत बाहर है। बट बट हमें उस डिस्कशन में जाने पे और डिस्कशन होगा तो मुझे वो बिल्ड नहीं करना है. बट वेरी करेक्ट बाय द फैक्ट दैट यस सैचुरेशन वर्ड का सर एसके सिंह सर और खनिंद्रा जी दो कॉनोटेशंस हैं, उसके बैगेज हैं. सैचुरेशन आप अलग पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से देख रहे थे, वो अलग पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से देख रहे थे. मेरा कहना ये है कि दोनों गलत नहीं है. देयर इज नो पॉसिबिलिटी, so the possibility is infinite, and infinite cannot be just two. So that's what my point was. Okay? So that's exactly.
But
Yes,
Vani, I
Sujata.
would like to add something here.
Yeah.
जैसे end point is same, start point भी same है. So for start point, this is the start point. Because
Yes, exactly.
all of us have a mental picture.
Yeah.
शायद जिस platform से मैं क्या बोले, किसने क्या बोला, I'm not getting into that at all. Probably यहाँ मैं बैठ के जो बातें कर रही हूँ, प्रॉब्ली मेरा अपना जो मेंटल पिक्चर है वो मुझे कहीं ना कहीं इट्स गिविंग मी दैट स्पेस टू एक्चुअली टेक थिंग्स वेरी वेल एंड ब्रिंग इट अक्रॉस. बट समटाइम्स व्हाट हैपेंस इज दिस सेल्फ इमेज, वहीं पे डाउट, somebody is 90% clear, 70% clear. जिंदगी इसी मोड पे निकल भी जाते हैं that you are not clear about your mental picture only. शायद
Exactly.
Yeah, that's why, the way, whether you move to a philosophical way of realizing self, let me put it, ये use नहीं करना चाहिए. हम पूरा कोशिश करते हैं not getting into Atman and Brahman वाला conversation. But वो आ ही जाता है because, आप लोग इतने अच्छे से बात करते हो तो हम रोक नहीं पाते हैं अपने आप को. Philosophical part में जाना है जो we say ना, the way we can actually use our mind and thought to discriminate, to understand things, right? So to even get that viveka, this is very important. Without this, you can't reach there. And let us not get into that philosophical way of it. Probably let me materialize it and look at from the karma yoga part only. Let's stop us from, till that area. Even to do your कर्म योगा with attachment and detachment in it, जैसे आपने बताया family के लिए we started working, and of course, but how do I realize my fullest potential in what I'm doing? Otherwise क्या हो जाता है कहीं ना कहीं that element of I don't call it as a dissatisfaction, no satisfaction, let me put it in a little different word, वो कहीं ना कहीं साथ साथ हमारे साथ travel करते हुए आएगा, because कहीं ना कहीं the ideal self, how I feel about myself, सब कुछ अच्छा चल रहा है, but एक बार आराम करके let's understand the feeling about myself. काम तो कर ही रही हूँ, सब कुछ ठीक ही चल रहा है, but am I actually creating some kind of शाबाश बेटा तुम अच्छा ही कर रहे हो, it's giving you happiness. ये करने के लिए I think start point फिर भी knowing yourself है. So professionally, let's handle this topic as knowing yourself from.
Exactly. I mean, wo Sujata and me, while we were creating this flow also, तो हमें ये बार-बार ये सवाल आ रहे थे कि ये देखना I और me में ये हमेशा ही जाता है. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, ये बैच 5th है, हम बहुत रिस्ट्रेन करते हैं कि let's not get there, लेकिन वो क्योंकि आप लोग वेल वर्स्ड हैं, कुछ लोग बहुत वेल वर्स्ड है, तो वो वहां चला ही जाता है. एंड ऑफ कोर्स इंडियन भारत में पैदा होने का एक बहुत डिफॉल्ट ये है कि आप ये ना जानते हुए भी जानते हैं. So वो क्योंकि हमारे वैल्यू सिस्टम में ऐसा ingrained है. But in any case, very correctly said Sujata, let's stay to our work area. Let's not get into Jnana Yoga. Let's stay to Karma Yoga. That's where it is. And maybe there we look it in a very objective way, so that it helps us to be very clear about what are the areas that we can be better off, and if we are better off, then how can we make others around us much better versions.
Correct.
So yes, Sujata, over to you. I just binge in just not to.
No, that's okay. I think
the question SK Singh sir के चेहरे पे आ रहा था बार-बार भाव, वो मैंने बोला कि नहीं, मुझे बात कर लेनी चाहिए. Now he is okay and he would be in the session. So that was my thought process by interjecting in between. Over to you, Sujata.
Thank you. I think a workshop mode is like a working session. this is exactly what we want, you know. It's not that one person is saying and somebody should accept it. Everybody has a perspective. And I think all of that converge towards, you know, the concepts of, are we in the right direction or not? I think I thanked SK Singh sir to, you know, to place, you know, some people should always play those extremes also, you know, every time it should not be in the common, you know, way. Sometimes extremes also bring in right insights. And I think he brought in an insight for the entire discussion. So thank you so much for Vani and to SK Singh sir. And it all started with probably Hamara, I think it was Jagir Chandji ne shuru kiya actually a conversation ko. So thank you for him as well. So why do we need to know ourselves? Is just this, you know, the self-image, the ideal self, and the self-esteem that we are trying to build for ourselves. But to know, do all this, you know, we must also do some psychometric assessments, and we are moving towards that now. All of us feel that, you know, hey, look, I know what I am, and I'm pretty much sure what I am. So, but let's also try and take a deep dive to know our traits and characteristics and our social relations and roles. Probably the own identity that we're trying to build in a much clearer picture with the next part of the workout. And the next part of the workout is, who am I? So here we have actually picked up 4 dimensions for discussion of the personality tendency. There are 4 dimensions we will do in the next probably, you know, 90 minutes that I'll be there with you. One dimension is values. The second dimension that we would try to do is locus of control. Third dimension that we will try to emphasize is on personal efficacy. And the last dimension that we will try to explore is quality of life. All that we are going to do is develop an accurate knowledge about oneself, which will definitely enable us to build a positive self-concept. When I say positive self-concept, you know, it's all about the attitudes that we have about ourselves, the likes and dislikes that probably we have created about our own selves. So let's try and explore it. This part of the workout will be using psychometrics, as I said. You must answer these questions in the context of today and this moment. And therefore, you know, please don't get into answering the questions by, you know, I would like to be. It's not that. How am I today? And that's how we will take up the entire workout from now on. There are no right or wrong answers for any of the questions. These are all well-researched questionnaires, dockets that's been built by leading psychologists, and AITD research team has also put in a lot of efforts to build some tools out of our experience, and they're all validated. So when I say it is scientific, it is validated, it's pre-tested, and the variables have been identified by, say, 40, 50 years of research by scientists, psychologists rather. So here, the purpose of taking these tests is to purely introspect, and then it's going to help us create an action plan to achieve our inner potentials. Please don't disclose any of your scores during the discussion. We maintain confidentiality. So in case if anybody wants to ask any questions or build anything, we are always available for you during the workshop. And in fact, after the workshop, we can always talk about it. The scores on the various parameters that you will get will identify your strengths and your blind spots. So that is the instruction that I thought I will share with you before getting into the tool. So now we have 15 minutes. I think that would do for getting into the first aspect of our personality dimension. It is about values. Your values reflect what is important to you. So for example, some of you here might value time. Some of you here might value honesty. Now, anything and everything that you would actually do in your life will have some kind of a reflection from this value that you carry, which is honesty or probably dignity or integrity. So values actually act as a shorthand way for describing your motivations. So who you are, probably what you hold very dear to you, what upsets you, and what underlies your decisions are all connected to your personal values. So as a senior leader, probably you might be valuing time. And because you're valuing it, across you will try to bring that. So everything that we do is somewhere a reflection of our personal value. So here is a set of values that we have given to you. I request you to get into the handbook, page number 53, the handbook that the team has shared with you. You can use the handbook, go to page number 53, and in page number 53, you will get to see a set of values. Now, these are set of values that we have culminated for you, and you are going to just put tick marks across the value that is important to you. You can pick as many as number of values that you want to pick up. Just place your tick mark. We have given you a generic list of 50 values, and we have also given you empty spaces. So some of you might find that you want to add something more in the list. Please feel free and add your value here. Let's just quickly try and understand what are those values that are truly, really important for you. So you can take 5 minutes. You just have to tick the boxes. And once you finish these ticking boxes, then we can move to the next element of the exercise. But then we request you to quickly do it. 5 minutes. I can share the values if anybody is not having a printout. So probably I can even share it in the screen. All I request is you will have to, in the white paper pen, write it down, which value matters the most to you. Pick up as many as you want to. Thanks, Ajayji. So Ajayji has finished. So sir, once you have finished, from the list that you have ticked, you can pick up 10 most important for you. You can just follow the handbook. And usse aap the first 10, top 10 that you prioritize, you can just mention it. Pick it up and write. And then you can as well go and pick up and figure out the next 5. Ajay Tiwari ji, thank you so much for helping me know that you're finished. Okay, great. Madhusudan ji ne bhi finish kiya, Arun sir ne bhi finish kiya. So aap log proceed kar sakte ho to page number 55 and you can pick up top 10. And based on the importance, you can prioritize them from 1 to 10. And then you can still further go and narrow down the list from 1 to 5. अनुराग जी ने भी फिनिश कर दिया. So probably all of us must be ready with the 5 most important to us at the end of the discussion. So let's quickly figure out what are those values that are very important for us. I'm sure everybody would have got their own 5 set of values. We will just unmute to discuss in a while. I'm just waiting for all to finish. Once you've finished, just give me a done, completed. So we can move ahead to the discussion and close this before lunch. Thanks, Jagar Chandi. Jitendra ne bhi khatam kar diya. Jitendra, thank you. Sanjay ji, thanks. Okay. So I'm sure that all of you had identified and prioritized the 5 most important values. I'm sure you have done that. Great. Now we have a question, and probably through this question, we will settle down for the next part of the workout. This is where we are. Can you share how your values have influenced your attitudes towards life? I'm sure all of you have found out your values. If you're interested, you can as well share your value. I mean, you can unmute, tell me that these are the values that probably you consider the most important, and you can even share your life examples as to how these values, now if you look at situations backward, how have these values influenced the way you had been moving ahead in your career, in your personal life, and how did these values help you describe your motivations, and how have they influenced your decisions? Yes. Who would like to start? I think it's Anurag Mani sir. Yes, Anurag Mani ji. Yeah, go ahead.
Ma'am, 5 important. First is happiness. Second is family happiness. Third is helping others. Fourth is integrity. And fifth is spirituality.
Wow. Okay. So any life examples that you feel that, how do you ensure? So I still remember when you said that, you know, family is balanced. How about helping us understand with some examples of how do you balance it out? Is there any strategy, trick of the day that you would like to share with us? How do you do that?
Ma'am, the kind of job we are into it, we are supposed to be in close coordination with our men, other organizations also. And there are issues at times when you are supposed to help others and take help of others also. So it is basically give and take kind of situation. And in my 26 years of service, I have been helping others, and it has really paid me. It gives a positive vibe to the organization, to my unit, and on personal front also. And as far as this integrity is concerned, if it is impeccable, then it shows on your performance also. And last but not the least is the spiritual part. I'm into some kind of meditation and all. At times I do, and I find that being or dedicating at least 15 to 30 minutes of self, like 24 घंटे में से 10-15 मिनट भी अगर आप इस पर dedicate करते हैं, it helps you become a better person, and things are okay. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये 5 ऐसी चीज हैं, पॉइंट्स हैं जो कि मैंने किया है और मुझे इनसे फर्क भी पड़ा है.
Wonderful, wonderful. So this tendency, you know, the value that you've kept serving others has always kept your people in organization also together.
Yes,
Positivity ke liye. Vijay ji, I can see your hand raised. I'll be happy to hear from you. Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am. I have prioritized as the following. Topmost is achievement, followed by wealth. Third is challenge. Fourth is helping others, and fourth and fifth are said like improving something on helping others. This priority I've made is that since I joined the forces, so our basically our performance was measured with the achievements which we have made. Initially, it was in Caesars, then in operations, and then the number of militants killed. So achievement has always been a driving force, has been my driving force, and my motivation to carry on forward. Secondly is wealth, because wealth I found that it's not wealth is money, white money basically, not black money, but white money. Wealth is a driving force, because if you do not have wealth, if you're not strongly money, you don't have a good financial background, then it will be a hindrance in other aspects of also of our challenge, accepting challenges. And say thirdly is challenge. Challenge is again like it's my nature to take up a challenge, and the environment which I have been in, the competition which I have faced. So challenge is again a part of my this thing of my nature, my character, that I like taking up challenges. And helping others is again, it's in my nature to help others, basically help basically people. If somebody comes for help, I cannot say no. I never said no. Hardly have ever said no to anybody, even to my troops or officers who would require any help from me. And improving something, yes, I always want to improve something, improve my surroundings. That has also been my nature. So these are the values, and this is how I prioritize them.
Wonderful. So your entire way of life is definitely driven by these values. Great.
Yes,
thank you. I can see Jagar Chandji. Yes, you can go next, sir.
Yes, ma'am. At the top, I keep helping others, because from the very basic training, we learned comradeship. we should not shed our comrades, our colleagues. We should be in the commando course also. We were not allowed to run alone. We were allowed to run in a group always and helping others. This is a very important value that I learned from BSF right from the basic training. And it has gone a long way while I was serving in battalions, helping outrightly to the needy constables. It paid a lot. They were very, it sent positive waves among the troops that this commander is very helpful. Second is integrity. Without integrity, there is no use of command. Commandant and in the uniformed forces, one has to be very honest and having integrity. Equality is an important aspect or factor which is missing in our society, as well as in some of the battalions also I have seen. There is some favoritism. Some commanders are not treating officers or troops equally. So equality is a very important thing. Creating new things. I learned it also pays a lot. It increases cohesiveness among the troops. If commander is having a creative mindset, he's with the attitude of developing new things. It also makes the command effective. Then lastly, I keep family happiness, because the happiness starts from your family. Then you get up early in the morning. If the vibes are positive in your family, you will carry the same vibes among your troops also, in your office also. Thank you.
Great. So knowingly or unknowingly, wherever we are, whatever we do, I'm sure that these are the things that's resonating your actions. So probably equity and looking for servicing others or integrity is something which will resonate in your public as well as your personal life. Very, very interesting. Anybody else has to say something?
I think we can resume it post lunch, ma'am.
We'll do that. We'll do that. Yeah, we are just moving towards that. So,
ma'am, for me, it's happiness, harmony, integrity, learning, and security.
Wow. So sir, we would get back after lunch, and I would like to hear how do you translate this
that's
in your life?
That's how we can discuss happiness, because without lunch there would be no happiness in the group.
Great. So we break here for the session, and you can go have your lunch, stretch, and then I think we will get back at 3 o'clock is what I understand from your schedule. Vani, you're here. I'm sure that we can have a break.
No. Yes, Dr. Sujata.
Yes.
Let's have a break. Vani will join us post break.
Yeah, great. No issues. I just wanted one of you to quickly come and say that we can join after lunch. So, it's actually 1:35 by my watch. 3 o'clock we will resume. And as we resume, SK Singh sir will help us with his personal examples. How has he translated his values to real life? Thank you all. Have a good lunch and hope this far you're comfortable and you're going to come back with the same energy to discuss more. Afternoon, we will do 3 more tools. Thank you. Thank you. Hope you're comfortable. That's more important. I stop sharing. So Divya, you can play your break.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Sujata. Thank you.
So welcome back again. I think I can see a lot of you discussing about the reality is, yes, any handbook and the working exercise, as Raghavendra ji said, once you do it, you write only, a lot of things, take its own form and shape. Thank you for that comment, sir. That was right. In fact, that's exactly why, we do such exercises. Well, we closed our conversations around the values as the first dimension to understand our personality. And I'm sure that there were a lot of insights and, experiences that was shared by our cohort members here in terms of the values that, had been shorthand for them in terms of describing their decisions and their motivations. So for some extent that we are very sure that, values and beliefs, definitely drive our decision-making capabilities. And while we were closing the session, it was with SK Singh Saab, and I'm sure, sir, we were closing with you, and you said that you in fact expressed the 5 values that you had, identified for yourself and prioritized. So would you like to quickly debrief us with any kind of an example, one example where these values have played a role in what kind of an outcome that you received, and then we can probably proceed with the next psychometric assessment.
I mentioned that, ma'am, happiness, harmony, integrity, learning, and security.
Yes.
Happiness because it has an ingredient of giving and taking. If you are happy, then you can make people happy. And harmony, it avoids conflicts. You develop a sense that how you avoid that people's situation or circumstances, how you can best work with the available resources. Then the integrity, this is not to be explained, known to all. And learning is one thing which I value a lot, because there are many things over a period of time which you have to unlearn. So learning is basically unlearning certain things. And above all, the security, because we are basically slave of our insecurity. So more you are secure, more you are happy, in harmony with people, nature, environment, then you can have your values intact. Otherwise, there is a threat.
So how do you, if I could build on one question over that, what are the possibilities through which you unlearn and learn? That's something which is very new perspective that
unlearning is that you realize that whatever you have thought is workable or not. Learning means over a period of time you have learned all the things. Learning by experience is the bad thing. At times you carry it forward, and it causes a lot of hardship to you. So there is nothing sacrosanct, I feel, in the professional life where the tools are available in form of acts, rules, SOP, and also there is no much improvisation, only the human touch and the letter and the spirit of the thing. So generally we go by the letter, we don't follow the spirit. So I try to unlearn that whatever is followed may not be true. So it again and unlearn the previous one and then follow the best one.
Wonderful, wonderful. I think that's in a way a closure to the discussion that we were having. So the personal values describe how we decide and what kind of motivations we have. And I'm very sure that this reflects in all our actions in job as well as our personal life. Having understood this dimension, the next aspect
I have to say something upon these values, because I think I am not clear about it, or I want clarification, and you will throw some light over these values which have been mentioned, which have influenced our attitude towards the life.
Yes.
Basically, there are no set values, I can say, as far as we will see our life as a whole from beginning and now in this particular age. With a different period of our life, I'll see myself as a values which were different. And at a particular time, they were influencing my life, basically, my attitude. They were influencing my attitude towards the life. In my young age, it was different. And now at this particular juncture, or at this particular period of the life, with so much of experience, and with the on the professional front also, and on the personal front also, the values have changed, which is now influencing my attitude towards life. That I have to say. And maybe, I don't know, after 5 years or 10 years, these values will be again somewhat different. So is it a fixed kind of values which are influencing one's attitude towards life? But I feel so they are changing, and they'll keep changing with a period of time, with your experience and with the circumstances, with the situation. Just I'll give you an example of the health. Everyone is talking about so many factors, but as far as I have read and somewhere, and when I was young, I was not thinking that is that important. Health is wealth. But if you are not healthy, I don't think you will have happiness. And once you are not healthy and you are not happy, or once you are not healthy, how you are thinking to help others? And that further with the health comes your personality development. So many things which are related with this as a health as a core in the center of this particular thing. And I met with one of the tea owner garden here in the Siliguri area, and he was having plenty of money. Money is not a problem to him, but he can't eat what he wants to eat. And he's basically not able to enjoy the life, but with plenty of money he's having. And he told one of my friend who's a doctor, and he also shared these views. He told, I am ready to give my 50% of this whole tea estate, but make me fit again and make me healthy so that I can enjoy the life. So certainly, as far as values are concerned, they keep changing with this experience and with the situation.
Okay. So I think he has shared his perspective. Probably before closure, I'll introduce you a couple of terminologies, and then probably we can, you can do your self-analysis about it. Whenever we talk about values, these are which form as a very important aspect of our lives, and these values can be understood from couple of subdivisions, which is terminal values and instrumental values. So now the terminal values are values that probably we try to keep it across our life, or probably these are the this is how it should look like. There are end points that we seek. I want to be a very good human being. I want to be so honest. Honesty for somebody could be all through the way that you have picked up. Now, instrumental values are those values as you said, you mentioned, you keep imbibing as you grow. And then there are lots of elements that in the instrumental value, which is affecting, which is actually governing your behavior over the course of life, which will you pick up, and then you feel that I will now follow this forever. For example, integrity that all of you were talking, I mean, it found a very important place. And, as you said, you pick up values by your experience. But then there are some, when I said prioritize the values, I'm sure a lot of you, when you take these 50 values, for some of us, it would be 20 to 25 of the values, which was very relevant for us. We would have definitely picked up. And why did we pick up 25 of it? Are we following all of it? When we were given an opportunity to actually narrow it down, we know that for sure, for a long time, these are the 5 things that had traveled with me. So Raghavendra ji, aapka jo कहना है, it's absolutely right. It doesn't change. I mean, learning is a process, which is accumulative in itself. We don't leave unless things are not right. So if you're picking up, there are people who might pick up shortcuts and consider that to be a value, but then they will drop it at the end of the day because they realize that these were only the means and this is not end of my life. So you're absolutely right in that. I'm sure that I was able to add value to your, perspective. So instrumental values help us in guiding us in terms of our behavior. And terminal values are something which is forever that we are searching. And while you prioritized, for most of us, these are forever values. You have now realized that these are the 5 things definitely that define me. When you're trying to identify your own identity, and then if somebody suddenly asks you, describe yourself in, say, 5 adjectives or 5 words, this integrity will find a place. Probably for somebody, happiness would find a place, right? Serving others would find a place. So you have internalized to yourself that, so consciously and unconsciously, subconsciously, it is their part of you now. You have imbibed it and you've been practicing it. The only thing that, why did we do this exercise when we are building our self-concept, when you're trying to understand ourselves, is there is this possibility, the way you are prioritizing a value, the other person is not prioritizing. So it is going to, I'm talking about, there are 2 ways of looking at it, sir. One is your value with other value, and the other thing is your value with your role value, the real you and the role you, right? So sometimes the role demands you to become more strict. Probably the role demands you to become more, pick up some of the values that is very important to demonstrate. Sometimes you feel that इस situation में शायद मुझे ऐसे नहीं रहना चाहिए. So what happens is we have conflicts at two levels. In fact, when we say that, there is conflict, it is very easy to resolve conflict between people. I mean, in conflict management session, they will definitely deep dive, but I'll just introduce it. Because if two people are having some kind of a set of, disagreement, the organizational systems and processes come and play a role. And then because of that systems view of organization, there are some answers which is possibility to be identified when there is a conflict between two individuals. Now, what to do if there is a conflict within me? How do I resolve it? The intra-level kind of a conflict. Then probably we must either identify it rightfully, the way most of you are very clear about what is your, the value that is driving you, which is being prioritized by you. It is always good that we don't compromise on it if it is for the larger good. But it is better that don't assume the other party is also valuing it. It's better that we communicate that my intention is and the action is connected because of XYZ parameters that I follow. So this way, what happens is there will be a cordial relationship that's possibly to be, derived out of any setting for that matter. So values that you're articulating definitely is transcendental, but those that are very, very yours, very much yours, it stays with you forever. And there is a tendency that that value will come out in any situation. And therefore, if the other party is not finding it to be appealing, it is just an awareness. See, this is entire exercise is self-awareness. So it's your responsibility to actually explain or probably put that forth. And at the same time, now that you know you have your priority value, others also have their prioritization. So probably listening is also one way of helping you to resolve conflicts. So that's why we try to understand, is my decisions completely because of my value, or am I having this camaraderie? Am I taking up everybody's value together? Am I hearing to them? This is what probably, we must understand when we are moving towards this self-awareness. Thank you for that insight. And we move from here, if you would permit. Can we go ahead? SK Singh sir, can we move ahead? The next,
yes, ma'am.
Then thank you so much. The next psychometric assessment tool that we will do is locus of control. Now, before even getting into the handbook that you're going to do, I'll just take you through what it is, and then probably we can attempt it. This is dimension 2 that we thought we can do it together. This exactly reflects the extent to which a person feels able to control his or own life. With age and experience and exposure, a lot of us feel that everything is under our control. I mean, we are able to, we know that for sure what needs to be done and what need not to be done. But the only underline that I would like to make here is locus of control refers to an idea connected with anticipations about future. Now, what is that? How do I look at life? And how far I feel that I have this personal consumption that every event is controlled primarily by me. So this orientation is reflected in the way a person views what happens for him in an organization and in general in life. So we will quickly do this assessment. Well, this concept of locus of control, people started researching in psychology way back by Rotter in his work, 1954. But a lot of people even today are researching on this because it's actually a reflection of how we take charge of what happens to us. So I would request you to refer page number 56 of your handbook, page number 56 of your handbook. And I will as well take you to the handbook, page number 56. So given below are some statements that show how people experience their organization. So based on research, they've pulled out variables, parameters under which they try to measure the locus of control of an individual. There is no right or wrong answers definitely in any psychometric assessment. Please read the statement. and indicate the extent to which you feel the way based on your experience in your organization. So use the following rating scale to actually mark yourself a rating. If you feel strongly this statement indicates the way you are, then give yourself a 4. So for example, I'll pick up one statement. I can largely determine what happens to me in the organization. So if you feel that you strongly feel this way, you should give yourself a 4. If you feel, yeah, yes, somewhat, so you can give yourself a 3. If you feel that this is 50-50, then give yourself a 2. And if you slightly feel this way, give yourself a 1. It's not 4, a typo error. Give yourself a 1. And if you hardly or never feel this way, give yourself a 0. So go through these statements. There is about a good number of 30 statements. As you read the statement, give yourself a 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. And there is a space given to the left-hand side of the serial number. So kindly put your rating across this. So first, only fill the ratings that you want to give for yourself. How do you feel based on going through the statement? They are job agnostic, which means these tools are not for a particular profile. Everybody can take it. I'm sure you have your dockets. Is anybody using my screen? Then I will move it slow. So if you're doing it in a white paper and a pen, please write the serial number and then give your scoring there. It will take approximately 7 minutes to finish the tool. I request all of you to do the tool. Once you finish, just give me a done in the chat box. Okay, I can see a couple of you writing, you have done it. Great. So we will just wait for another 2 minutes for your friends to finish as well. Thank you, Chaudhary sir, Sanjay, Vivek ji, Surendra ji, SK Singh, Sanjay Tandon, and many more. Thank you. So once we do this, now we will be moving towards the table as well. But let me just check on the screen how many of them are still doing it. I can see people are still doing it. Okay. Vivek Srivatsav ji, I can see a very nice background. It feels really fresh.
Yes, ma'am, it is my lawn.
Okay, it's looking so beautiful. So I'm sure that I can see 4 or 5 more people joining the league that they have finished. So all that we have to do is now get into our scoring sheet. Now you will get to see that there are items that are allotted in a particular place. And it is nothing but we are grouping them together to understand the parameters better. So I request each one of you to transfer your scores into this particular response sheet. So if you have given yourself 4 for item number 1, item is statement number. So you will have to put your response as 4 here. So primarily what we are going to do is we are going to take the ratings that we have given for ourselves and transfer the scores into this particular table. And once we transfer the scores into the particular table, you will have to just add the 3 column total. So you will add them and then you will get your internality score, you will get your externality others and externality chance score. So I request you to be very mindful when you're picking up the scores and putting it, because it should go in the correct place, and just transfer your scores into this table. So how to fill it is, if you actually look at it, the first 3 rows are like 1 to 9. So it is easy for you to then put your scores as you do the scoring. And once you put all the scores, then kindly get through your column totals. So you will get 3 totals. Anybody have any questions? You can ask me. I'm here. So this locus of control tool was developed in an Indian context by Professor Uday Parikhji, great renowned psychologist. So once you have got your column totals, keep it for yourself and then just tell me in the chat box that you're finished with the totaling so that we can have some interpretations in these parameters which define our personality tendency on locus of control. Hey, Vani, thanks for joining. I know you're kept busy. Yeah. I hope people off the camera is also doing it.
That's the mystery.
Madhusudan Rauji, मैंने ये नहीं कहा, but it's good to see faces, right? It's so nice to see. Like constantly, I know Ajay Tiwari ji, Subha se he was in camera. I mean, that's thankful. Thank you, sir. Pamai ji bhi aa gaye camera mein. It's nice to see all of you.
विवेक सर तो बाहर बैठ के कैमरा में, आउटडोर्स में.
सुबह अरुण कुमार जी थे कैमरा में, अभी शायद नहीं आ पा रहे हैं. संजय सिंह जी भी थे. अजित जी, आप
विवेक जी जाती जाती धूप सेक रहे हैं. जा रही है ना धूप अभी.
मैम एक्चुअली आई ऑलवेज लाइक आउटडोर्स, तो मुझे हमेशा अच्छा लगता है बाहर बैठना, धूप में बैठना. चाहे धूप हो चाहे बारिश हो, दोनों में बैठना ज्यादा अच्छा लगता है. तो indoors I never like.
Nobody likes to be caged. inside or within boundaries. Anyway, over to you. Over to you, Sujata.
Shriya bol rahi hai, huh? So beautiful.
When we are posted in Kashmir, so we like to walk snow. When snowfall takes place, we always like to walk. My friend Muhammad Israel must be enjoying snowfall over there in Srinagar.
Sir, it was a month back, sir, when last snowfall happened. We are eagerly awaiting for the second.
Israel, I'll be coming to you for
Sir, most welcome. Everybody, sir. Everybody, including MET staff.
Very kind of you. Okay. So I think you have got your totals through the columns. I'll just have a quick round of ask. Jagar Chandi, you were able to finish your totaling, or do we have to wait?
Yes, ma'am, I have finished.
Great. Surendra sir?
I have done it.
Okay, I think Surendra sir kar rahe abhi. Let me wait for another probably 2 minutes, and then probably we will understand the interpretations of the tool. So there's nothing like, a very good score and not it's a wrong score or a right score. Aise kuch nahi hai. It will tell us our tendency, and obviously these are your expressions that you have observed about yourself in different scenarios. So today when we are trying to rate ourselves based on our experiences, we are trying to actually perceive our opinion in each of the statement. So what I will do is I'm going to just quickly shift into my screen PPT mode, and I'm going to take you through the journey. Hope you're all ready. Ramay sir, can I start interpretation? Is it good to go? Okay, he said yes. We are not able to hear you, sir. Good afternoon.
Problem, ma'am.
Yes.
You can go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Good to hear you. Okay, so all of us would have got 3 totals. Now, in whichever column the total is higher, that's the primary tendency that we have. And obviously there is a second total and a third total. So in any given scenario or a situation, the total in which you have had a highest score, that is what would be your natural reaction and response. Now, as I said, there's nothing like which is good or bad. All of this is part and parcel of our self, and therefore we are just going to explore what it is. Highest the total becomes your primary tendency. Now, there are situations, some of you might have also got same score, same total in 2 of the columns. It's nothing wrong. It is possible. And in case you share same scores in 2 columns, the only caveat here is you will have to be aware the situation decides which one will be explicitly charged, which one you will actually react to. So there are 3 dimensions, rightfully said. Locus of control is actually understood through 3 dimensions. The first dimension is internality. The second dimension is called as externality others. And the third dimension is called as externality by chance. Now, I will reiterate what is locus of control, and probably we can try to understand it from an organization's perspective as well. We are in a job, and therefore, what does that mean to me when I'm in a role within the organization? So locus of control is reflected in the way a person views what happens in an organization. The views that you pick up is either it's an internal view or an external view, which means how much control the person believes that he has in important organizational matters, and how much control the person believes that he can hold by certain others, and what degree the person believes that events in life are happening by luck or chance. So to put it more clearer, if you say that my internality score is very high, there are 3 columns. For some of us, the internality score will be the higher score. Who are these individuals whose internality score is very higher? These are individuals who believe that they control what happens to them, believe that they control their own fate or even destiny. If your score is very high in internality. Now I will go into depth of internality and seek some clarifications in few minutes from now. Who are these people? Then externality. So now if you see people whose scores are higher in externality, others, or chance, who are these individuals? How do they look like? What kind of behaviors that they have? So these are people who have a conviction that life is constrained predominantly by outside factors. And these outside factors can be people who impact their life or people who can influence their life. So if it is about externality, others, where your score is higher, it means that your orientation can be explained in such a way that your world, the way you look at world is purely around the people with you. So you're more bothered, you're more skewed, you're more driven by others in your decisions as well. So that is externality, others. Now, what is externality, chance? And this is generally in a profile like you, the externality by chance will not supersede the other two. Externality by chance is, these are set of individuals who believe that whatever happens in their life is controlled by outside forces, which is probably luck or probably chance. So psychology says that all of us have a determined locus of control. Either we are internals or we are externals. Now let us go deep dive into each one of it and then understand what is an ideal combination of internal, external, others. What's an ideal combination? Now, if you look at internality column, either you would have scored 0 or you would have scored a maximum of 40. The range will be between 0 to 40. Now, if your score is 33 and above, I repeat, if your score is 33 and above, it means that you are highly internal, very high on internal. Now, this tool was tested with, it's been tested for the last 20 years based on the population. The mean, whatever I'm selling as a score, is a mean that has been derived through the research. So a 33 and above is understood to be very high internal. Who are they? Is it good to have 33 and above? And what is that I must be aware of myself? So if your score is above 33, it says that you feel everything that is there in your organization with processes, with people, with you, you can take charge. It is all through you, is what you feel. And what primarily happens out of this is, you are more driven towards outcome. You're more driven towards goals. You feel that होना ही चाहिए. अब इसमें क्या हो जाता है is, it is not about only you because you are a leader and you might have people who are looking up you and working with you. How do they feel about you? ये भी देखना चाहिए. If you're 33 and above, how do they look at you? There is a possibility because you think सब कुछ हो जाता है और हो सकता है आपकी कारण, तो probably आप बहुत बार unrealistic हो जाते हो when you're actually setting your targets, when you're actually setting outcomes, or probably when you are convening a meeting. ये होने की ज़्यादा possibility है that it becomes a my way or a highway if you are above 33. So what happens is, having known today that if some of you are above 33, ab ye samajh mein aa gaya that shayad when there are group meetings, or probably when there are, feedback sessions, or probably when there is an open house, or probably when I am deciding, I go by my rules. My is more than probably taking up everybody together. So that's something which you must be aware of, and that's all. It's not a bad, I'm not saying it's bad or good. It is just that what is the behavior that probably you are eliciting knowingly or unknowingly, and how are you being observed by other people. Here, I also feel that because you take everything on yourself, एक इलास्टिक बैंड जैसे है, आप स्ट्रेच करते करते टूट भी जाते, बर्नआउट भी ज्यादा हो जाता है, बिकॉज सब कुछ आपको लगता है होना ही चाहिए, तो लोग कर नहीं रहे तो सारे बोझ आप अपने में ले लोगे, एंड देन यू स्टार्ट एंडिंग अप contemplating and doing things. So इससे क्या होगा, all your energies are drained, and there is no space for anything then left out for personal life, because you are more driven towards the end. Now, what is an ideal score? ये very important है, internality होना बहुत जरूरत है, because high level of self confidence होता है, because जिनके पास ज्यादा अच्छा competencies है, ज्यादा skill sets है, जिनको टास्क के बारे में इन एंड आउट पता है, they generally become high internal, because I know exactly what I'm doing. So your capabilities, your ability, your attitude towards work, you know your job better. So all of this is very good in you. होते होते unrealistic ना हो जाएं. That's what we wanted to, make it very mindful. An ideal score is between 29 to 32. 29, 30, 31, 32. Why is it called an ideal score? Is because you still get along with the targets, but you're very mindful in connecting to people. So you are able to build a high trust on your own ability, because aapko pata you're very good in your skill sets. And at the same time, you will lead it very effectively, because you are very mindful here to understand others' capability. So jod dete ho. People will collaborate to work with you if your score is in between 29 to 32. You are generally a very good leader, very good influencer. And when you are doing things, people will feel that I should also learn and I should be like you. That's exactly what people will feel around you. Now, as I told you, if it is above 33, लोगों को लगेगा इनके मतलब आपके सामने कुछ नहीं कहेंगे with a high internal, बाहर जाके कहेंगे इनके साथ काम करना बड़ा मुश्किल है. This is what your brand value will be outside. Now the mean score is 28. So that's the midway. So we have seen about the very high internal. We have seen about ideal high internals also. Now what happens to people between 22 to 28, 22 range to 28? You are an internal, but however, you still have this contemplation that is it all about me? So there is a possibility, if situation demands, you will change. You will try to say that ये मेरे कारण नहीं है, किसी और की वजह से हुआ, या ये possibly नहीं है. That kind of revolt or resistance will be very higher. Any score less than 17, any score, honestly less than 17, you should examine today, and then you should start understanding why is it less than 17, which means आप बड़ा dependent हो किसी और में. Any score above 17 automatically आपको दूसरे जगह पे ले जाते हैं. So आपका externality others का score ज्यादा होगा. If your score in internality 17 की नीचे है, there is a possibility आपका highest score among the 3 columns would be somewhere on externality others. So this is about internal people, highly internal people, right? And I think there are no questions at this stage. Any questions about internals? Can we finish the other two otherwise? सुरेंद्र सर, आप बड़ा ध्यान से सुन रहे थे, मैं आगे बढ़ूं मेरे कॉन्वर्सेशन में? Ajay sir, can you?
Absolutely, madam. I have been listening to you very intently.
Okay.
And,
so I'll move a little.
And I'm just an average person with a very, very average score.
No, there is nothing average or good. It's an opportunity to know.
I don't know how good or bad I am.
No, but at least
for
these
your
four,
assessment,
the ranges you would have marked, and then we can.
That's what I was talking about.
Right.
That the range that you just mentioned, although it might vary a little in case I'm asked to do this
Again,
this
correct, absolutely.
again. Nevertheless, it is. And I personally know myself, I'm a very balanced personality. Nevertheless, at times I do get hyper.
Right.
All my batchmates know. But it's all external, I know.
Great.
मैं बस हल्ला मचाता हूँ, जाके सो जाता हूँ फिर. And people keep forming opinions about me.
Okay, lovely. So that's something allows me to go to the next aspect of it, and then probably we can take some interactions around this. So externality, others, as I said, I would like to explain it as the orientation towards the world around you and people. So you're more, there is this dependency. Probably you feel any decisions that I take, इनको क्या, उनकी दिमाग में क्या सोच रहे होंगे, इनको ना affect हो जाएं. Every time when you do things, there is a possibility that we become more, we are very thoughtful, very good people. I'm not denying they are more people friendly. Internality people are more task-oriented people. But when you look at externality others, they are people who are more people-oriented. So it doesn't say that, that's why I said we all have all the three scores with us, right? We have all the three totals. It's just that which is higher, where am I, and how am I going to collaborate all the three and make myself a better individual is what we are trying to understand. So externality others, again, if your score is above 33 and above, it is very high externality others. Now the question arises, in profiles of leadership, is it a very ideal condition? Can I be towards 40? Higher the total is like, that's going to define your identity. Research says that, anything above 34, you are assumed and presumed, and probably you are a person who is driven by others' opinion, which is not a great sign. So it's good to have not a functional dependence, but it is very good to have a dysfunctional dependence. When I say functional dependence, everything that you do, it cannot be dependent on what others would want. ऐसे तो हो ही नहीं सकता. And this will have reflections both in personal and professional lives. And some reasons which lead to a lot of intra-level conflicts as well. However, if your score is between 30 to 34, it's a very ideal score. Anything between, 30 to 30, 31 and 32. Because 33 and above becomes highly external others. Score of 30, 31, 32. It is very good because you take others when you are deciding. You at least sunte ho, unka feeling samajhte ho, and therefore you are an admired boss. People show high reliance on you and your team as well, because aapka reflection apna team mein bhi fela ke rehta hai. So an ideal score should be between 30, 31 and 32, which we call as, dysfunctional, it's a dependence which you're creating over a period of time. Realistic dependence, जब हम profiles में रहते हैं, एक dependence हो ही जाता है, but leadership role में जब हम आगे निकलते हैं, हम सोचते हैं realistic से थोड़ा आगे रहें, क्योंकि it's not possible to take everybody's opinion, and every time you cannot hurt yourself because you're not able to satisfy everybody around you, right? So realistic level of dependence comes between a range of 21 to 29, which means that you are, as a human being, we all, हम गुजरते हैं dependency principle में, because बचपन से हमें सिखाया जाता है that, साथ रहो, साथ करो, all that. So a lot of us might be between 21 and 29. But if you are there, it is good. I'm not denying it. Your sympathy, your empathetic levels are very high. You will be very good in your social awareness. I'm not denying any of it. But just be very careful. There are possibilities that people might be utilizing you, or probably people might be around you who are getting their things done through you, and be aware of that. That's exactly where I have to put a full stop. If you are below 16, I mean, any score below 16, which means that you are not taking people with you at all. So किसी का भी score 16 की नीचे है externality others में, अपने में you would have been very high in internality. So ये भी ज़्यादा अच्छी बात नहीं है, because you are not going to consider anybody in your team, which is not a very right sign. So it's good to, you know, move up the ladder here and stop yourself between a score of 31, 32, 30 to 32. If you are around 29, 27, 28, fair enough. Situation के हिसाब से वो ऊपर हो सकता है. But जितना score कम होते जा रहे, which means that you are not a people's person at all, then your internality will be too high. You might be 33 and above there. The last one is, I don't foresee in this group, we will have anybody having a very high score on externality by chance. But I want to submit one thing here. These are individuals who believe, as I told you, everything is happening outside forces की वजह से, and हमें भी पता है इतना भी you should not be dependent on luck or chance. ये तो हमें पता ही है. But इसमें भी lower the score, it is better, very good. But any score which is going towards zero, ये भी गलत है, because there are a lot of unforeseen factors. उसको मैं define नहीं करना चाहती हूँ. I'm not bringing God here. I don't want to talk about destiny here. But there are things that are not controllable, you know, under your, you know, uncertainty, unforeseen season. You know, you are all trained on it. So थोड़ा बहुत तो ये uncertain चीजों के लिए भी जगह देना चाहिए. आप बिल्कुल ही उसको nullify कर दोगे. Anybody score is below 10 in externality by chance. हो सकता है 10 की नीचे है तो researchers say that you will be harsh towards yourself. In the sense, काम नहीं हुआ है तो then you are internal. तो क्या होता है, generally internal very high, people hurt. They feel that ये मेरे से क्यों नहीं हुआ, and you know that gives you that breakout, and then a frustration, anger, everything will come. And therefore, if your score is as low as less than 10 in externality by chance, अपने आप को बख्श दे दीजिए. Please give yourself a space and tell yourself 10 times when things are not happening. You know, it is possible that things can't happen. It's okay that, you know, sometimes I have to accept the way it is. And therefore, there could be an unforeseen or an uncertain element, which is actually made things not possible. So this defines whether we are an internal or an external, and that's locus of control for you. I think I have given this course. You know, things can, you know, the PPTs will be generally shared with you, so you can also get these courses. This is a tool which helps us to therefore reveal one more personality dimension of us. Why is that I am, you know, super stressed, or probably why is that I feel that if work doesn't happen, why am I panicking, or anxieties is high? Probably I get irritated, I spell out my anger to others, and it's all because probably it is high, very high internal. So now that it has come in awareness, we move to the next aspect. If it is an ideal phase, so people, a lot of you would have also got, you know, 29 to 32, and we can always ask this question to ourselves. How would you go about developing internality in oneself? कैसे किया जाता है? How can we actually build ideal conditions of internality within your work environment? Any ideas that you have? Because a lot of you would have had this, you know, good scores on internality. So how do you, you know, develop this internality within yourself? Any ideas? क्या करना चाहिए so it will be good? Any ideas? Anybody?
Believe in self.
Okay, you believe in self. So you will believe in yourself when you know about yourself.
Believe in self means if I know myself, if I am having the confidence that I am having knowledge on the particular task that I have been given to.
Wonderful.
So naturally, I'll have that confidence, and that will definitely develop certain degree of internality.
Great, great. Okay. Anything else? How do we improve on our internality?
Detailed planning.
Wonderful. Yeah. So if you have detailed planning. So what happens is when you do detailed planning, there is a lot of, I hope that there is a lot of scope for brainstorming as well. So what happens is we don't keep trapped ourselves into our opinions. We might ask for ideas. We might have a scope to choose what is best for you and the team. And I know that in your situation, sometimes you don't have time to take opinions and things like that. But however, consider multiple or cross-disciplinary ideas when you're actually solving situations. Any other idea? How do we, detailed plan is a fantastic idea. Any other ideas that you have to develop internality orientation? Anything else? So can I, yeah, anybody? So if you know your task well, so you can become a high internal. So it's good to actually, I'll go back to SK Singh Saab's words, learn and unlearn. If that is a constant thing that you do, automatically, your understanding about the task will improve. So internality will automatically improve, upskill and learn. Develop a growth mindset. This is something which everybody says. It's not only about you. You are very much aware that I'm sure all of you would have had some bosses who were very right to you, who mentored you, who touched you, in terms of career, or probably you learned a lot of things by just vicarious learning. You just observed them and you felt that inse to ye seekhna hi hai. I'm sure you all will have that. So probably if you want your team members to become highly internal, I think if you can walk the talk, whatever you have said here, I think that will help them to become highly internal. So with that, we would possibly close this personality dimension of locus of control. So this far, from the morning, we understood that, how life looks like, and then we moved towards a question of, I am thinking about me. So in the process, how do I build my self-image, the feelings, and what kind of an attitude that I should carry forward. And then exploring our values, we realize that there are some values which are actually driving all our decisions, and that impacts people around us. So that came to our awareness, the terminal values, as I call it. And then through this exercise, we are for sure now clear in terms of engaging and understanding our thinking, our feelings and actions are definitely driven by internality, externality, and externality by chance. So what we are is because of one of such dimension, which is how much you feel that you can have control about your own life. With that, I'm going to quickly take you to the next tool. So anybody has anything to say here? Any questions, any reflections, any insights that you would probably like to give before we push to the next level of interaction? Any ideas? Yeah, Anurag sir.
नहीं मैम, अभी तो अपनी स्कोर को ही मैं एनालाइज कर रहा हूँ.
अच्छा, ठीक है, okay. Okay, I was just, I thought that you were wanting to say something because unmute किया ना आपने, तो मुझे लगा आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे. Sanjeev Kumar ji, were you able to gain some interpretation for yourself?
There are two scores on which I'm on borderline. I was just trying to analyze कि जो चीजें आपने बताई हैं उनको देख करके ये सोच रहा था कि उनमें क्या चीजों को ठीक करने की आवश्यकता है.
Great. Already you have started actioning it out. That's interesting. Very, very right way of approaching things. Sanjeev sir, I can see you in your
yes,
smile.
ma'am. I also said in the same boat of Mr. Anurag.
Okay.
मैं भी अपने आप को खोज रहा हूँ अभी कहाँ पर हूँ मैं. जी. Thank you, ma'am. Nothing to add.
Right. Great. Hope you're all comfortable this far. So can we move ahead in our discussion? Ajay Tiwari ji, can we move ahead? Sir?
Sure, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Amitabh Bajpai ji, I can see you here in the camera. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon, ma'am. I could not join. I joined late, ma'am.
That's okay, sir. That's okay. I can sense it. Warm welcome from our side. Jitendra sir, can we move ahead? Sure. Thank you. So here we are going to now get into the third element of our discussion, which is something to do with efficacy. Once we probably fill this tool, then we will have a break for some 10 minutes. But first, let's finish the tool and then take a break. What is this efficacy that we are talking about? Efficacy is nothing but self-beliefs that we have. And these self-beliefs help us to think, feel, and motivate yourself. In general sense, if I have to understand personal efficacy, I would put it very simple. There are 4 dimensions which, as a human being, we must be very much aware, because all the 4 help us to gain this power of personal efficacy, which is self-belief. So here we go with the tool of personal efficacy in the handbook. So once you finish these 20 statements, then we will come to a conclusion to understand what makes us really, what is that element that's contributing to our personal efficacy, and what are the other areas that we might have to really improve. So there are some strengths as well, which you will understand. And at the same time, you will also realize some blind spots, and through which we can create an actionable plan sheet. So I request you to go to page number 58. Page number 58 of the handbook that's been handed over to you, 58. So in page number 58, I'm also doing the same for you. I'll just take you to the tool. That makes you easier. Okay. So it's a very simple tool. It just have 20 statements, but be very much aware and mindful about the scoring here, because there are only 4 parameters. So these are some statements which will help you to understand your self-beliefs. And if you never or rarely feel or behave this way, give yourself a 1. If you sometimes occasionally feel or behave, give yourself a 2. If you often frequently feel or behave this way, give yourself a 3. And if you usually or always feel or behave, then give yourself a 4. So read the statement, very similar to the LOC tool, the previous tool that we did. Give yourself the rating in the left-hand side column that's been given to you, the empty space. And once you're done through it, just give me your done, and then we will go into the scoring sheet. So I welcome you to participate in personal efficacy tool, which is available in page number 58 of your docket. And in case you don't have a docket ready, you can just pick up a paper and a pen, but please ensure to write the serial number of the statement and then parallelly give your rating, which is 1, 2, 3, or 4. Once you're finished, just in the chat box, help me understand that you've done. I'll be quiet for some time now. Thank you, Anurag ji. Once you've finished this, you can as well get into the table to fill the transferring of scores. But then I would request my announcements will start once your friends have done it. Same way like the previous tool, you just have to transfer your scores into this table. So those who have already finished your 20 statements, please bring your scores here into this table and then create your column-wise totals. R.K. Tripathi ji, thank you so much. Ajay ji ne bhi kar diya. I'm just waiting for all of us to.
Can we see the questions again?
Yeah, sure, sir. Sure, sir. Is it visible, sir, now?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, sure, sir. So those of us who have finished can actually do the table also. Transfer the scores into the table. Okay, scoring has been done. So we will just another 2 minutes. I'll try to interpret the scores for you. Great, all of you have done, almost all of you. Thank you so much. So I'm just, sir, आपने questions answer कर दिया? Whoever was using my screen. हो गया sir? Can I move ahead? सर ये टेबल भी बनवाना पड़ेगा आपको. If anybody is using my screen, then probably you have to make this table as well. ये बड़ा आसान है. If you get to see 1, 2, 3, 4 एक रो में है, then 5, 6, 7, 8 एक रो में है. So when you're transferring the scores, it will save time if you go by the order. Okay. So can I go to my PPT? Great. So now we have 4 totals with us. Am I right? There are 4 totals that you'd have got. And each of the total, if you would actually observe, talks about a particular dimension that is adding to your personal efficacy scale. Now, let me quickly take you through it, and then probably we can have our questions and discussions afterwards. So as I said, it's a perceived personal efficacy, which means that you believe what is that element that you're believing on your own capability, right? So if we have to have a higher level of personal efficacy, which is highest level of esteem and confidence, there are 4 parameters which are contributing to that kind of a performance. So what are the 4 major processes? The first major process is self-belief. The second process is how do I look at life that I can cope up things around, so coping capabilities. The third element is something to do with managing things very much in an anticipated way, which is self-regulation. And the fourth element is social environment influence. How much that you can create influence in your social environment. So let me reiterate. When we are at our organizations working, and when we are in our other spheres of life as well, we continuously produce a designated level of performance, right? We do perform. And our performance is actually influenced over the, over events that affect our lives. Now, what is this performance dependent on? So it is purely dependent on the set of personal efficacy that you have about yourself. So go back to our initial conversation in the morning. We were talking about why should I know about myself? Because I wanted to create a better self-image. I wanted to understand what is that I'm super good at. And all of us primarily want to be a performer. And what is contributing to our performance? So these are the 4 processes that are contributing to the performance that we are actually doing. The very first component is self-belief. If your score is high, so there are 4 totals, one total will be higher than the other. So you can actually quickly mark 1, 2, 3, rank 1, rank 2, rank 3. All the 4 are important. All of it should go towards highest score. So let me quickly calibrate it. So in each of the table, if you actually look at it, your maximum score would be 20. In each one of it, your maximum score would have been 20. So for first people who did not have a handbook, who are following this thing, I'll just show you this. So in each of the column, your maximum total would be 20, minimum total would have been 5, right? So you will range between 5 to 20. In all of it, it should be touching 20. If your score is towards 20, you're doing a fantabulous job. All the processes are very well determining your performance, and all the 4 are equally contributing for your self-confidence and personal efficacy. An ideal score, when I say that, which means that it's good to have. Anything above 16 in any of the parameter, anything above 16 in any of the parameter tells that it's very good right now. It's excellent. Correct? And at the same time, if you realize that in any of the parameter, if your score is, coming to a total of anything less than 10, which means that is the one which is pulling your performance. It's not to be interpreted that you're bad or good at it. It is the area in which you have to concentrate right away now, because that is the process which is actually not letting you perform to your fullest potential at this given particular point of time. So anything above 16, you need not worry. It's good to go. A score of 20 is admirable. 20 on 20 is admirable. If you're 16, you will definitely pull up your socks to make it 20 on 20. But any score less than 10 is a cautious area where you realize today that, hey, look, this is exactly where I will have to probably pick up to work. That's all. Now, what is the first parameter called self-belief? What is it? Who are these people whose score is very high in self-belief? They are people who are typically guided by their own thinking process. I mean to say that, when I try to show this, self-belief people are people who are highly rational, who go by evidence, who go by data, and who necessarily search for information. So what happens is they are more dependent on their own task abilities. They are more dependent on the realized reasoning that they have because of the data. So your reasoning is very good. So whatever goals that you set and plan and your course of action, the probabilities of that course of action to fail is very less. So if your score is above 16, you're a great executionable person because you're very clear in your rationality thinking process. So that's exactly who is a self-belief person. Coping capabilities. This is very important because now the environment is changing. A lot of new things are coming up. A lot of expectations are also there from the organization, and that these expectations are very fluid. It keeps changing. And that's a tremendous pressure on you, right? So how do you cope up with it? So what is your coping up capability? If your score is about 16 in this particular dimension, it's very good because you have an efficacy to control over the stressors. You feel that you can exercise control over the threats, and you do not allow the stressors to affect your pattern, existing pattern. So what happens is there is no disturbing thoughts of patterns, negativity nahi hai. So you are able to actually understand the reality of the risk. You use your capacity and capability to control the situation and then take over charge. So your coping capability scores is very high. This is something, if you have this efficacy, it regulates your avoidance behavior. A lot of times when your score is less, when people's score is less than coping capabilities, whenever situations crop up, they avoid that situation. I mean, how far we can avoid? More that you avoid, you are understood as an indecisive person, right? So coping capabilities score should be above 16. The law remains the same as I told you in the beginning. A score less than 10 needs an immediate attention. The third dimension, which helps us to achieve our designated levels of performance, is self-regulation, which means that if your self-belief is high, it has been observed in research that your self-regulation will also end up to be VI. Who are these self-regulated people? You are aware of yourself. Your locus of control also will be high internality generally. And therefore what happens is you are self-motivated individuals. These are people who are motivated themselves. They guide their own actions anticipatorily by exercising a forethought. So you are well aware of your, yourself, and you also know how to utilize that awareness in situations. And that's why you are self-regulated. You know when to respond what. You know what to speak. You know how to conduct your behavior. You're very clear in picking up responses to situations. And your belief about when to do things is very, very clear. It's about not what to do. You are very clear about when to do things. And here, the highlight about an individual whose score is very high in self-regulation is they anticipate likely outcomes of prospective actions. It's not about only the current. They also know aage kya hoga aur uska bhi kya repetition hogi. So that 360-degree perspective of looking at things, thinking big picture is possible if you're very good at your self-regulation. The last component is very, very important. I mean, if you ask me, my personal score here is very less. Social environment influence, how much I can influence my environment, my people. Probably, there are a lot of things that are happening in the organization. Aapko lag raha hai that मैं थोड़ा influence कर दूं चीजों को. हम कर नहीं पाते हैं. And a lot of times, when we want outcomes, we should have this ardent ability to, influence the activities and the environment and the people in the environment, because that will reduce the challenges that you will face. Otherwise, what happens is, लोगों को समझाने के लिए और लोगों को, साथ ले आने पे ही बहुत time हम, I will not call it waste, but बहुत time हम spend करते हैं. So planning में time चले जाता है, लोगों को साथ करने पे time चले जाते हैं. So outcome definitely impact हो जाता है. So if your social environment influence score is very high, it means that you are a person who strongly believes and you have developed this competency in you that आपकी environment or activities or लोगों को influence करते हुए, you can actually bring them to the task. So that's a great, great quality that you have in yourself. So what I was trying to therefore try and summarize here to you is, we all want to perform, and performance is only possible because of you, and you must gain a complete picture about your efficacy. So it's nothing about, it's about set of beliefs that you create about yourself. So please go back and visit. What is the level of my self-belief? Kitna main apne aap ko believe kar rahi hu, and then what is my coping up? Self-regulation and environment, social environment influence. Wherever the score is less, my only suggestion is we should look for an opportunity to improve that area. And I'm sure that in all of these things, sessions have been built for you. Pura BSF workshop mein in charo mein definitely ek ya do sessions available hai. And ek aur highlight hai that managing emotions ka bhi ek session hai. So wahan pe bhi zarur baat kiya jata hai about empathy and coping capabilities. So I think with that, I will try to lead you to a question, and then we would probably call for a break. Which one of the personal efficacy aspect you wish to improve and why? You can put it in the chat box. Which of 4 efficacies processes that we have seen, which one you would like to improve and why? You can unmute and also speak. Which one you want to improve and why? Your chat box is open, and I think as you would do that, then we can probably have a break before we continue. Jitendra ji, which one probably you would like to improve out of the 4 processes? सर आप म्यूट पे हो शायद. Yes.
Madam, there are certain things where one cannot have his own say. Just like one question where I never do what I don't want to do. But we have no such options. If we have been given some kind of task, whether I like it or not, I have to do it. So certainly there are certain questions where if we will try also to improve upon. So that makes a difference where you cannot improve. Because liking, as far as this, I have given one example with one question. I never do what I do not want to do. Can you explain, ma'am, these questions? I never do what I don't want to do. There are so many issues which comes on day-to-day basis in our life.
So when we do, Okay, when we do such things, do we do it for the, what is the intention that we have when we are doing that work?
Ultimately, ma'am, with the inner side, we are thinking is such kind of thing which they are directing us to do. It is of no use, and but ultimately for your survival, you have to do it. So with that kind of heart, we used to perform and we used to accomplish the task. But with this particular question, definitely.
So have we ever thought of, I mean, is there any possibility to answer ourselves that,
the answer is only that whatever the task they will give, don't think much about it, whether I'll do or not. There is no any option of it.
So you're doing unhappy. You're doing it without any kind of happiness?
Oh, yeah, you can say without any interest. Yes, definitely, ma'am. The things which is not close to my heart, and thereafter I am doing it.
So wonderful.
Ma'am, I second the view of Raghu. If I term it in my way, then we have no option. We have no option. You have been given a task that you are supposed to do means do. You like or dislike, it is immaterial. So in that case, my liking or anybody's liking is not the important. It is the liking or disliking of the seniors, rather organization importance is there. The organization asks you to do, you have to do. My senior means my organization asks me to do, and I am supposed to do that.
So how do you react to your juniors? Well, you know that you are traveling through
ma'am, I have to pass it because, ma'am, in that case, the task cannot accomplished by an individual. I'll have to pass it to my juniors also. भाई करो ये करने बोला है तो करना पड़ेगा. You have to do it. Simple.
So if there is a situation that you can actually, control that element and you have the decision-making capacity, how would you look at that task? Okay, say
ma'am, most of the things what has been stated over here, it is an ideal situation. It may be applicable in your in case of corporate sphere, because they have certain options, because they have certain degree of autonomy they enjoy, because their performance matters. Their bosses ask you perform, do it like this. But in our case, it is not that. You have to perform and you have to do like this also. Both the things are applicable. Under that scenario, we work basically. So that is the difficulties that we face. That is the dilemma we face.
Okay, let me take it in a very lighter note. If you are the boss and you have a team, how will you will behave? Forget your boss for a minute. What is that you would like to bring it up as a change, probably?
Hey, definitely, in that case, if I have the authority, if I can do it, then definitely I look into the reality, whether it is applicable or otherwise. In that case, I will pass the direction accordingly only. It is not that I'll do it like this. No, I'll ask them what suits you, what is the requirement of the organization, and what suits you, and I'll try to come into a conclusion based on both the inputs.
So what can be okay? Let's in a constraint of limited limitation, which very beautifully Raghavendra ji ne put up kiya hai. What can be done? It's not that we cannot do anything. So what could be done? What could be done is what probably we should do we have to express it, or probably do we have to change ourselves, at least derive some kind of instead of doing it disinterested, how do we bring interest? What is that you will convince yourself, or probably how will you convince your boss to get that interest? What is that we can do? That's my question. Probably if not now, somebody else will get benefited out of it.
Ma'am, in that case,
yes,
I have to develop interest.
There are certain tasks on which we cannot have any say.
Correct, absolutely.
We want to do or we want to do.
Yeah.
Like your question number 20, madam. I'm not afraid of accepting any kind of work given to me. Actually, this question is not at all applicable to our way of functioning.
Great. So yeah, go ahead.
So in a psychometric, it's not necessary that we only check what is something that is not that great with you. We would like to check what is good. So you're not afraid of taking any task. That's a very good quality. That shows that you have courage and valor, and it reinforces. So yes, that would help us to build around those parameters which this test has. So hence we in a psychometric you will have a range of extremes and some in between. wherein you would rate it with a Likert state, which would be minimum and maximum. So that's how your profile will come into picture. Very, I mean, very thought through. Yes, Anand ji, आप कुछ कह रहे थे, sorry.
मैं कह रहा था कि ये दिल से कह रहा है या सिर्फ बोलने के लिए कह रहा है, नहीं तो इसको अगर सारा काम लेना चाहता है तो या 3-4 रिक्रूटमेंट होने हैं त्रिपुरा के अंदर में, इसको बोलो कि या रिक्रूटमेंट में आ जाए, कई अफसरों की ड्यूटी लगी हुई है, वो छुट्टी जा सकते हैं, ये ले सकता है काम अगर इसको इतना वो लगता है तो.
मैं वहां कुछ नहीं बोलूंगी, ये इंटरनल लग रहा है. जी जितेंद्र जी, आप बोलिए.
Madam, like I am here deployed in Dhubri sector, where the complete unit is deployed on the riverbed, and after say 5 in the evening, otherwise not allowed to go. But if somebody is stuck in the mid of the river even at night, and there is a rescue operations, at that time you cannot say no, though it is very almost impossible to move in that area.
सर स्टेटमेंट ये नहीं कहा आपको नो कर कहना है. See, it is just.
My point is either say yes or no, then it is okay. But when you are scaling a question from 0 to 4, then it means there are options and
exactly. सर वही तो टेस्ट है, क्योंकि वो आपका ग्रे एरिया चेक करना चाह रहे हैं. आप कभी कभी करते हो या आप हमेशा करते हो. देखो कुछ क्वेश्चन में आप बड़ा एक्सट्रीम क्लियर है आपका यस नो, लेकिन कुछ क्वेश्चन में इट वुड बी ग्रे एरिया, कभी कभी करते हैं कभी कभी नहीं करते हैं. तो वहां आपको, अब हम उसको मैथमेटिकली कैसे डालें, तो इसीलिए वहां पे आपको ग्रे एरियाज दिए जाते हैं. एंड दैट्स द रीजन व्हाई यू हैव टू डिसाइड अ स्केल. अब ये क्वेश्चन आ सकता है कि मैम मैं 3 की जगह 4 क्यों ना करूं, या 4 की जगह 3 क्यों ना करूं. तो ऑब्वियसली अब उस पैरामीटर को हम क्वांटिफाई कैसे करें, दैट्स समथिंग दैट यू वुड आउट ऑफ योर एक्सपीरियंस वुड डू. सो आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट यू आर ट्राइंग टू से, बट एक अंदाजन आपको जो फर्स्ट इंक्लिनेशन में लगता है वो ही डालिए.
करेक्ट है.
Jitendra ji, did I answer your question rightly, or you have more doubts?
I mean, it's okay.
No, you don't seem okay.
No, I'm not satisfied. That's what I'm telling you. I'm not satisfied, but somehow it's okay.
Even I am not satisfied. Even I am not satisfied with that, ma'am.
I can understand, sir. देखिए सर, लाइफ में और सिचुएशन में कोई चीज हमेशा ब्लैक और व्हाइट नहीं होती है. I mean, जैसे एक क्वेश्चन अभी किसी ने कोहॉर्ट में बोला था कि I never say no to the work. Sujata, somebody said no.
Yes.
I never say no to work.
We can't say no to the work. राघवेंद्र जी ने बोला.
राघवेंद्र जी ने बोला, राइट. अब मैं अगर उसको बड़ी ऑनेस्टली करूं तो हाँ, मैं काफी काम ऐसे करती हूँ जिसको मुझे कभी करने का मन नहीं करता, लेकिन करते हैं. अब वहां पे जब क्या होता है कि हम जब साइकोमेट्रिक करते हैं तो एक ऐसे टेंजेंट पे ना आ जाए कि हम एक्सट्रीम्स में करते हैं. इसीलिए आपको बड़ा ऑनेस्टली देखना पड़ेगा कि कितने डिग्री में आपका आंसर टुवर्ड्स यस है और कितनी डिग्री में आपका आंसर टुवर्ड्स नो है. और वो एक अंदाज आपको लगाना पड़ेगा, हम नहीं लगा पाएंगे. मैं बड़ी क्लियरली और पब्लिकली बोलती हूँ कि हाँ, मैं बहुत सारे ऐसे काम करती हूँ जो मुझे कभी मन नहीं करता करने के लिए, करना पड़ता है. I mean, it's there are certain time when you can't say no, you have to do it, and we do, and that's not at workplace, that's at in personal lives also. So I would rate it as somewhere between. अब मैं कितना उसमें flexible हूँ, हर बात पे मान जाती हूँ, so that means I don't have a stand for myself, or I'm not that assertive, I'm a very soft person, or I take a stand and most of the time I say no, but there is an element to be bit benefit of doubt to people and then take it. वो आपको measurement खुद सोचना पड़ेगा. वो मैं अपने लिए सोच सकती हूँ, आप अपने लिए सोच. तो वहां मैं समझ सकती हूँ कंफ्यूजन हो सकता है. अच्छा है, जायज है कंफ्यूजन. वहां आप थोड़ा अपना अंदाज से चल लीजिए. एक्सट्रीम में जाएंगे तो वो यस और नो रहेगा, मिडिल में रहेगा तो आप, अगर वो बहुत ज्यादा है तो यू 3, अगर वो बहुत ज्यादा है तो यू, अगर आपको लगता है कि ज्यादातर वो सही है तो यू रिमेन टिल व्हाटएवर पैरामीटर्स नियर बाय. अगर आपको लगता है कि ज्यादातर वो ना है तो यू रिमेन नियर द पैरामीटर व्हिच इज. Sujata, I hope I've been
Yeah,
able
of
to
course.
clear.
I think I mean, where they were speaking, I just went off the camera because I thought I should not be disturbing them. Of course, see, we are not trying to tell that, that's why I kept telling, all the 4 processes are very important for us to have. And we are at least aware that these are things that is not for me. And you are aware, see, you will now not hurt yourself on things. अब आप अपना value में देखे, there is a connection. यहाँ पे if you are actually identifying that मैं ये कर नहीं पाता हूँ, so you go back, आपका value में होगा, आपने integrity जरूर लिखे होंगे, या honesty जरूर अपने आप को value system में लिखे होंगे. So इतना mindful हम अभी हो सकता है that देखो मेरा role life और real life में there could be some conflict at the end of the day when I'm breathing. I might have this, थाश, अरे यार क्यों कर रहे हैं, ये feeling है, but आप इससे digress होके you will not get into a negative, spiral. You will still hold yourself to a positive spiral because आपकी awareness में है, हाँ यार मुझे पसंद नहीं है फिर भी मैं कर रहा हूँ. हम ये नहीं कर रहे, आप करने लग जाओ. We are never saying that. And that is exactly what, I mean, thanks Raghavendra ji, you have very rightly identified. These are questions which is to tell, hey, look, this is something which I am. So you will start appreciating. When I described, if you remember, when I described all our actions are dependent on how we think, feel, and what's the attitude that we have. So it's about you. And therefore you will not hurt. Generally what happens when people are not aware of things, I have in my team people working who are unhappy, but they will not even realize the fact what makes them unhappy. At least you are completely aware. So in your team, when you go back and talk to your peer members, वो ऐसे कुछ गुजर रहा है क्या, तो शायद आप उनको on a cup of tea advice तो कर सकते हैं ना, काम तो होना ही है भाई, करना पड़ेगा, but वो किस हिसाब से हम उनको accommodate करते हुए ले जा रहे हैं in our coaching style is more important. That is what we are trying to bring here in the picture. And I think Jitendra sir, you are absolutely right. It's not about right or wrong or हम समझ पा रहे हैं. आप BSF में there are a lot of things that there is no call for autonomy. Even in corporate life, sir, outcomes और targets जब आ जाते हैं, जिस काम पे मैं हूँ, I work in targets. तो वो target नहीं हो रहे तो weekly review meeting में हमें कहा जाता है, तुम्हें ये करना है तो करो, नहीं तो छोड़ के चले जाओ. If you are feeling that it is, at least आपको ये सीधा नहीं कहेंगे, leave and quit and go. But in corporate life, they say, you put your papers. If you're not for this, you put your papers. So now what is that I do? I have to create that resilience in me. To create that resilience in me, I must be aware, hey, Sujata, it is okay. This is where the problem is. So probably in an opportunity to your boss, in a coaching, वहाँ पे भी होता है ये सब. So in an opportunity, express, whenever there is an opportunity, express with a grace instead of denying with disgrace. That is it. So they are aware, आप इसमें 100% देंगे ही नहीं. उनको भी पता है, आपको भी पता है. This is exactly what Vani was trying to probably, tell us.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I think this thought process demands a break, Vani. So please permit us to have a 10 minutes break.
Sure.
Come back because everybody is smiling and I'm very happy. And sir, मैं एक बात बताऊं, all the 5 BSF में I had been part of doing these sessions. ये जो आप resonate किया, ये हर batch में resonate किया. हर batch ने resonate किया. Even DIG level का जब हमने किया, am I right, Vani Dev? वहाँ पे भी they resonated this. हम क्या करते हैं? How do we take this up? So it's there in the awareness now. So at least you're not alone in this. Good that you spoke. And we are very thankful for bringing up front to us. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much.
So we resume at 4:54 and then we'll close at 5:30.
Sure, we close at 5:30, Vani dot. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay,
Bye.
thanks. Welcome back, everybody. Sujata, are you there?
I'm here. I haven't gone.
I've shared the quality of life tool on the chat.
Wonderful.
and on all those who are not able to download.
Okay. So I don't mind sharing the tool as well, Vani.
Sure, you can do so. No issues, no issues.
But thank you so much for sharing it with them. I'm just sharing my screen as well so that. Okay. Welcome back. I know it's a long day about exploring oneself, and that it's a very, it's like taking a treatment with a doctor, you know, it's actually you are answering things for yourself, right? So it's a little charged up because in the morning, Dr. Aruna speared it so well, and she said, define your self concept, and you're ultimately doing it. And I hope that by the end of the session, there'll be some maps that you are able to build around it. So in the process of exploring oneself and social self, we just thought, you know, why not take a 360-degree perspective of your life? And, you know, that will be the closure of the session as well. So I have a question here, and it's going to be a quick ice break kind of an activity. You will have to complete this statement with a word. Okay, you will have to complete the statement with a word, and chat box is what you will use. So the statement here is, life is, please complete. Life is. So you can write what you want to write. Life is beautiful. Life is fun. So you can just take over, and chat box is what is going to be our friend here. Great. Jitendra ji, bina time hi nahi liya aapne. Life is full of experiments, is it? So life is an experiment is what Jitendra sir started with. Thank you, sir, there. Others can as well join us. Full of challenges. Sanjay ji, great. So let me just quickly observe the answers and then probably take it. Others, we are expecting all of you to. Vani says life is beautiful. Take your 30 seconds. It's okay. We'll wait. Mohammed sir says life is a beautiful journey. Okay. Amitabh ji says it's an experience. I'm looking for many more answers. Fun. Chandrakant sir says fun. Life is what you make of it. That's so nice. Vani, you seconded them, right? It says you have also added saying that it's exploration. Sanjeev ji ne kaha, life is to live happily. Kanindri ji ne kaha, it's a journey. Okay. Any more answers? Aapka insights and perspectives, because apna experience hai. Anybody more? आप unmute भी करके बात कर सकते हैं, कोई नहीं, but it's fun to, you know, tell your friends what is that you look at from your life. Okay. So it's happy moments. It's beautiful. It's a journey. It's full of challenges, and it's about all that what you make. It has lots of fun as well as what the entire cohort has said. Well, right. So if I have to now take the conversation from here, what we are going to do for the next, I think exactly 25 minutes, what we would attempt to do is together we will try to take a look at the life based out of research, obviously 6 dimensions to 8 dimensions of life. So it's wheel that we call wheel of life. And we will explore, you know, through a tool again, how the life looks at us and how are we looking at life, vice versa. Madhusudan ji, very nice. Life is precious. Live it to the fullest. Yes, I mean, that's everybody's desire, but it's all God's blessing. So when life keeps us so much occupied, wherein all our efforts and energy is focused towards achieving our goals, right? Professional goals and professional career, we realize that there is an off balance, not paying enough attention to important areas of life. So here, through this tool, we are going to actually understand what are those key areas that probably I should concentrate and make life very much a holistic experience. We all would also agree, you know, here
that the growth in career needs a lot of focus, drive, and commitment, but taking this too far can lead to loss of happiness and enjoying the present. We are all aware of this. Well, the quality of life tool that we are going to use here is a way to take a very good and a hard look. I call it hard look to each facet of your life and rate its relative quality level so that, you can actually uncover which areas needs more attention than the others. That's all. So it's going to help us to benefit out of creating an overall psychological well-being for achieving our fullest potential. So when we're going to talk about this tool, the tool has been uploaded by Vani in the chat box. For those of you who are unable to look at the tool, I'm just going to take you to the handbook, and probably, you can use my screen as well to do the tool. Here is the tool for you. And I'll also explain the scaling. So as you read the tool, you will get to see that the ratings go like this. If it is not at all, then give yourself a 1. If you feel slightly, give yourself a 2. If you feel moderately the statement represents you, give yourself a 3. Very much it is true for you, give yourself a 4. Completely, if you agree with it, give yourself a 5. So this is the tool for you. Let me do it. So I will be scrolling the screen. If anybody is using my screen, you just have to tell me, Sujata, ho gaya. So I will then move up. So you just have to give me an indication. Kindly go through the statements. Not at all means apne aap ko 1 rate kariye. Slightly ke liye 2, moderate ke liye 3, very much ke liye 4 और completely के लिए 5. White paper pen में कर रहे हैं ना आप लोग सभी अभी. So it's very good that serial number लिख के सिर्फ rating को note करते हुए जाइए. So we will read the statement. Across the serial number, we will just give the rating. It will take good 5 minutes of your time.
What is the page number, ma'am?
Sir, ये है ना वो रेगुलर हैंडबुक में अवेलेबल नहीं है, तो अभी चैट बॉक्स में एक आपको दिया गया है 1 डॉक्यूमेंट. सो चैट बॉक्स से आपको खोलना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो यू कैन यूज माय स्क्रीन एज वेल. So if anybody is using my screen, I will move the screen up once you finish the first 7 questions.
वो प्रिंट करके लाना, मैंने कुछ भेजा है आपको, जल्दी प्रिंट देना जल्दी. WhatsApp से print.
May I request Divya Shah to please mute the participants? I'd be grateful. I think you're the host.
Yes, ma'am.
Please help us. Yeah, thank you.
दिनेश जी, आप मेरा स्क्रीन यूज कर रहे हैं, तो मैं जैसे आप फिनिश करेंगे आप मुझे बता सकते हैं। ठीक है,
हो गया मैम, 7 नंबर तक हो गया है, आप इसको ऊपर
हाँ जी, हाँ
स्क्रॉल कर
जी,
सकते हैं।
हाँ, धन्यवाद
बस मैम।
जी सर।
थोड़ा स्क्रॉल कर देंगे मैम इसको ऊपर तो ठीक
श्योर
रहेगा।
सर, श्योर। इसमें 2 स्टेटमेंट है, आप करिएगा एंड देन आई विल स्क्रॉल इट मोर।
थोड़ा सा इफ यू कैन स्क्रॉल इट डाउन अ लिटिल।
ठीक है सर।
The last two questions are left, ma'am, if you can. Oh, there are many.
मैम थोड़ा स्क्रॉल डाउन कीजिए 20 नंबर क्वेश्चन पे, प्लीज 20 नंबर क्वेश्चन प्लीज।
जी सर।
जी जी बस।
Last couple of questions are left. 28. Oof, there are many of them.
Shall I scroll up? So if you have finished, you just have to, as usual, tell me you're done. And Ajay Tiwari ji ne bol diya, thank you. So I'm just waiting for people who are doing it in this, using the on-screen activity. Sanjay ji, thank you. Chandrakant ji, thank you. Kanindra ji, Surendra ji, thanks. Tripati ji, thank you. SK Singh sir, thanks. Okay. Sir, और भी 8 questions है, move करूँ? Can I take it up? So 32 statements हो गया. Are we all done with this? Okay, great. Now, all that you have to do is, I mean, एक instruction है इसमें, which is very important instruction, and please ध्यान से सुनिए. ये जो scoring sheet है, इसमें you will get to see that there are 8 parameters. Same है, you will have to bring the scores from the statements and transfer it here, जैसे हमने पहले किया. But यहाँ पे there is one thing that you will have to notice, which is very important for, you know, calculating the total score. यहाँ पे आपको कुछ asterisk marks दिखाई दे रहा होगा. Can you see some asterisk marks? Okay. ये जो asterisk marks है, इन statements में आपको score को reverse करना पड़ेगा, which means the statement was negative and therefore you will have to revise. So you will have to reverse the scoring.
जहां पे एस्ट्रिक्स है. So I'll just explain to you one statement and then probably you can understand it. So अभी हमने क्या rate किया? We have given 1 to not at all and 5 for completely. Reverse scoring की मतलब ये है, if you have given yourself say 25th statement के लिए 5 दे दिया, अब ये 1 हो जाएगा. 5 will become 1, 4 will become, are we there together? 4 will become 2, 3 as it is रहेगा. 2 दिया है तो 2 will become 4, 1 दिया है तो that will become 5. It is just reverse. 5 becomes 1, 4 becomes 2, 3 stays as it is. Two becomes 4 and 1 becomes 5. So when you're assigning the ratings scores in the sheet, ध्यान से वो रिवर्स करके लगा दीजिएगा. उसके बाद आपको रो वाइज टोटल लेना है यहाँ पे. इन 8 पैरामीटर में रो वाइज टोटल लेना है, तो आपके पास 8 टोटल निकल के आएगा.
मैम रिवर्स स्कोरिंग एक बार फिर से एक्सप्लेन करें प्लीज.
बिल्कुल, जरूर सर, जरूर सर. इफ यू ओरिजिनली आप एक स्टेटमेंट के लिए जहां पे एस्ट्रिक्स है, मान लीजिए 25th स्टेटमेंट के लिए ओरिजिनली आपने
3 will remain 3, रेस्ट बता दो.
see 3 will remain 3, 1 will become 5, 2 will become
Yes, got it.
हाँ. So 4 will become 2, 5 will become 1. Only for the asterisk statements, only for the asterisk statements. ये है आपका टेबल. एक तो रो वाइज टोटल निकल के आएगा एंड देन सारा टोटल्स को ऐड करा दीजिए, एक ग्रैंड टोटल भी आएगा. Hope we have done it. Table. Dinesh ji, हो गया? Okay, so सुरेंद्र सर हो गया?
2 सवाल रह गए मैम, हो गया है।
अच्छा ठीक है, ओके सर। So एक तो रो वाइज टोटल आएगा, दूसरा तो ग्रैंड टोटल निकलना पड़ेगा। Okay. Shall we interpret? Thank you, sir. Surendra sir, can I just shift myself to the PPT? Yes. Thanks a lot. So now we have got two scores. One, we have row wise total, and the other total that we have is grand total. So sabse pehle we will start discussing about the grand total, and then probably we will go deep dive into how to interpret it and further improve on each of the parameter. So what we did now is a quality of life tool. Isse quality of life index nikal ke aate hain, and this quality of life tool supports 8 facets of life. What are those 8 facets of life? The first facet is profession, finance, health, social relationship, personal growth and spirituality, hobby or the interests, and then the last facet is environment. So we are trying to understand life from all the 8 facets. Isse zyada zarur ho sakta hai, but minimum, if you have to create any kind of you want to assure yourself a mastery, a balanced life and a sense of satisfaction, research says that these are the 8 facets or areas that probably in our life we will have to concentrate. Now let's start with the overall score. So we had the scoring range will be between 32 to 160. So your scores will be between 32 to 160, right? So how do we therefore now try and understand the interpretation part of it? So any score above 140, any score above 140, which is 141 to 160 ki beech mein hai, which shows that aapka quality of life in the 8 facets, it's very good. Sare 8 facets ko aap saath le ja rahe ho, and therefore the quality of life is very high. A higher score actually represents that our quality of life, we are able to take together all the 8 dimensions together, and we are moving forward in our life's journey. So that's exactly what it is. A score above 140 helps us realize that probably we are doing fairly a very good job, and that's why it's above 140. A score between 120 to 140, rather, let me put it very clearly, 121 to 140, it says that very good. Filhal abhi theek hai, but there is a lot of scope to actually grab into details on any one of the factor. Now a score between 80 to 120, a score between 81 to 120 helps us to realize a score between 81 to 120, moderately good. Moderately good. Majority, when we are too much in our profession and in our, in the age where we are trying to actually explore more and only in the professional career, there is a possibility a lot of our scores are between 80 to 120, 81 to 120. Now a score between 50 to a score between 51 to 79, 80, score between 51 to 80 shows that we are less than average. We are not taking all the aspects of life together. So there's some problem we have to address definitely. And any score less than 50 shows that it's really not going well. A score less than 50. So 32 to anything between 32 to 50 tells that it's really low. And a low score is actually like a signal, red mark. So we will have to definitely work on it right away now. So any score, as we understood, any score that is less than 80, which is 32 to 79, I think we can take it together and we realize that all the aspects of life, we are not probably concentrating. We are concentrating probably in one aspect or two aspects, and therefore we are not getting ourselves into this 360-degree wheel of their life. Now, how do I understand where to concentrate? So in each of the parameter, your score will be maximum 20 out of 80 in the 8 parameters. हर एक पैरामीटर में स्कोर होगा जरूर 20. So 4 से 20 के बीच में होगा in each of the parameter. So if your overall score is coming down, the trick is easy. You all know it. You go back and you see which parameter has brought it down. I'll just briefly give you one line about each of the parameter, and you can research quality of life wheel, and there's plenty of research available, and you can improvise on this score. The first one is the profession part of it, which is aspiration, learning opportunities, supporting a team, and information. So am I getting all of that from my life? Supporting people, good information to actually deliver, demonstrate my caliber. Is my profession giving me a learning opportunity? Probably the organization need not give it, but you can still have, I remember SK Singh Saab ne bola, learn, unlearn, and all that. Are you doing it? Is there a scope for that in your profession? So that's the first, aspect. All of us want to excel in our profession. And to do that, definitely we are looking forward for aspirations, learning opportunities, and a very good supporting team to work with. And we need good amount of information to deliver the task. So that's the first aspect. The second aspect of life that most of us are actually concentrating and very well concentrating is the financial security part of it. Because we realize that earnings reflects with performance and enough of investments are required to run a very good quality of life. So how is that looking in my, agenda? The third is the health, because I remember, हमारा रविंद्र जी ने बोला that, फिलहाल वैल्यू में पहले मैं हेल्थ के बारे में नहीं सोचा, अब मैं सोचना चाहता हूँ या सोच रहा हूँ. So that's exactly what is investment in health. So this is one quadrant. We wake up very late, but I'm sure in your profession you always concentrate on disciplined living, right? So I'm just hoping that investment in health or keeping your energy levels high or getting enough sleep. I don't know whether you get enough sleep. You will definitely concentrate on fitness, but other side of the grass is just not greener. People in a civil life generally compromise on health. I assume that your work only eats away your health, but are you taking care of your health? That's this health concept area of life. Social relationship indicates that, do I have trustworthy friends and peers? And this shows the importance that you give for social life. So if your score is very high, it means that your social relationships and the importance that you give for social relationships are very, very high. Then comes personal relationship as a quadrant, spending leisure time with your family. ये तो हम चाहते हैं, मिलता नहीं है, but जब मिलता है, are we actually spending that time for them? And are we part of our decisions towards the family, relatives, friends? या हम कहते हैं it's okay, तुम ही देख लो, you take care of the entire family, and we just, you know, we just don't give time to anybody, even on a phone call. You know, do we do that? That's the personal relationship. Personal growth and spirituality is one quadrant which probably most of us must be now traveling, because we all share similar age. This is where we keep exploring how we have lived our life this far and how we want to live rest of our life. That's probably the growth, personal growth and spirituality. We search for a purpose in life, and this is a point where we want to take off, not only growing personally, but we also wanted to emotionally grow and spiritually grow as well. So are we having any plans? Have we decided what kind of, moving forward, what kind of a life that we wanted to live? Are we spending time for ourselves? The me time, kehte hai na? So are we doing that? That is exactly what the personal growth and spirituality is. Hobbies and interests, I need not explain. It's about, do we spend time for our hobbies or interests, whether it is a TT that you play, or probably whether it is a golf, or any aspect of, any game or any music. I remember somebody said here, Anand ji, aapka music ke liye hum wait kar rahe hain. Shuruaat mein maine suna tha ye conversation. So probably, do you get time to actually, breathe for what you really like to do? Some people, generally ye hai na, sorry to say, hamara gender mein, females generally, very good at personal relationship, super good at social relationship. But when it comes to health, they always put somebody else in the front, and then probably they will not even complain. They feel that किसी को बोले सिर दर्द हो रहा है, मैं काम नहीं कर पा रहा, they think that it is actually not a right way to express. So health gets compromised. They don't look at all the things. Health is something which in these 8 aspects they compromise. The last one is environment, feeling of psychologically safe. Probably, how do you understand your work environment? Is it psychologically safe? Are you able to feel happy about the work environment? I'm sure in your setups, it's definitely there. In few of the other setups that are, which we all are in, probably this is more relevant for us. So these are the 8 aspects of life. It is better that we master in all of it, create a mastery. However, if it is not getting that higher score, higher the score, better the quality of life index is. Which one has scored less is what you will have to quickly take a look at it. And then probably that's the area where you should, spend some time, create a notes, what will I do for the next 3 weeks, 6 weeks, 3 months? You can actually create your own goal sheet for yourself in, identifying what are the areas that you will want to build on. So this is Wheel of Life. And with that, I'll just quickly summarize. We started with understanding, what I want it to be. And then we moved to understand why do we have to, go very close and have a sneak peek look at the I and me. And then we understood the real me and the role me. And then we moved on to understand who am I. And for sure, we realized that there are set of values that hold very close to us, and all our decisions are driven by that. Then we understood locus of control. We realized how much we are internally local, our internality is very high or is it low. Then we move towards examining the 4 major processes of self-efficacy. So we now know the self-image, the mental image. Why am I thinking like this about me? So there are answers that are revealed with lots and grades of clarity here. And then finally, we did quality of life. These are the areas that we urge all of us should concentrate. So with that, I think we would close the workshop with a question that probably you can keep pondering upon for today. Which aspect of life would you like to work on and why? And with that, from my side, I sign off. I say thank you so much. I think it's already 5 minutes more to the watch. I enjoyed discussing it with you. Thoroughly, I enjoyed. I really like the, it's not that about we are only discussing about weaknesses here. You also brought in a lot of set of capabilities that you wanted to bring in. And I'm thankful to each one of you because you expressed your experiences and you shared your stories and you had honest opinions about the organization and your roles. So that made us also understand, how to look at the concept called understanding self. So just remember, it's all about, we are nothing but what we think. We are full of emotions and all our actions are definitely getting influenced by
self-image, and therefore it is very good to have a positive self-concept by understanding our strengths. And revelations of blind spots give us a lot of clarity as to our tendencies. अच्छा ये अभी awareness में आ गया, possibility है मैं ऐसे क्यों react करता हूँ, तो उसको response में convert करने के लिए I am pretty confident that these tools will help you. With that, I say thank you. Vani, I'm handing over the session back to you. Thanks for the opportunity. I enjoyed talking to all of them.
Thank you, Dr. Sujata, for being with us for the entire day. Before we sign off, just one question that I would like to ask the cohort. If given a chance right away, or maybe after this workshop, one change that you would like to bring in yourself, it would be great if you write that on the chat. And or maybe one insight that you are taking away from this workshop, write that on chat. And I would request Divya to share the feedback link of the day. Yes, she's already done. Very meticulous. Very meticulous. One insight that you are taking away from this workshop on the chat. We give you 20 seconds.
But they were throughout energetic, Vani. I must compliment their energies. Probably I'm also smiling and upright because they never made me feel that, oh, you're left alone on the other side of the online session. Yeah, that was pretty, I should compliment each one of them on that.
Yes, yes. And the best part is their questions.
Yeah.
Okay. I think people are giving a signal, Sujata, to maybe, think through. Amitabh ji says, hear more to my wife's suggestions. Surendra ji says, I would like to control my impulsive response. Good. Good, Amitabh ji, that you have this realization that you have to hear more to the Prime Minister of the house.
They're great psychologists as well,
Yes, yes. Okay, anybody else?
Any one thing that you think that you wanted to take away from the workshop? That's exactly what Vani wants to know. Okay, Vani, I'll take it.
I think it's too late. So let's call it a day. For people, we'll be keeping this link open for a few more minutes. You can converse amongst yourself. We'll go off camera. But before we wind up, take good care of yourself. You are precious, not only to your family, society, but to the entire nation. Shubharatri. आप अपना ध्यान रखिएगा. कल हम फिर मिलेंगे. Thank you.
Thank you all. Bye-bye. Take care.